Ja. Ja, we zijn online.
We zijn online.
Ja.
Dat is op tijd. Everyone, please take a seat, and we're going to get started. Okay, my name is Serge de Braken. Many of you already know me because of all the emails I have sent you over the past few weeks or months even. And I wanted to organize this workshop together with Hans Fokkens, Thierry de Clercq, Evelien van der Vocht, and Ronald Sluiter. Where are you? There. Okay, we organized this because we were, maybe I should, okay, I'm also in the live broadcast now. We organized this because we were thinking everyone is working with biographical data all over the world, and it would be a good idea to exchange ideas, to exchange techniques, to see what everyone is working on. And so we were expecting about 10, 15 submissions, and we got almost 30. So we had to select papers. So congratulations if you got your paper accepted. Two sentences about myself. I'm a historian, photographer, and now also a digital humanist. So this is very much into my line of work. And well, you can see all the institutions who are making this possible. So, also my colleague Anske Fokkens is sitting there to remind me if I'm forgetting something very important. So hopefully she won't have to interrupt me too many times. No. Okay, just to give a small idea of how successful at least the organization of this workshop was. This is a map of the world, pretty much, and we have representatives of Australia. This is our keynote speaker. We have Hong Kong, we have Taiwan, India, Russia, and then we get all these tiny countries in Western Europe. And the Netherlands and Belgium have to share one smiley, unfortunately, because we are so incredibly small. So, a few main items which bind us today, I believe. First of all, how to analyze all these biographical data we have online or stored somewhere else. How do we link these biographical data sets? How do we visualize it in a proper manner? How does the digital turn change classic biography? Or maybe it does not change it at all. How reliable is the data we find online? And how reliable are the tools which manipulate these data? And maybe most interesting, what are the bigger questions that we can answer with all these data? So we have a full program. Please respect the allocated time slots. There are only 10 minutes presentation, 5 minutes for questions. The first session, we will have 3 presentations in a row of 10 minutes, and afterwards we will have 15 minutes of discussion. The other sessions, it is 1 presentation and then 5 minutes of discussion. Also, after 9 minutes into a presentation, you will hear a doorbell, which is ringing from my iPad, which means please start finishing your presentation. Then, when we're done here, and we got all kinds of useful feedback on our work, we're also going to publish proceedings of this workshop. No, this is quite boring information. Maybe more, most importantly, you are
invited to submit. You don't have to. If you think like, well, maybe this work is so brilliant, I could publish it somewhere else. Paper length will be about 8 pages, and the style sheets we will put online, both in a Word format and in LaTeX, for the people who prefer to work in LaTeX. Then there will be an additional review editorial round, which basically will be to check if you paid attention to what reviewers have said. Of course, not everything the reviewer said is something you really have to deal with, because sometimes criticism is not entirely justified. So in case of that, please let us know, and us is again the organizers of this workshop. Well, this is the planning. Deadline for submission May 30th, so it's quite, well, you still have 1.5 months after today. Then we'll let you know June the 15th if you still have something to nag about. And then you will have another 2 weeks, so it's quite a quick turnaround to make the last changes. And hopefully we will be able to publish it on July 6th. This is nice information for if you want to get online. I guess many of you will want this. Information is also there, and somewhere around this room also are some sheets of paper giving this information. Also, if you want to tweet about this workshop, this is our hashtag. And we also have a live stream, and if you do not want to be broadcasted live, please let us know. We will stop the stream. It's not a big deal about this. Finally, I'm part of the Biographical project, and unfortunately we do not actually have a project presentation of our own for some weird reason. However, we have Niels Okkeloen, my colleague, computer scientist, who made a very nice demonstration online, available soon. But he can also tell you all about the project if you want to know something about what we are doing with all the data from biographical dictionaries from the Netherlands. Okay, did I forget something? I did not forget something. Good. Then I can introduce Paul Arthur, our keynote speaker. And most likely he was the most suitable candidate to deliver this keynote, because he's a digital humanist from the very start, I think, even before it was called the digital humanist. And he has a very long CV, and I'm going to mention just some of the highlights. Between 2010 and 2013, he was Deputy Director of the National Centre of Biography at the Australian National University and Deputy General Editor of the Australian Dictionary of Biography, maybe even more interesting. Currently a Professor of Digital Humanities at the University of Western Sydney and President of the Australasian Association for Digital Humanities. In 2014, together with Catherine Boat, he published a very interesting volume on digital humanities called Advancing Digital Humanities. So that was all I had to say for now, and I gladly give the word to Paul.
Thank you very much for your kind welcome, and I'd like to start by saying how grateful I am to have the opportunity to, I'll just say hello to the live stream for a moment, to be here in Amsterdam at this important event. I'd like to thank the organisers and the program committee, and also you, the audience here and online, for your participation. I look forward to this workshop and the insights and points of connection between us that it will lead to. Now, biography is a field that has particular relevance to digital humanities, and there are a number of reasons for this. First, digital forms of biography and autobiography are flourishing worldwide on a scale that was unimaginable in the past. there's no doubt that the daily entries of millions of people on social media has helped to fuel this global explosion of biographical expression. The massive popularity of family history websites and services such as Ancestry.com has led to an insatiable appetite for biographical information, not only from researchers, but from those in the public. So the second reason is related to the structure of the biographical enterprise. Biographers study the lives of individuals, not as isolated instances, but as they function within collective social frameworks. This corresponds with what I would describe as being one of the most prevalent features in digital humanities, and it's a method that aims to take a micro and a macro analysis approach within the same framework. Digital humanities deals with discrete exemplars that operate within the framework of vast data sets. So this bringing together of these approaches, macro and micro, in biography has been enhanced and extended using computer-assisted techniques, including social network analysis, to name only one. Focused on the study of individuals in society, biography requires what's now often referred to in digital literary studies as close and distant reading. For biography, close readings highlight the inevitably subjective and always individual nature of life experiences and life courses. And looking from the distant perspective, one life may indicate or reinforce wider patterns of experience, but alone can never be understood as properly representative of larger patterns. So the third reason that digital humanities and biographies have such relevance to one another is that the digital environment has created a space for developing experimental hypertextual narratives that allow writers and readers of life stories to move away from the neat linearity of traditional print towards new kinds of textual multi-dimensionality that are enabled by digital forms. And this is a transformative effect that's having major ramifications for the study of biography, identity, and history. In my talk today, I refer to this case study of the Australian Dictionary of Biography, which is recognised as the longest running and largest project in the humanities and social sciences in Australia. But I want to focus on one specific aspect of that dictionary project, and that is its capacity to be representative of one nation's identity and history. And the digital medium has also enabled radical changes in the way that national biography can be generated and engaged with, and I'll also touch on some of those advances. But at the heart of these changes is the new capacity for the dictionary to open itself to various kinds of data analysis. I oversaw the editing of this Australian Dictionary of Biography for a period of 5 years, and during that period it transformed from being a print-only work to a sophisticated digital research tool, and it was one of my jobs to assist in overseeing that process. Like any very large projects of this nature, there are many, many hundreds of people, thousands of people that have been involved over time. And so it's genuinely the work of many hands. So the ADB, as we call it, the Australian Dictionary of Biography, has been produced for more than 50 years and has resulted to date in 18 volumes, plus a supplementary volume and an index, all published to very high scholarly standards. Almost 13,000 Australians are represented by their biographies gathered together within its volumes. It expresses in its physical form something of the sense of communion that Benedict Anderson referred to in his definition of the nation. It is an imagined political community. It's imagined because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives their communion. The ADB has been applauded for its contribution to Australian history and culture, described by prominent commentators as democratic, distinguished, representing rich variety, absolutely distinctive, irreplaceable, indispensable. There's no doubt that it is a highly respected and utilised resource. Brought together in death, these people of Australia are arranged alphabetically and grouped together in accordance with the time of their influence or dying, decade by decade, rather than through any connection with each other that they might have had in life. Their inclusion in the dictionary as significant men and women of this country posthumously entitles them to be members of this community and therefore invites connections to be made between their individual stories and that of the larger communal story, the history of Australia. And although it may not have set out to do so, by telling the stories of individuals, the ADB has cumulatively generated a story of a nation. The interplay of life stories and what Frederick Jameson termed the great collective story has been foregrounded repeatedly in recent decades, particularly from post-colonial, feminist and postmodernist perspectives, where the critical focus has been on hierarchies of power and the politics of inclusion or exclusion within national narratives. In this context, biography is the ideal vehicle for building a sense of the character of the collective and its identity. But the nature of this great collective story is not easy to discover. In fact, in the case of the ADB, with its many thousands of biographies, the scale of the publication has presented significant barriers to the kind of broad investigative work in the past. Now, as a result of being online and the recent adoption of digital formats and tools, the potential for analysis of the individual biographies has expanded exponentially and is offering practically limitless research opportunities. The ADB was first put online in 2006 when the web version largely represented the print version. Indeed, the print version continued to be published ahead of the online version for contractual reasons with the print publisher, until, that is, the latest volume, volume 18, which was released for the first time simultaneously and in print and online. But since 2006, the resource has undergone many changes. Most significantly, the redevelopment in 2009 to 10 to an entity-based database structure that replaced the previous underlying software environment that was used, a system called the Online Heritage Research Manager, developed at the University of Melbourne and used for many leading projects in Australia. The ADB's plan for its continued redevelopment and evolution is already underway, and it involves extensive indexing of articles and publication of metadata to accompany them, much, much more fine-grained than was done initially when it first went online. And so just to give an example of how the ADB looks today, actually this is taken from a companion website called Obituaries Australia, which is increasingly being tied together with the National Biographical Dictionary. You can see down this side here a great deal of metadata collected, not just about the familiar categories of life and death and occupation, religious influences, but also categories such as awards, key events, organisations, colleagues, related entries, and a very, very large and growing list of ways of understanding the interconnection between the subjects that are in the ADB and the wider social context that they operated in. Now, this is allowing for relationships to be described in visual ways, such as through a family tree. And family relationships can be very complex, but a simple visualization tool allows them to be easily traced. And in the more recent work, this has been extended into the visualization of relationships as networks. And this is at this stage only focused on spousal relations, but with the growing store of metadata that's being built up, it would be possible to visualize the relationship of groups and also of organizations and other kinds of networks that functioned. Now, some relationship visualizations are particularly complex, especially for very large families. Detailed metadata allows a researcher to potentially pose and answer questions involving the degrees of separation between network members, how densely or loosely networks are connected, and identifying cliques and clusters within social networks for examination. So this is particularly relevant in the case of a colonial society such as Australia, where certain landholders formed the basis of whole new communities and occupied, in some cases, land for the very first time. And, well, of course, this very disturbing history that we're not proud of the dispossession of Aboriginal people from their traditional lands in the process. And so the complexity of that colonial narrative is something that can be teased out and better understood through close analysis of this kind. And as I'll mention in a minute, there was a little representation of Aboriginal people in the dictionary, especially in its early days. So the research group behind the Australian Dictionary of Biography has been able to identify, in some cases, obituaries relating to 5 generations, and this is providing another way of understanding our social history, not just through the authoritative biographies, the short biographies that are in the ADB, but by bringing that data together with other publications such as obituaries and articles. So what I'd like to do is consider how digital formats and tools can be used to cast light on the undeclared convictions and assumptions about nationhood that have framed the selection and prioritisation of subjects for inclusion in this national biography. This is not to imply that the goal of a biographical national dictionary should be to, quote, provide the genetic code of a nation, as it's been referred to, but rather it's to gain a better basis for understanding that nations are forever changing and they are imagined and reimagined all the time. In the case of the ADB, the search for these convictions and assumptions has been made particularly challenging by the democratic, collaborative and decentered way in which the resource has been produced, and also its explicit commitment not to build or reinforce ideas of national identity. And from the very beginning, ADB fended off the idea that it was a nation-defining project and has never, in fact, used notions related to national identity as a criteria for selection of subjects. The idea of this is another map of the world. In Australia, we tend to put Australia right in the middle. So some of these European maps, it tends to fall off down to the side, and I'm not really sure why that's the case. I'm being very light-hearted, but this is a map from 1818, Pinkerton's map of the Eastern Hemisphere, showing the Australian landmass marked as New Holland, as so many maps did at the time. But as a former colony of Britain, with enduring ties of language and history with Britain and Europe, including Netherlands, Australia has a long history of working to create its own identity. Poets, painters, novelists, politicians, marketers and journalists have sought to capture, introduce or celebrate ideas of what those characteristics are that distinguish Australians from Europeans. In the late 19th century, there was a very powerful patriotic tide of activity across the arts. According to an influential novelist and essayist, Vince Palmer, there has grown up a legend of the Australian 90s. This is just before Federation at the turn of the previous century, as a period of intense artistic and political activity, described as a kind of flowering, a new sense of identity. And the effects of this can still be felt in Australia and in its sense of itself in relation to the rest of the world. In the classic book, Inventing Australia, published by Richard White, he refers to this search for identity as a national obsession, the need to differentiate from the old countries. The criterion of representativeness has been a central consideration throughout the history of the ADB. And this is a promotional poster from around 1992, produced by Melbourne University Publishing. And it was advertising the first 12 volumes of the ADB and the index with the title Australians All. Now, these are the first two words of the Australian national anthem that replaced God Save the Queen in 1984. And the message was clear. This is a resource that reflects the pride of Australia in its people and their achievements. Australians All. This is the text. Explorers, teachers, artists, politicians, lawyers, nurses, farmers, clergy, soldiers, actresses, engineers, and it goes on. They're among the 7,000 individuals who are contained in the Australian Dictionary of Biography. However extensive and varied the list of biographies in the ADB may be, the questions still remain of how are they representative and how do they qualify to have a biography written of them? These in turn relate to fundamental questions posed or implied by any biographical enterprise, including what represents a life, and for national projects, what represents a nation? What kinds of people should be in the dictionary? To what extent does the process of selection inform the overall character of a work? And in turn, what agency does this have in producing commonly held ideas about national character? Should the selection of biographical subjects be linked with notions of national identity? And what other options are there? As I've touched on in the first part of this talk, there are many ways of approaching the concept of nation and of representativeness. And while representativeness may be a goal, it can only be achievable in limited ways and under defined categories, which themselves may not be representative of Australians all. The current general editor of the ADB, Melanie Nolan, makes the point that the ADB is hardly representative. It's been estimated that 9 million Australians died between 1788, the time of settlement, and 1990. Given that 12,500 dictionary entries cover this period, any single person has 0.1% chance of getting into the ADB. And on top of that, you have to have died before you can be in the dictionary, and so those who make it never know. Formally, the selection process relies on a system of nomination by working parties in the states and territories of Australia. The proportional representation system of each of Australia's 6 states, also taking into account relative population growth, was an early guiding principle that's been maintained with only a few modifications over that 50 or 60-year period. The number of biographical subjects differs by geographical area and continues to be calculated in proportion with state populations, based on a weighted formula and using the Australian Bureau of Statistics figures, from which this image is drawn. The system was introduced in its current form in the 1970s, but there's always been a discussion over appropriate levels of state representation, and this informed earlier volumes. While ordered by period and alphabetically, following a long-term plan, the impression, at least from some of the reviewers of the ADB, remained that it was a miscellany and benefited, even so, from a lack of design. So this has both been a criticism and a positive feature, depending on which reviews you're reading. In 1991, a separate index was published corresponding with 379 categories of occupation, allowing the dictionary to be read in entirely new ways. The digital transformation of the ADB from 2006, when it moved online, involved incorporating information from the index, and more recently it's added other kinds of visualization tools to understand the content of the dictionary. The largest number in the occupation categories, which you can see here, are the pastoralists, which shows the importance of the early landholders in the development of modern Australia as we know it. Many other occupations, while long established, don't appear at all. And the question is often asked, should there be one representative of each occupation category, at least one? in order to be representative of the nation. I understand that the dictionary is still trying to include a tattooist, for example, although that's a much more, perhaps a modern category. You can see that a great deal of the people come from politics, government and public services, as well as defence and national security. In the early days of the ADB, very little consideration was given to balance in terms of gender or inclusiveness in terms of ethnicity. Attitudes were very different, and the principles underlying selection can be researched very effectively now with digital tools. There have been many criticisms over group omissions, which include women, Aborigines, the working class, and these criticisms have also implied an overrepresentation in other categories. The large number of military entries has been justified on the grounds of Australia's involvement in World War I in particular, but it extends to other war contexts. While not explicitly seeking to represent Australian identity in terms of war service, the ADB's emphasis there has this effect. Here's a diagram showing cultural heritage. I'm highlighting here the proportion of Indigenous Australians. This is an overall chart over the whole period of the production of the dictionary. But if you look, as you can do using some of the visualisation tools available on the site, if you look at if you compare the early with the later period of the dictionary, here's the early period, and in fact there was, relative to other cultural heritage categories, there was a higher proportion, in fact, of Aboriginal people represented in the early period than in the most recent period, and that's partly simply because of trying to reflect the great diversity of multicultural Australia that's developed in the 20th century. So proportionally, the representation of Indigenous people has actually decreased rather than increased in terms of the beginning period relative to the later period. With the fact that the overall word length of the print volumes couldn't be substantially extended, undoubtedly influenced selection. Even when the ADB was published in digital form, removing cost restrictions imposed by the print volume, the policies continue to dictate that allocated word limits not be extended. Relative word length continues to be indicative of a subject's perceived importance or significance. And this is a choice which is in the hands of the state-based working parties that nominate the subjects for the future periods of the dictionary. But now that the dictionary has been published continuously for more than half a century, new questions are becoming relevant, such as how can we understand the selection of subjects over time historically in the context of the era in which each volume was produced? And what does this reveal about the changing attitudes in Australia and in the academic community? And even more specifically, is selection bias a cumulative problem? And if so, is it possible to redress over time? In thinking ahead, is it ever possible to avoid selection biases, and should this be a goal? In the context of ideas of representativeness and balance, these invite investigation using digital tools. The topic of representation is especially significant to look at through digital means because it's the point on which the dictionary has been most often criticised. The number of biographical subjects who were women, Aborigines, or those in particular occupation categories could all be identified through the printed lists and records of the ADB, but that information wasn't publicly available until it was presented online. That kind of analysis shows a very sobering view of gender balance. 88% of ADB subjects are men. Women reached a record 14% representation by the time of volume 14, and the figure now sits at around 4.3% overall. That's taking into account future unpublished articles that are due to be published as part of the upcoming 5 years. It would seem that a wholesale rewrite of the dictionary would be required in order to rectify this imbalance. The low representation of women and Aboriginal subjects over time was a large part of the rationale for a missing persons supplementary volume that was published in 2005, covering a large time frame, 1580 to 1980. Women and Indigenous people were among the 500 entries added through this supplement. The time frame was also extended so that the first-born subject in the ADB was now the Dutch explorer Dirk Hartog. I'll just return to that for a moment. The working parties in each state decided who'd been missed out, looking at class, race and gender in particular. There's much information available now, especially by digital means, that wouldn't have been available previously, and so the selection process can be better informed. However, producing this supplementary volume cut across all the painstaking usual deliberations about selection, and so it was very controversial. The notion of a supplementary volume is closely linked with the print world. Now that all ADB entries are together, combined in a digital resource or on one online edition, these means that these extra articles are simply folded in with the rest. The effect is a relatively small, but nevertheless significant statistical improvement in the overall representation of particular groups. But there are other areas that need attention too. Regularly noted was the omission of Irish and overrepresentation of Scottish. This was especially so in earlier periods, but as this shows, there's a much more equal representation in the forthcoming period. I did a simple text search of the ADB for the term homosexual, and it only appears 19 times in the whole dictionary. This was drawn attention to by a reviewer of the recent volume who commented that to identify some 20 men out of 10,500 as homosexual does seem rum, as he put it, but also pointing to the fact that sexuality of subjects was not a focus in the dictionary until the second half of the 1960s, but rather not a focus in biography itself until the second half of the 1960s. This reviewer cites a speech by the general editor of the Dictionary of National Biography in the UK in the mid-1990s, where he noted that the sexual life of subjects in the dictionary was, quote, perhaps the central challenge, unquote. So within any volume of the dictionary, there were selection biases that reflected the choices made in a particular era by the past working parties, and inescapably reflected contemporary views of Australia. There's no doubt that the individual volumes there's no doubt that all the volumes have effectively been thrown together online, and some of the contextual understanding that would have been present in reading them as individual volumes has now been collapsed. What's referred to by past Deputy General Editor is a digital soup as the outcome, a mixing of all of those contexts of production of those individual volumes in the one online aggregate. Now, that sounds attractive on one level because it allows them to be opened up for new kinds of analysis and searching and reading. But on the other hand, the context of production is being lost, and it has resulted in many problems for consistency across the whole aggregate. A degree of inconsistency was introduced at an earlier point when the Floreat principle of choosing biographical subjects in terms of the period in which they were deemed to have made their major impact was formally replaced by the ordering principle of date of death from volume 13. The notion of being set in the period that they flourished had been enabled through the context of each individual volume. All this is not to say that articles can't still be consulted by volume. It is possible to browse by volume by clicking on links that aggregate the data in that way. However, most readers now arrive at the site via a web search rather than holding the volume and considering that article they're reading in the context of others that surround them. And yet, of course, there are so many positive benefits from the online version that have only just started to be explored. And in many ways, the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography is a leader in this. Lives can be curated as sets rather than being produced simply through chronology. And that's a move that the ADB will soon take up, I believe, to produce curated collections of lives that are like exhibitions. They may be scientists or they may be landholders, but bring them together in thematic groups rather than simply presenting them as individual biographies. So ADB's digital tools are giving researchers a fuller view on the total content of the dictionary and the way it's developed over time. This is particularly relevant to a discussion of representativeness and the role of a national biographical resource in framing the context of particular eras of history in terms of their social trends and demographics. Australia has experienced a dramatic population increase during the time that the ADB has been produced. Australia's population reached about 4 million in the year 1900, and it was from this total that subjects in the early volumes were chosen. Now that it's reached over 20 million, it's clear that the task of selection of entries in the second half of the 20th century has been much more difficult, even though the overall word count had been raised over time. The Oxford Dictionary of National Biography chose a number of around 50,000 articles, featuring 55,113 lives, to represent what that project agreed was a sensible marker, not the total sum of British history. That's a quote. The ADB now has close to 13,000 lives, but it covers a vastly reduced time frame from a much smaller population base. Former General Editor John Ritchie compared the ADB with the British DNB, noting that the ADB could be charged with being less discriminating, but was more democratic. That's a special feature of the character of the articles that are in the Australian Dictionary of Biography, that we take all sorts, from criminals to very famous public figures, and that relates to often to the idea of the Australian fighter and underdog, which is part of our national character and spirit. More significant for the future is the range of demographic groups that are to feature in the next period, or 10 years of deaths. While the dictionary is now editing new articles relating to deaths in the 1990s, it's only behind the present time by about 15 years, a very short time to take stock of the achievements of all Australians. For the first time, ADB is now publishing online the list of future subjects, with the current period covering nominated subjects who died in the period 1991 to 2000. But the process of nominating these key people hasn't changed. There are 14% Indigenous people in the coming period, indicating a small step in the direction of righting the balance. In going online, the ADB was reconceptualised as a digital environment in which to work with and analyse the collection. There's free public access to the online edition, and this sets it apart from some other projects such as the Oxford D&B. And this also demonstrates that the ADB has kept true to its democratic principles. And it's been enabled by the support of the Australian National University over that period of 50 or 60 years through a special grant that's received by the Australian government. In a review of the ADB in 1967, historian Geoffrey Blainey commented that someday some of its adherents will probably use the dictionary to compute the importance of such types as London men, ex-servicemen, young men in shaping early Australia, unquote. He was referring to computing in a very different way, not in its modern usage. But Blainey's comment reinforces the commonly held view that the types that populate the ADB hold the key to shaping the ideas of modern Australia. The kind of analysis he imagines would have been extremely difficult prior to modern computing. And surprisingly, even despite the new utility, the challenge faced by editors and publishers is to persuade readers, even those comfortable with online research, has been very great. There's a very traditional reading base for a lot of these sorts of projects. And so in redeveloping the ADB, it's been important to keep in mind people's digital literacies and their capacity to deal with a resource that could be dramatically reconceived to be something completely unlike a dictionary, much more like a virtual research environment. But is that what readers really want? And will that repel them? This is a question that has to be asked with such a wide readership and such a long history. In the case of the ADB, the ease with which all Australians, and indeed anyone with access to the internet, can enter and explore its cast of characters means that there are new possibilities for reviewing Australia's past sense of its nationness, who we believed we were as revealed by the miscellany of lives it contains, and as a basis for imagining who we might become. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sorry. Any questions for Paul Arthur? And thank you very much for your nice lecture. Not a lot.
So this whole discussion about getting it balanced or not balanced, where does that? Eventually you have to include everybody. And the criteria for selection will change so much. There's no. Do you see that, or do you agree that you just need to include everybody?
This is a really interesting question because one of the strategies that was used at the time that the dictionary was moving online was to begin a number of other website projects that tried to be more representative of certain categories. There's a new website called Women Australia, for example, and another one called Indigenous Australia. And they were drawing on digitised material, including obituaries and stories and published material in newspapers, bringing them together and trying to create a store of information that would work to contextualise those lives that made it into the main dictionary, but to show a much greater breadth in Australian history. Now, in order to begin again, you would have to think, well, what is the dictionary today and what sorts of new principles should it follow? But with a project that is so long in the making and has such a history, I don't really believe that it's possible to open up the selection process much further without diluting or recasting all of that earlier work, which was so much based on certain quotas and certain numbers, typical word lengths from 500 to 6,000 words based on relative importance of people. So I think the whole rationale and logic of the work would be lost if it was opened further.
If you would make that explicit. So if you make the context of the construction explicit in the data, then you would use it. And then you would open it up to just include anything you can include.
This is a really interesting question because it partly relates to resources. We have often had the conversation with around 10 full-time staff employed to do all aspects of the dictionary. Where is the money best spent? And if it was opened further, then who would pay for that work? If the quota of people who could get into the dictionary was increased. Or, for example, if much more of this material, such as obituaries, was being collected to add to the material that's there, who will pay for this? Because it's an important job to understand whether the current data set should be enriched further or whether the dictionary should continue to produce new biographies for the future period.
So, in addition to the resources, I'm wondering when you try to make it more balanced, isn't it also maybe a problem of sources? I mean, I'm not an historian, so it might be naive, but given that in the past the importance of being balanced or maybe women and sexuality are not considered so important, it is also harder to find information about the Aboriginal people, where they not really described as much individually. Or is the resources problem so big that if you were to solve that, there is still not material to expand on?
Many of the articles about Aboriginal Australians are very short. So I think the very shortest one is an article about an Aboriginal person. I think it's only 350 words. But in some of those cases, there is a lot of missing evidence and source material, as you say. But also just the difficulties in identifying that person as the person. Aboriginal people often went by many different names, partly because they were given those names in different contexts, and sometimes that's very difficult to trace. So it's certainly a problem with including Aboriginal people who don't have much documentation. In terms of women, it's quite interesting, and there were reasons why there were fewer women in the dictionary. Women in the 1960s couldn't hold the kinds of social posts and roles that had been held by men. Especially looking back over the previous 200 years of Australian history. And so that criterion of representativeness of women is a very interesting one. Yes, so thank you.
I'm kind of wondering, as a historian myself, this is a sort of really empirical approach. If you look at the gender, you showed male, female, so there are no transgenders in there. And also with the occupations, I think this is the first main occupation of the person. In my own research, I saw some people who worked in a library who would call themselves writers. So English category would change. And who would name themselves a full-time criminal?
This is
I'm surprised that there aren't criminals.
I had that question of whether an occupation category, whether criminal is really an occupation category. I mean, you don't go and apply for that sort of a job. But so when the dictionary went online, I think for the first time it enabled people to be listed under multiple occupation categories, and that was a reflection of the fact that people either self-identify with some category, or maybe have a category imposed on them, and they may be different, but also because people change their line of work. But still needs to be a primary occupation listed in our online version of the dictionary for the purposes of identifying the main contribution that person made in the historical life of the nation. So even though it's possible to collect all this additional metadata, and that is done routinely now, it doesn't get away from the fact that people are being cast into a certain identity mould. The same goes for religious affiliation. Even if someone was buried with certain rites at the end of their life, they may have practiced another religion most of their life, and so the online version allows these things to be recorded at least in more detail, which perhaps at the very best can just be a starting point for further research. All of these research resources that are being brought together around the biographical data are not intended to produce the life or the definitive version of the life, but rather to create a vast and rich resource for people to use in their study.
Any other questions?
I just would like to emphasize your last remark before you ended your lecture. Thanks for this. You ended with a question: do people really want to have this as a research environment, or do they just want to get hits for what they are looking for? So this means that already we think about different kind of users of the dictionary, about people who really are looking for evidence or for facts, and people who really are working in it in terms of historical research or maybe outside of research. So I like your last open question, and I hope that towards the end of this day you will find more answers to this question, if I could right.
Yes, and I think it's, thank you for highlighting that, because I think it's an open-ended question which relates to the, well, what do people want from these resources and how do they read them? And yeah, it's an open-ended question, but I think it's important and topical in terms of how we design these and who we have in mind as the ultimate users of the products. Because this has been supported through government funding for many decades, the principle was always be that it would be available for the public and for public consumption. But these sorts of digital tools, simple or complex as they may be, are now available for advanced research, but why not put them in the hands of the public if there's a simple interface for people to navigate and to use those analytical tools. But in doing so, it really is no longer a dictionary, it's something else. And I think that's the big change that we're grappling with.
No more questions, then we continue with the first session, and thank you again for asking. My name is Ronald Sluiter. I will be chairing this next session. Just one question, are there any problems with hearing the speakers in the back of the room? Otherwise we will have, yes? Maybe we have to use a microphone.
Yes.
It's not working. I don't think it's working. No. So Anske is getting someone for the microphone. In the meantime, I will ask the speakers just to speak a little bit louder. The first lecture is held by the team Deutsche Biographic, Bernhard Ebnet and Matthias Reinhardt, and it's called From Biographies to Data Creation, the making of the Deutsche Biographic.de. And of course, I urge the speakers to keep track of time and so that there's room for questions after the three lectures.
Yes. Dear Ronald Sluiter, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your kind invitation and welcome. My colleague Matthias Reinhardt and I want to present the making of Deutsche Biographic in print. How to put an old dictionary on the internet, as Arthur Carlson said, 2008, is the same question, as well as many other biographical dictionaries, not only in Europe. We have very similar questions, principles, strategies, and techniques. Deutsche Biography is, or German biography portal, is a biographical reference word similar to Biographic Portal van Nederland. Like other dictionaries and portals, it is still a work in progress. There are three pillars. We also have the digital full text of more than 40,000 entries about significant individuals and families in the dictionaries of Allgemeine Deutsche Biographie, another ADB from 1875, and it's now it's better, and entries from Neue Deutsche Biographie since 1953. We are also, here's the printed edition, here's the structure of the articles, and here's a chronicle of, closer? Yeah. No, better. Yes. Here's a chronicle of our digitization projects. For making of historical, until now we are making a historical biographical information system There are further names integrated from cumulative index of NDB and ADB in Germany, and from several partner institutions as archives, libraries, or documentation centers, like Bundesarchiv, our Public Records Office, or Deutsches Literaturarchiv, and Porträtindex. Since 5 years, the most important feature is that we use the identifiers from Gemeinsame Normdatei, DND, an authority file administrated by Deutsche Nationalbibliothek, German National Library, in cooperation with various library networks in Germany, Austria, and Swiss. GND is also part of Virtual International Authority File, VIAF. Those authority files are also used by European Biographical Data. GND is an authority file for identification of entities like personal and geographic names, subject headings, corporate bodies, and congresses from catalogs. Using the identifiers of GND, we have very more options to linking with other resources. As our very simple interface called Beacon, there are 200 different resources which could be automatically linked, like dictionaries, bibliographies, editions, databases, or sources of protests. Gemeinsame Normdatei covers a lot of variations of name. These variations are also used by Deutsche Biografie. And since 2014, there are many new features in Deutsche Biografie, which Mr. Reinert will present.
Our current project lasts from 2012 up to the summer, and we are again funded by the German Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft. We were about to incorporate selected partners offering content with biographical information online. They are listed in here. Two steps. So we integrated selected content which have been published online by the Bundesarchiv or the Literature Archive in Marburg, to name just two. And this current term, we are about to integrate data from academies and the Film Institute and the State Library in Berlin. The basis of these integration have been an identified personal name, and we aggregated distributed information in an overall and enhanced biographical search. We will show afterwards. And we can provide now links to these participating websites. Like Mr. Ebner said, we could use the authority file provided by the German National Library, which had been published under a Creative Commons Zero license in 2012. And we matched every personal name we could find in our own corpus and in the biographical material we collected from the partners. We matched every identifier against these, matched every name against these authority file that summed up to our 150,000 matched entries. And our technical partner, the Bavarian State Library, provided additional new entries for individuals still missing in the authority file for more than 30,000 individuals. And so we were able to aggregate the information provided by partners, provided by the authority file, and provided by ourselves in a new information system, as we call it. So there's it offers information for about over 250,000 individual names so far. Two other areas we were working on have been interpersonal relations. we started to identify further individual names or named entities within our corpus. The first steps have been with quite simple regular expressions. We moved on to local grammars and tried to detect scientific relations between teachers and students. And a third area had been to identify places which are mentioned in the biographies, birthplaces and death places of death. These identifications had just started. The technology, local grammars had been new to us, and we could draw on the help of the computer linguists at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. Until now, we found over 300,000 additional personal names in our dictionary corpus, and over 360,000 place names, 30,000 job descriptors, and 17,000 relations so far. It's just a kind of a preliminary approach. We went in the direction to the work in Australia already has been done, and unfortunately we were only be able to identify 70,000 personal names, or 1/6, and 35,000 place names, which is not presented online but not exhausting so far. With these efforts, we could offer improved facilities to search. We can cover now map-based filters, and we provide facets and visualizations of relationships between people. In addition, we provide a semantic web database, a Sparkle endpoint for those who already had done something in the semantic web. Even this prototype is unfortunately not stable yet, and we could draw on advice from the semantic web group at the Leipzig University. The final remarks I would like to lose are about the identifiers and identification. We focus so far on people, and that despite enormous efforts, we could draw, could realize great benefits in linking other information resources. As the experience with places was not as bright, but we could at least provide maps to show places of birth and death, for instance. And that's our experience. In point is that the interlinking of relevant online content was possible by using identifiers and identification with authority files so far. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthias and Werner. We're going to our next lecture by Vanessa Hammerschläger and Katrina Prager about Ernst Jandl and Karl Kraus, Two Lives in Bits and Pieces.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting us. I'll try to talk very loud as I want to click around a lot, and then with the microphone I might get mixed up. I have to first to excuse my colleague and co-author Vanessa. She wasn't able to come due to other appointments, and so you see I'm alone and also presenting her project. So I hope you'll excuse me that I'm not an expert on YAML and also maybe a bit clumsier when showing her website. Okay, when looking at the program, we realized that we are kind of an exceptional special case here because we still deal with two individuals, two single individuals, two great men. And that circumstance brings us dangerously close to a very old-fashioned understanding of biography. However, we tried very hard to leave that behind and also leave authored text behind. And for some, this is so unusual, not for you, of course, because you're all dealing with that, one question our paper deals with is this still biography or is this some kind of anti-biography? We do think that this is still biography, of course, and that's why we're here. And the other question we were dealing with in the paper, but which I won't elaborate on here, is on canonization, how to engage with canonization when dealing with two great men. Is breaking up their lives in bits and pieces enough? Is putting them in context enough to showing the environment, or is there still the main spotlight on Krauss and Jandl? I do hope there will be some discussion on this, as I saw that other papers will address these issues too. Three other things you should know before I jump directly into our websites, which hopefully makes the project easier to grasp than all the theoretical description I can give you. First, we did not choose these subjects ourselves. Or because we think they are comparable something, it's Jandl and Krauss, because the institutions who hold the estates of Jandl and Krauss and our Institute for Biographical Research set up the cooperation even before Vanessa and I applied for the jobs. But we work at the same institution, we use the same content management system, the same graphic designer, the same programmer, and thus we of course engaged, exchanged, and we thought that especially the difference between Krauss and Jandl as persons were very productive for our projects. Third, this is still work in progress, as everyone probably tells you here, but still I want to show you the websites. We plan to go online in autumn 2015, and especially the Krauss projects will keep running until 2019. So it will be extended. I'm starting with Ernst Jandl, but I still wanted to show you Krauss first because Jandl doesn't have a homepage yet. We're still implementing that. And it will be some page similar to Krauss where you get an impression of what we do here at the first glance and very intuitively. For those who don't know, Ernst Jandl is an Austrian poet who lived from 1925 to 2000 and became famous internationally in the mid-1960s. You won't get very much biographical information like on Wikipedia on Jandl on this website. You have to look for that elsewhere, and that's why I'll jump directly into the website. And that's also why we, in the end, came to the conclusion that in the first phase, these tools will be for scientists or people who dealt with Jandl and Krauss previously, or maybe for others who stumble upon the page, but what they are going to do there, it will be open or interesting to know in the future. Vanessa concentrated of the format of the bibliography because there's also a folder in the Jandl archive where he stored all his short life descriptions who also appeared on the cover of books, and she also includes all the covers of books and publications on Jandl, how he is described there. I'll show you a first example of such a biography. Sorry. Here you can see, everybody knows that from book covers, and there's also a transcription, so you can search for it, and all all his works mentioned in this biography are connected. But now I want to go back. And unfortunately, is there a possibility to show the whole website? Or because I would like to show you something on the side which doesn't pop up here. Yeah, right. I would like to expand it, but I need to expand it. One part is missing.
The resolution is fixed, but you can try to zoom out the view of the browser. If you go to the settings icon, it's all the way on the right corner.
Sorry.
There.
Yeah.
You click it.
Ah, okay. Thank you. You click something else in it.
Try it here.
Control minus.
Thank you, sorry. That's just the part I need to explain.
The 100%.
Yes,
100%. Yeah.
Nice animation.
So how can you get rid of this? Let's go back to the page. Is it okay? I will do control minus.
Yeah.
Ah, perfect. Yeah. Okay, because the important things I wanted to show you is the tags, which she, where she tried to make these bibliographies graspable. You see there are tags like his date of birth, his birthplace, Vienna, his partner, Friederike Mayröcker, how often he was called a Gymnasiallehrer, a teacher. You can arrange it by date, and below you also find all the prices that are mentioned. In the bibliography. I'll maybe show you an example of how that can work. We take the Georg Trakl Prize, for instance. We take one of his works that we are interested in. And then we look at, okay, how many of the bibliographies connected who mentioned the Künstliche Baum and the Trakl Prize also tell us that, which is very important in Austria, that Ernst Jandl was a PhD or had a doctorate. And then you have them all listed here. And of course, you now can say, okay, how many bibliographies mention that he is a PhD at all? And then you kind of click away the Trakl Prize and the Künstliche Baum, and you get 9 bibliographies where Jandl is mentioned as a full PhD. And similar to that, you can also check how often his partner is mentioned and in what kind, and you can of course also search all this. This is connected, as you see at the top, to Jandl's works and to Jandl's publications and publications about Ernst Jandl. The bibliographies, there's just a limited sample up there now. This will expand during the next month, but the works about Ernst Jandl are already nearly complete, and this is also the first bibliography of Jandl. And here I also show you very quickly what you can do here. For instance, you're interested in Jörg Drews, who wrote a lot about Jandl. You are interested in one of his works, actually, like where is it? Well, let's take this. Sorry, now I clicked too far. And you are interested in Süddeutsche Zeitung. Okay, and I'm hearing that I'm coming to the end. So maybe I'll just give you a short, yeah, I think you get an impression of how this works. And I'll just show you very quickly the Krauss website, which focuses much more on the material. I'll enter one chapter. In Krauss' case, the material, there's no copyright on the material anymore. So I really could upload all his materials, and I'm working at the Wien Bibliothek in Rathaus, which holds them, and I assembled them or clustered them around different personas of Krauss, and one of them is Krauss as a reader, the Vorleser. He had 700 readings. The tags give you some kind of sub-chapters. You also have Krauss on film from 1934, and you also have recordings. You get an impression of the audience and the organization of these readings. And as you see, as in Vanessa's case, again, all these readings and Krauss himself is connected to various institutions, personas, places, etc. And maybe one last look at organization, where you also get an impression where he read in Europe. Okay, I'm realizing that was very much input for 10 minutes. Thank you for your attention, and hope you have questions.
Thank you, Catharina. The next speakers will be Berbel Kreuger and Christian Kopp about Germania Sacra Online, the research portal of clerics and religious institutions before 1810.
Okay. I try it without. Within Europe, the Germania Sacra is a unique research project that deals with the history of dioceses, monasteries, convents, and collegiate churches in the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation. The clerical institutions included date from their founding in late antiquity until the Reformation, or respectively the secularization at the beginning of the 19th century. Geographically, the research includes the present Federal Republic of Germany and the border regions of neighboring countries. The aim of the project is to present the source material of the respective archives in a way that makes structured and comparable data of the Church of the Holy Roman Empire available for further research. A key component of this is the prosopography, specifically an inventory of clerical members of the Roman Empire, not just by name, but with all the essential information that can be collected from the local archives and from Vatican sources. Contained within the reference books published by the Germania Sacra are short biographies of the clerics in each of the studied institutions. This gives an overview of the bishops of a diocese, or the canons and canonesses of the collegiate churches, or the monks and nuns of numerous monasteries. According to current research, which considers approximately 1,000 years of church history, about 10,000 monasteries and convents existed. If we assume that an average institution over time had approximately 500 clerical staff members, this means we are discussing millions of individuals. To review this material is an enormous task. Only a small amount of the archival material of the religious institutions and clerics has been reviewed yet. However, the digital revolution might indeed give us another chance.
Consequently, the Germania Sacra has created a broad portfolio of digital resources in recent years. The key facility of the online portal is the scholarly digital index of persons with a focus on clerics. Another primary feature is constituted by the digitized reference books concerning the history of ecclesiastical institutions. A database of monasteries, convents, and collegiate churches of the old empire was recently released. Our digital index of persons is the most important scholarly database of clerics of the Holy Roman Empire. Currently, the database comprises approximately 150,000 entries, more than 30,000 of them already available on the public version of the database. The digital index provides targeted access to the biographical and prosopographical information in the reference books. The individuals can be queried via a variety of search options. Names, of course, personal data, including office data, institutional affiliations, and geographic impact areas. The extensive amount of data contained in the prosopographical database enables reliable statistical and empirical studies that were formerly not possible to this extent. Church officials, for example, often have a lot of benefices and offices. Those networks can be reconstructed and visualized much more easily by using the data pool. For this purpose, we recently released the database of monasteries, convents, and collegiate churches. Through the monastic database, it is easy, for example, to get an overview of the abbots of a particular monastery. There are direct links from the entries of religious houses in this database to the clerics in our prosopographical database. Interactive links lead directly to the corresponding pages in the digitized reference books. All query results can be displayed on interactive maps that visualize the monastic landscape of the medieval and early modern periods. Temporal aspects as well as regional criteria can be modified by the user. Here you can see, for instance, all collegiate churches in the medieval diocese of Halberstadt or the convents of Cistercian nuns in northeastern Germany. In order to realize the vision of a comprehensive prosopographical database, the preparation and presentation of our project data achieves only the first step. Additionally, cross-institutional collaboration and integration of scientific data of other research projects are essential. An important building block for reliable networking is the systematic enrichment with authoritative data. For names of persons in German-speaking countries, the authoritative GND of the German National Library is most relevant. The automatic generation of links to external data sources by using the GND has become an established standard for a large number of scholarly databases. As you can see here, we utilize this authority file to enrich our data and connect it to external web sources via automatic links. In addition to personal names, we enrich corporate bodies such as monasteries, orders, and dioceses, as well as geographic entities with authoritative data. Entries in Wikipedia and DBpedia are referenced. The records of the monastic database are available in linked data format. Data enrichment and semantic web technologies offer a high potential for condensing the information network of the relations of persons and clerical institutions from medieval and early modern times.
Automated linking of pre-modern individuals mentioned in scholarly databases is nevertheless a largely unsolved problem in the field of digital humanities. One reason is that most of these individuals are not recorded in authority files. The situation is most likely not going to change in the near future. For many individuals, we simply don't have enough data to provide reliable authentication. The identification process is often complicated by name variations, translation and transcription errors, Latinized forms, and the late onset use of surnames. There are a number of historical databases that are of interest for the prosopography of the Church of the Holy Roman Empire. Integrating that data by the means of automatic mapping has proved difficult, and often the identification of the individuals remains hypothetical. A pioneering contribution to completing this complex task is provided by an international cross-institutional project. The Germania Sacra, together with the German Historical Institute in Rome and the Repertorium Academicum Germanicum, is developing a cross-database query. We are developing technical solutions, for example, the integration of algorithms or the use of thesauri to enhance the search for phonetic and orthographic name variants, as well as Latinized names. We are going to provide an interactive system which, on the one hand, gives qualified identifying suggestions to the user. On the other hand, researchers are invited to make their own suggestions concerning the identification process of matching individuals to particular records. Suggestions can be recorded and thus improve the data pool of all partners involved. In summary, our digital strategy can be represented by the following 5 points you can see here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Verbal and Christian. Thanks to all speakers of the first session. We are a little behind schedule, I think, about 5 minutes. So we have 10 minutes for questions. If you have a question, please wait for the microphone to arrive.
So, speakers can come again.
The speakers of the first session, I invite them to stand open.
Very simple question. Very simple question. When you establish interpersonal relations, what sources do you use to establish this interpersonal relations?
This question is for Christian.
For the first relations, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
We use the biographies published in the modern German national biography, the ND. And sums up to about 21,000 biographies. But we started, or yet, with doing the work to study, for instance, or some friend relations and colleagues, to name a few. Just that, it's only limited approach and limited resources we could use for this relation extraction.
Okay. We don't use other sources like guest lists or correspondence.
Indirectly, we use the authority file already mentioned several times. And we draw names, surnames, forenames, professions, and we build up dictionaries with these entities, lists of names maybe, and we use these list of names, these dictionaries in processing the name entity recognition and relation extraction, but not directly.
Any other questions? Please let us know for who the question is.
A question for our second speaker. First of all, my compliments on the website in Jan van Krauts. I believe this is how maybe biography should be published. My question is, who is going to read them? Is the public going to read something that you can browse rather than just read on the sofa or in your bed? And maybe related to the question, are there going to be actual traditional biographies next to the online website?
The first question, we discussed this a lot. I don't think that this is something you can read in bed. I think you will probably stumble upon it when you search for something, and that's why we also set our first target audience are scientists, to keep that clear. But I can imagine, especially Krauss as a reader is easily to access, because you also have video documents, audio documents you can visit, and it also maybe school children can look around. But then again, Krauss isn't so popular in Austria anymore. That's maybe the difference between Krauss and Jandl, who wrote very complicated text, is not so easily accessible as Jandl. You mean a short biography of Krauss and Jandl, or you mean the other people in the project that turn up?
An actual book of about
Well,
300
in
pages.
the case of Krauss, there are, I think, over 10 book biographies. And of course, I kind of build on them, because I also focus on things they can't show as I can on the website. And there won't be a written text from me on Krauss, apart from papers like yours. And in case of Jandl, there's still a biography to come in the next years, hopefully, because he only died in 2000. So.
More questions? Thank you. This is for the third presentation, also for the others as well. I mean, I was very pleased to see the document of this data and this relation across the database. Will you publish also the other data for the public so that we can use it for research institutions? Accessible?
Our persons index already got an interface which can be used. We didn't publish it so much until now, but yeah, it's already there, and our data is integrated on the server of the Academy of Science in Göttingen, and they are implementing a Sparkle endpoint soon. So yeah, you will be able to access it.
In general, the same for us. Our metadata is considered to be free, but we have no license yet, and we have a Sparkle endpoint, which is not stable yet, unfortunately. But we are working on it and try to improve the ontology, which is, we have a prototype so far. Sorry.
More questions?
I think in the first and last presentation, the issue about identity was raised. Do you have any evaluation data how well automatic identity can be established, how well it works, or is it always manually has to check? But even then, can you say something about that, or what problems about establishing, you find a name and then you have to be sure who it is?
Yeah.
So it's being done automatically, semi-automatically. But do you have any evaluation data on how well that works, or how big the problem is?
Yeah. First, you heard we are all in German-speaking countries are relying on this authority file GND, and for all our persons, I can say there's only about 5% of persons who got an entry in this database. So that's the first problem. That's why we are going to work with algorithms, and we hope, and it's still, but we are still in the beginning of this project, and we hope to do this automatic linking, but I can't give you numbers on this now. But we are trying not to do it all manually, but in the end, yeah, it will always stay on, part of it will always be manually. Yeah.
It would be nice to organize a challenge to do this identity task among the wider community.
Yeah. Yeah, already involved at 2 other projects, but yeah, it's interesting for other projects.
I mean, the general techniques can be shared across different countries.
Yeah.
And probably it's similar.
Yeah.
My question is about the digital strategy and then point 3, the integration in institutional repository to ensure sustainable use and long-term availability of research data. I don't know how it is in other countries, but in the Netherlands we can see that there is a kind of less and less appreciation for libraries and for physical archives, and more appreciation for digital data based on those resources. And in your digital strategy, it seems that you are very confident that institutional repositories will last forever. So, what exactly do you mean when you what do we mean when we talk in terms of long-term availability of research data? Since everything we are doing is in fact developing tools.
Yes, first of all, you're absolutely right. It's a great question, and we are still developing. And this question of long-time availability is a severe problem. It's a little bit, we should have written it more, not so confident. You're right, but we are trying to rely on this repository that is already there, and we are aware that it's. That's what we wanted to say. We are aware. We have to keep in mind that that question of long-term availability. Yeah,
I do agree.
Yeah, and in Göttingen you have collaborations of the library, state library, and the Academy of Science, especially about this problem of long-term availability of databases and so on.
It's time for one last question. No questions? Then we're off to a coffee break. Thanks again to all the speakers. And we'd like to see you back at 11:30.
I say hello? I think we're meeting tomorrow. Yeah, it's very interesting to have this. I realized we could have understood something. That's okay. How you work? Yes. And I want
Wenn ich nur einen Stecker habe, geht's auch. Ja, hast du ein Gerät?
Nee, aber ich schreibe mal eine jetzt und dann.
Geht das?
Ja, ich versuche.
You're hosting next session, could you announce that people still want to join? Or they can still
Yeah, they can join and just to say it in the lunch break. In the lunch break, they say whether they are joining and paying for the dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
Switch to
That's
euros,
fine.
and then we can give it to
Yeah.
nice
Yeah. The registration desk and
We were thinking to have a small but it's on this
yeah.
you can keep the communication if you want.
Okay, so progress was
Is this possible? Yes, this is
it
this. I don't know.
Let's see, just
So,
use and then get it to the point.
make sure I'll use the first one and the second one. We will be saying with the first one, so there are two applications.
10 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, because I was wondering how we structure it and use here with the box glitches. I would say probably 1 minute because then it's 2 minutes. Yeah, just to say. Yeah, because yeah, because I thought because I think it's fine. It's fine. I was not clear about it as well, so I just looked up. But it is. Yeah, then it's fine. Yeah, then it's yeah, unfortunately, I have a problem with that because my table has a.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, so why don't you at least it's a little bit better?
So the first one will be
Okay.
this one.
Yeah. Yeah. And these are
It's the Indian.
We don't know about yeah.
Okay.
May I ask you to continue, please? Hello. I will ask you to continue. Nein. Ja, welche sind da da? Von denen? Ja, die kommen schon.
Yeah. National register. Usually here without registering. Fine.
Thank you. We are starting to continue now. I welcome you in the second session, where we are getting a little bit into data mining techniques for biographical and prosopographical data. But first, I would like to do some announcements. The first thing is Elion already with us? No, I think he isn't. Okay, thank you. And the second is we do have still the possibility to register for the dinner in the evening. We would welcome if somebody would like to join us. So please get back in to the register desk in the lunch break and do that if you not already did it. Okay. So thank you. We have changed between the two presentations that are coming up now, and that's why we are starting with the Lund team. The presentation comes from Lindberg. Yeah, Lindberg and Diff. Yes, that's fine. Yeah. From University of Lund. That's fine.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for having us. We're here to present our joint work with the PR News, extraction of career profiles from Wikipedia. So, following the presentation, we will follow the career of Jan Persson, a former Prime Minister of Sweden. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, so we want to extract all of Jan Persson's former jobs and current jobs and all the jobs that he has been involved with during his career. Here they are, manually highlighted in yellow. So this is the data we want to extract. Our work is focused on Swedish and the Swedish Wikipedia, but here's the translation in English if you want to follow. So, from the given Wikipedia article, we want to extract Swedish politician, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, etc. So, why? A brief explanation. There are tons of volumes that has been briefly explained on earlier, but we want to do some interesting queries on these. That is harder to do that on basic text. So we want to have them in a database of sorts, and we have focused on Wikidata. So our goal was to complete and improve the already existing Wikidata profiles. And in their own words, Wikidata is a collaboratively edited knowledge base operated by the Wikimedia Foundation. It was originally conceived to link together articles on the same topic between different languages. So on the right here we see all the languages that Jan Persson has a Wikipedia page in. There is Danish and German, etc. So all the entities gets a unique identifier, and there are loads of properties given to each entity. So for instance of human, this is Göran Persson, and some of the more interesting properties are positions held, which here in this example is very intricate, with start time, end time, and who follows him, etc. And the data structure of the database is very graph-like. So instead of links to human, which links to other things. And the structure is much like DBpedia and Yahoo. So if you are familiar with those, you'll be familiar with Wikidata. So how could we complete the Wikidata? Well, we focused on just the careers and jobs. And our analysis, our method was to, first of all, find all the jobs in the sentence. We parsed each article sentence by sentence. So we found all the jobs. Then we tied the sentence using different techniques and foremost the dependency parser. Then we find all the persons in the sentence using the page title and the named entity recognizer, as well as use all the pronouns in the text. And the final step is that we traverse the dependency tree that we created with the dependency parser. And we try to link together a job and a person between a selected few verbs that we relate to working or the job experience.
Okay, so this is done by first finding all the jobs. So in our example sentence, Hans-Göran Persson is a Swedish politician and was the Prime Minister of Sweden 1996 to 2006. In this sentence, there are two jobs, highlighted in yellow, politician and Prime Minister. So how do we find these jobs? Well, in order to do this, we create a pre-processed dictionary that we extracted from Wikidata. This is done by exploiting the tree ontology structure of Wikidata that you can see on the right, short exit or the massive tree. So each job is its own entity in Wikidata, just like Göran Persson with its own attributes and its own identifier. So for example, Minister of Finance will have the attribute subclass of, which will link the entity minister. Minister will have the instance of position, subclass of profession, and profession, finally, subclass of occupation. We have selected occupation as the root node to dignify a job. And this path that we create from Minister of Finance to occupation is the one that determines that Minister of Finance is a job. Next step would be to find all the persons in the sentence. We have three ways of doing this. First is using the page title to find the relevant names. Secondly, we use all the pronouns in the sentence. And finally, we use the named entity recognizer. So in our example sentence, the only person is Hans-Göran Persson, highlighted in green. Third, we need to find verbs which relate to working experiences. So in English, these words we have used are the verbs of being, practice, and work. So in the same example sentence as before, there are two verbs highlighted in blue, is and was. So the last step is where we actually do all the magic. This is a graphical representation of the dependency tree that the dependency parser creates. So the jobs are still in yellow, the verbs in blue, and the person in green. This red path you see is the path taken from a job through a verb to the person. So politician links to the verb is and then to the person. On the far right, Prime Minister links to was, then to politician, then to is, and then to the person. So Hans-Göran Persson has the job politician and had the job Prime Minister. If there were to be several people mentioned in the sentence, we would take the shortest path between the person and the job, and that person would get the job. So our results. We've processed the entire collection of the Swedish Wikipedia that refers to a person in Wikidata. So we've processed around 170,000 articles and extracted roughly 280,000 jobs. Of course, evaluating all of these results would be a tedious work, so we've selected a short sample of 10 articles and come up with a recall score of 74% and precision of nearly 95%. But of course, there are still possible improvements to make. First off would be to increase the amount of evaluation articles. Secondly, we are currently unable to parse job experiences described differently, such as Simon has written a book. To us, that is a clear indication that he is an author. He has written a book because the verb write relates to author. But our program has no means of recognizing this yet. Pronoun co-referencing is very basic. So currently all pronouns refer to the person of interest. The profession database that we extracted from Wikidata needs improvement because of ambiguities. So a funny example, being a video game developer is a profession, we can all agree on that. Blizzard is a video game developer. So according to Wikidata, Blizzard is a video game developer and thus ends up being a profession, even though it is a company. And finally, all forms of negations in the sentence are ignored. So in a sentence that would say, Simon is not a cop, we would think he is a cop. Okay. And a short demonstration. So for Göran Persson, we managed to extract these 5 jobs. And if you click on them, you would see the sentence they are extracted from. Yeah. So this is a concert pianist, and this is one of those maybes and not that I was talking about earlier. This sentence, even though in Swedish it says his initial ambition was to become a concert pianist. And we have no way of knowing where it's a maybe or he wanted to. So we just think he is, even though he really isn't. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. And questions if you want.
Are there any questions or remarks?
Yes, please.
Yes, the green one.
Thank you. I was wondering, as an evaluation game, so how much do you get from the text, which is not already in Wikidata? And how much more information do you gain, which is not already in structured form?
Well, we get quite a bit because a lot of Wikidata entries are very limited. They only contain the most basic data, such as Göran Persson being a human. The example you saw of position held, where he was a former prime minister, during what time, etc., that is a very intricate example, which is very, very limited. You will rarely see it.
Thank you for the nice talk. Have you thought about using more structured data from Wikipedia, like a lot of lists, which list all the prime ministers of the country or something like that to make more relation data or to help for your system?
Yes, of course, there are lots of data already on Wikidata that we can use.
One example being the video game developer problem. Blizzard is also listed as a company, so it's easy to ignore. But we'll try to make it at the most basic. So, yes.
Any further questions? Okay, one last.
Thank you. Can you say a bit more on the analysis of temporal expression in your system? So I saw that you have daytime things, but in case you are sort of talking about a specific person and then you find something such as later he did such and such things.
Thank you. Yes, we didn't touch on the talk, but we actually tried to extract dates as well. But due to the dependency linking with dates and the profession, it was very hard to find a structured way to link them together. So we actually just looked in front of and before the job, and we got some. Like in this example, we would have got it. But it was hard. If the sentence start with, in 2009, blah, 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 was the prime minister, it would be very hard to find.
Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
No, just one more. You have time.
Okay, so thank you again.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
So we come to our second talk in this session. This is by our Indian team, presented by Patagonia, who comes from the Center for Exact Humanities, yeah, from the IIIT. The floor is yours, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Venumadhav Patagoni. I am from International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad. Today I am here to present our research on personality mining. Today I am here to present our research on personality mining from biographical data with the adjectival marker technique. As the first author, Shivani Podar, couldn't make it to Amsterdam, I take this privilege to present our work. So, why personality mining? In the present generation, social media is an integral part of our lives, and it is the powerhouse of information which is littered with biographical data or descriptive content of over 1.4 billion users. The future of social media will witness individuals choosing their own workplaces, friends, books, products, etc. in synchrony with their own personalities. And the future of advertising industry will also witness a transformation from spammers to personalized suggesters. So during the last few years, the relationships have been deduced between personality and psychological disorders, job performance and satisfaction. An extremely dynamic field of study which is benefited from our research in the area of human-computer interaction is interface design, hence personality mining. So we wonder why biographical data. All the research in this domain has been based on a person's action, speech, etc. But here today we introduce a new biographical or autobiographical based personality determination methodology. And this solution we inspired from lexical hypothesis. And this lexical hypothesis states that those individual differences that are most salient and socially relevant in people's life will eventually become encoded into their language. The more important such a difference, the more likely is it to become expressed as a single word. So we thought to extract personalities of authors from the text they wrote. This involved mobilizing huge data sets of web blogs, essays, etc. and then extracting personalities. But during our course of study, we came to a conclusion that this is not so effective while directly applying the adjectival marker technique. So we modified this lexical hypothesis. And this modified lexical hypothesis, what we posit here is based on prediction of personality traits temporally can be done via the lexicon added to describe us by the people who know us. And the modified lexical hypothesis those individual differences that are most salient and socially relevant in people's life will eventually, which is over time, become encoded into their language, and as well as that of people who describe them via the knowledge they have of them. And these people can be peers, associates, friends, family members, followers, etc. And the more important such a difference, the more likely is it to become expressed as a single word. And all these features are characterized in biographical data. So we chose biographical data. And for this, we extracted biographical data of 574 personalities through Python-based web crawlers, crawling biographic websites, Wikipedia, and other social media mentions. Since there are no technical methods to clean noise which has crept in, we manually clean the noise. And we then divided the dataset of 574 personalities into training dataset of 283 personalities and testing dataset of 291 personalities. And this since we have the dataset, we need to choose a personality model to predict personalities. So there have been several personality models which claim to effectively predict personalities from social media. Some of them are like the Big Three, the Big Five, the Alternative Five, MBTA, and etc. But out of all this, one of the most tested model which has been consistent over the last few decades is Big Five model. So we chose this model. So the adjectives are mined from the extracted biographical data and are refined to form adjective markers, which is the work done by Saussure and Goldberg. And these adjective markers are used as features in our lasso logistic regression which we use. And then our methodology involves extracting biographical data of 574 users, mined from web, and then mining adjectives from the biographical data, and then refining them to extract adjectival markers for each user trait. And each user trait and the adjectival markers are represented as a sparse user trait adjective matrix. And this is trained through lasso logistic regression in a tool called Veka, which we used in our paper. And then through lasso logistic regression, after the feature reduction, the coefficients of adjectival features are extracted. And for the testing data, we passed on each row of the matrix to that, and wherein it predicts the trait value as it's 1 or 0. If it is 1, that implies the personality is present for that user. So for evaluating this model, since there is no paucity of data via reliable psychometric test for Big Five model, we decided to refer to publicly published research data sets on celebritytypes.com, which is basically in MBTI model. So we need to bridge the gap between Big Five and MBTI model. So as to bridge this gap between Big Five and MBTI or Jengian, which is also called Jengian model, we referred to various resources as cited in the paper and came to a conclusion based on correlation between the traits in Big Five and the traits in MBTI. So since the correlation is very high for those 4 out of 5 Big Five personality traits, we evaluated these 4 out of 5 Big Five personality traits. And this predicted module is evaluated by the testing data sets which we have in our testing data set, that is 291 personalities. And like the average accuracies as compared via psychometric tests which we achieved here are comparably very high. It is like for agreeableness it's around 89%, and for conscientiousness it's 92%, and for extraversion it's 82%, and for imaginativeness it's 81%. And by course of this results, we can say that this model is competent in predicting personality traits via the information of our friends, family members, like the peers or secondary people. Like apart from this, we have also studied the variation of accuracies based on various factors in the testing data. One such factor is word count of the corpus. So we divided our whole data set in the ranges of 0 to 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 15,000, 15 to 20, and greater than 20,000. And as the word count increases, the accuracy kept on increasing for testing data. And for all of the 4 predicted evaluated personality traits, like for agreeableness, it increased from 86 to, for agreeableness, it increased from 97 to 99 sorry. For agreeableness, it increased from 73 to 99%. For conscientiousness, it from 86 to 96. And for extraversion, from 97 to 99. And if for imaginative, it's from 93 to 99. In the same way, other factor which we thought is affecting the accuracy is the ratio of adjective count to total word count. And we divided our data set into the ranges of less than 0.001 and 0.001 to 0.002 and greater than 0.002. And like the accuracy kept on increasing as this ratio kept on increasing. Like what we thought to prove here is we are extracting data sets from web. So we need, for our methods to be applicable, we need to sort a optimal value of word count in the corpus and the adjective count to ratio of adjective count to total word count in the corpus. And by our results, the optimal word count for which the model can be evaluated substantially is greater than 5,000, and the adjective count, the ratio of adjective count to total word count is greater than 0.001. Okay, apart from this, the Pearson correlation quotient for word count ranges and the accuracy predicted for each of the personality traits is very high, which is implying that word count is a factor which affects the accuracies. In the same way, the adjective count, ratio of adjective count to total word count ranges, which is plotted with the accuracy for each of the 4 predicted traits, it's also so high, which also means that these are very highly dependent on these 2 factors. The adjective marker technique is highly dependent on these 2 factors, word count and ratio of adjective count to total word count. And apart from this, our future work involves using all parts of speech for personality prediction apart from adjectives which we use here. Like, and the second future work is like, right now this method can be applied when the word count of the corpus is only greater than 5,000 words. So we need to reduce the word count of the corpus needed. And the future work also include using microblogs and text from social media to predict personalities effectively. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your talk. Are there any questions or remarks?
So I think you only use the part of speech tags of each word, so you don't look at the context. So if there's a negation, you don't get it. So it's not a nice person, you will only extract that he's nice. Or
like it's already mentioned in adjectival marker technique proposed by Saussure and Goldberg. He actually analyzed all this and came up with something called factor loadings for each adjective, which I can't explain here because it takes a lot of time for me to make you people understand. So that is a novel technique which he has already done. We are using that novel technique to extract personalities from biographical data. That's it. Like right now we don't have a solution for that, and we didn't think of that. That might be idea which we have to ponder over in the future.
Some other questions? Okay, so thank you very much again.
So next is our poster session, but before we can walk along the posters and ask questions, we will ask the contributors to present their poster in a short pitch of 1 minute. And the first is Marie-Charlotte Lebay. Biographies of people on the move and cultural heritage in a digital era.
I'm sure one else.
This is for the right one?
Ah, je hebt hem niet. Dan moet ik even naar skip op. Of moet ik het
Presenteer gewoon even.
Okay. In a few minutes you'll see my poster on the screen. Anyway, it'll come up soon. Yeah, I'm representing the Red Star Line Museum in Antwerp, which is a new museum that opened its door in 2013.
It explains the process of the historical emigration to America through Antwerp to a wide and varied audience within the broader context of migration. Migration stories or migrants' biographies, both past and present, play an important role in the scenography and educational department of the museum, as well as the presentation of the digital collections. So far, the museum has collected about 1,500 personal stories of migration with related cultural heritage, today and in the past, through research of staff members and participation of the public. Sorry, I'm not used to speaking on the microphone. The museum actively invites visitors to participate and share their own migration stories or that of their relatives. The resulting biographical collection comprises a wide range of oral histories, narrative sources, objects, and documents. In my post, I discussed the process of making our biographical collections accessible to a varied audience, because as a museum we find ourselves before many challenges, and finding the right balance between our own needs and resources in managing these collections and meeting our own public responsibilities and duties as a museum is a difficult exercise. I will show how we use standards for the exchange of biographical data, such as Archive to Archive, Biodes, and Redcom, to achieve this, the objective of what I would call reversed canonization of people and events in history, and to present our biographical collections to a varied audience. I mean reversed because we actually deal with all kinds of people, all types of people. A lot of them are not known or famous or rich or whatever. So that's why I chose the term of reverse canonization.
Thank you, Michelle. Next are Serge de Braak and Anske Fokkens, how to make it in history, working towards a methodology of canon research with digital methods.
Thank you. So it's quite follows almost naturally from what Walter spoke about this morning. It's how people are selected in history. How do you get? Why do you include people by biographical dictionaries? Why not? Who actually gets an entry in Wikipedia and who does not? And how does this process change over the centuries? This, of course, might be a bit difficult, because if you take existing lists of people who became famous, then you might just reaffirm the canon which is already there. So our post is about how do you find the forgotten people? Why are they forgotten? How famous were they in their time? So this is quite a bit work in progress, but we are very happy to share our ideas on this.
Thank you. Next are Hans-Ulrich Krieger and Thierry de Clercq, Our Ontology for Biographical Knowledge.
Thank you. So our poster addresses two closely related topics that I think are important, are relevant for this workshop. The first topic is the proper representation of time-dependent information. And the second one is its use in a freely available OWL ontology that can be used for representing biographical information. Now, a few remarks on these two topics. The first topic, the time issue, can be seen as an instance of a more general problem, namely representing arbitrary n- ary relations by using current modern semantic web standards. That might be interesting for you, some of you. And the second one is the biography ontology. Here we have focused on having a lightweight ontology, which only makes a few ontological commitments. And more information can be seen at the poster site, and hope to see some of you soon. Thank you.
Next are Rosa Morante and Anske Fokkens, the expression of uncertainty in Dutch biographies.
So we present a preliminary study of the expression of uncertainty in biographies, in Dutch biographies. What we have done is that we have taken samples from two biography collections from the biography portal of the Netherlands. One of the collections is the collection considered to be a reference written by experts. And another collection is a collection where biographies are written by several authors, but is not considered to be such a reliable source. So we have annotated the events and whether those events were expressed as presented as uncertain or not. And what we have found, but this is preliminary because we need to explore more and make more experiments, is that the collection that is more reliable has more expressions of uncertainty. We are making a typology of linguistic resources used to express uncertainty, and yeah, we plan to annotate a big amount of data so that we can automatically analyze this data and extract further conclusions about the different collections in the biography portal. So you are welcome to visit our posters. Thank you very much.
Next are our colleagues from Ireland. We agreed that I only pronounce their first name, Gerard and Brian, breathing new life into a canonical collection of Irish language biography.
Hi, yeah, myself and my colleague are from Dublin City University, where we've been working for the last few years on the digitization of this collection of Irish language, Irish Gaelic biographies. It's a collection of around 1,700 records that were compiled initially in 9 volumes by two, I suppose, amateur biographers over a period of around 30 years. And as they were preparing to sort of retire from producing new biographies, they came to us in the university, and we probably work in a number of different digital humanities projects. And they came to us asking us to look about digitizing these biographies and adding value, and also ensuring continuity, that somebody else would take over the writing of new biographies into the future. And the poster basically describes how we went about doing that, the digitization process, how we added value to added metadata and so on. And some of the plans we have for the future, how we'd like to improve the website and the collection. So we'll be happy to answer questions, and we're always looking for opportunities to collaborate and improve our database.
And finally, Irene Russo, Tommaso Caselli, and Monica Monacini from Facts to Discoveries, Visualizing Holocaust Deportees' Lives.
Thank you. Yeah, but I don't need it really. I will be quick. So basically, at our poster, you will see our preliminary work for an NLP module to extract biographical events from Wikipedia. And we combine the output of the Stanford parser and of the newsreader pipeline, and we look for events in DBpedia too. We wanted a complex matrix that include a basic event like date of birth and date of death, but also more complex events that could be extracted only with natural language processing tools. And we use a very operational notion of biographical event as something that is anchored to a date, because we want to visualize this data. We work on 2 very basic visualization modalities, a timeline and a force graph, because we think that this kind of visualization can help in what is called historical reasoning, looking at data and going through data in a more visual way, and being able to see commonalities between persons in terms of biographical events, but also looking at biographical events in a more comparative way when you see a timeline. So we have a demo, and if you're curious, at our poster, we will show you. Thank you.
Thanks to all, and we now invite you to walk along the posters and ask questions to the compilers. The poster session is combined with lunch in the back, so enjoy, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Project one poster here. Not sure if you want to use your do you have a computer with you?
Put it on your desktop. Okay. I didn't understand that. Yes, I do. If I need it.
I would need.
Okay, that's okay. Ik had het niet. Ik heb het niet.
I would need to
It's okay. Don't worry. I'll take mine. It's okay.
Yeah, it's
no problem.
It's okay.
Ask me to put my computer because I have lost the computer. So you have your presentation here?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
But it's fine. We have the presentation for the record band. It's good. I have it on the computer.
Okay.
Now we just.
I think I'll do the same. I'll just set it.
Laten we zeggen dat voor ons makkelijk
Okay.
Kan dat scherpen of niet? Want dat is gewoon niet te zien.
Wij vinden het wel ook maar de sector zeg maar in de verdeling. Daar heb ik zelf ook veel. Kijk, als ik soms sta in wordt gezien, dan zie je geen probleem dat zou ik niet zo doen.
Juist aan het praten met
nee, maar daar komen we vast vanuit. Nee, dat is niet de policy. We moeten natuurlijk weg een beetje van
als we dan niet uitkijken.
Ja.
Misschien dat die letters dan te klein zijn.
Nee, ik heb het toch echt wel op vrij groot gezet.
Niels, kan je misschien hier naar kijken?
Ja, dit is gewoon niet goed te kleuren. Ik heb het dus echt nog nooit gedaan zo.
Had wel verwacht dat dit.
Ja, maar kijk, het probleem is waarschijnlijk dat de beamer-resolutie is niet heel erg groot. Je moet hier wel uitzoomen, maar het is onleesbaar met 20 pixels zijn.
Want als je inzoomt, dat je dan net zoals je vrouw kan loodsen als dat.
Kijk, je kunt het ook zien, hè? Als je goed kijkt, zie je de blokjes op de tekst. En die blokjes zijn al groter dan de tekst. Dus het is echt een kwestie van de resolutie van de beamer. Die kunnen wij niet zien. Ja, die zijn nooit zo heel groot.
Als je dit delen opsplit, stel je laat eerst 1/3 zien en dan binnen dan.
Ja, wat je misschien zou kunnen doen is de computer kan inderdaad uitzoomen dat je scrollballs krijgt. Slepen en inzoomen. Dus ik zit een PDF. Ja, als je gaat exporteren als afbeelding. En dan die afbeelding in de browser openen. Ja.
Ja, dat moet je even helpen, want dan weet ik
Ik heb het dus hier ook al eigenlijk niet echt
ja, maar
goed te lezen.
dit is niet vrij hoog op.
Ja, nee, ik snap het punt hoor.
Ja, nu gaat het kan ik niet zo goed niks laten zien.
Ik hoor het ook alweer.
De computer maakt ook niet uit, hè? Maakt ook niet uit.
Waar kan ik hem opslaan?
Ja, maar gewoon bureaublad. Ja, het staat al op het bureaublad, hè?
Ja, maar als PDF.
Ja. Als PDF staat dan wel beter.
Nou, dan kan ik weer een browser openen en dan kun je scrollen. Dus ik kan natuurlijk niet, ik kan hem nooit helemaal met
Nee.
deze resolutie. Nou, dan kun je op zijn minst het laten lezen. Ik hoop dat die standaard naar de goede resolutie is.
Ja, zoals je dat gaat doen, als je het scannt, dan kun je het beter zien.
Ja. Even kijken. Nou ja, we kunnen ook met een overreader proberen. De browser kun je waarschijnlijk minder randen en meer betere zoeken, makkelijker zoeken, denk ik.
Dan kan je PDF ook niet eens tonen als een project.
Ja, maar dan blijft hetzelfde probleem weer houden.
Ja, dan moet het weer de resolutie.
Dus het enige idee is dat je inzoomt, zeg maar. Dus nu kun je inzoomen. Veel beter dan dit wordt het niet, vrees ik.
Oké, ik ga wel even een afdruk die ik ga op mijn kleintje.
Dat is alleen in een browser. Maar...
Want ja, dat is niet goed.
Hier zo. Dan kun je met de scrollbalken heen en weer. Ja, het is ja, spijt me. Ik kan
Waar heb je niet
resolutie van de
Yeah, it's too small probably. It's too small, I guess, huh?
Now I've got glasses on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
the resolution of the beamer is just
the resolution is just small. I'm just gonna get I have a small printer. If you want me to scroll further, I just.
Why was the particular choice of migration to America chosen?
Well, because actually the Redstone was a company that did the service between Antwerp and the United States, so Philadelphia and New York. So this is really, and we're located in the buildings of the Redstone line. So it was actually a control station where they used to do the medical controls before leaving, because the company was liable to pay the return fee of passengers who would be refused in those islands. So to avoid extra costs, they would actually check the passengers before leaving. And I mean, the third class passenger, obviously first and second class passengers were not checked. But at the time, probably rich people were not considered to be ill. Or
yes.
So we're really located in the actual buildings that have been restored. So we would actually try to tell the story of all those millions of people who left through the web. And most of them, actually, it's only 10% of Belgian immigrants, and the rest of them are Eastern European.
Really?
Yeah. So it's really, we tell their journey, actually leaving from, let's say, somewhere in Poland, far away, and then we try to explain, all the problems they have along the way before actually reaching the United States.
Yes.
And obviously focusing on Antwerp, but it's really the story of their journey and their dreams. And we have a lot of, we work a lot with the public, so we still have almost every week people come with objects.
Really?
Who donate objects to us. So that is postcards, passenger tickets, even suitcases, whatever. And there's always a story behind it. So that's what we actually try to show to people. And we also we took up the challenge to actually share those stories with everyone. So that's not only in our museum itself in physical sense, but also digitally. At the end, we have a sort of research center, research center we call the warehouse. We actually share.
I wondered what that warehouse was. I wondered what the warehouse was.
So it's actually the warehouse of stories, let's say personal stories. So we actually try to make the connections between the different collections. So either stories, oral histories, whatever, or even stories that a lot of people also work out their own stories and just give it to us. We try to make the connections between all those stories and things. So it's a really totally different exercise than maybe just data mining or whatever, but it's because we deal with a varied audience, so it's it's a lot of challenges in how to present it and still try to use common standards like archive to archive.
big source of inspiration was Archive Striker, which works with different entities of persons, events, documents, and so on. And we actually added a few entities like ships and sailings, because we also try to regroup passengers on sailings, and obviously objects are very important to us, so we link with objects in the collection, and so we try to reconstruct stories, even sometimes small stories with few data.
Maybe it's gone to sleep.
Yeah, I think so. So what I could show is so we actually, those are a few I'll try to show you. So these are really a few slides. We use it, so we always depart. Our main focus is obviously persons and their stories. So we always have like a basic record with personal data. Then we have like a little biography. That's something we make per person. And then we relate all kinds of sources. So like this one is an actual recent story. We have audio of the history that we have with this person. But we also relate through labels or other connections. For instance, the story you would find here, like also objects in the collection that are related to her. So she's actually one of our key witnesses, so to speak. She's still alive. She was 6 years when she took the boat home, actually, because her parents were immigrants to the United States. But after the crash in 29, they actually decided to go back to Belgium. And she recalls a little bit of the voyage back home when she was 6. And she still, well, she lives in a home right now. She's very, obviously. And we have a very nice suitcase of the family and letters and so on, and all kinds of documents. So some stories are very rich, some other stories are less rich, obviously. But we try to, even if we have only a little bit of material, we try by some information, we try to let's say, contextualize and to enrich the story, because sometimes it helps a lot for people to see what other stories were like, and what kind of, how was the trip like, how was the immigration process, and so on. And sometimes by connecting through stories, I mean, we can add a lot of context to sometimes only genealogical data, in a sense, because we also have a database of 100,000 Belgian immigrants, and we see this is the most, that's our hit. Because people always want to look for relatives, so they always want to see if someone in the family went away. Obviously, we also have a lot of Americans who come and visit the museum, and they want to retrace their history, family history. So that helps when people leave comments, and they sometimes leave material. It's really nice.
I think next time when I'm in Europe, I'll have to come and visit you. I might
You contact me if you want.
I will. I would really like to. We're trying to start similar kinds of migration projects in Australia.
Okay, but there is a lot going on in Australia.
In my hometown, Fremantle, there's a port city where many people arrive.
Okay,
Main arrivals. And so this is obviously work with the State Library and the Maritime Museum.
I must say, I did find some very nice initiatives in Australia, because before starting this project, we actually just went and see, online, obviously, to see what initiatives there were. And I must say that I think it was in Australian National Library also, they had a very nice things going. I must say, I was inspired also by those projects.
we have a small project with the Huygens Institute here, looking at Dutch and Australian migration.
Yeah.
Just
I know
starting to try and match the data sets.
Together with Marijke.
Yeah. And that's just the beginning, but we're interested in how the example of other projects may help to inform that project or others from Australia, because Australia is made up of such a multicultural community. And so I was having some conversation with the Estonian Literary Archives, the Literary Museum, because they have a lot of people who went to Australia.
Maybe you should also talk to the Latvians, because they're really working on last year was conference in Latvia. Maybe you know the AIMI, the Association for European Migration Institutions. One might be interesting for you. Yeah, that's really useful. That's really a network of migration, so university as well as museums.
What's that one called?
So AIMI, A-E-M-I. And they have a conference every year.
European Migration
Institutions. Yeah.
That sounds great.
And last year the conference was in Riga, and actually I found the community of Latvians. They're working on a museum of Latvians abroad, like the Latvian diaspora. So it might be very interesting for you too, and along with the historians.
Yes.
Yeah, because a lot of them actually went far away. And some are coming back home, or home because graduates. But I found that there was a very strong national feeling, especially among the Latvians abroad, maybe more than the ones who stayed home.
Yes, well, that happens in Australia very often.
Yeah, absolutely.
The whole concept of what was home and identity and belonging seems to be somehow amplified or concentrated when you are further away from your home.
Yeah.
And then often coming back doesn't resolve.
Yeah, but also I found it very interesting to see that you see you see all those Americans coming back and thinking that they can just take over, And obviously it's it's a very difficult history with all the conflicts and problems they have. So I think it gives a lot of tensions also between the ones who still live there and the ones coming back home and trying to take over in the sense. I mean, I guess they would be perceived as them, they want to, they know better.
Yes.
They want to know better. So,
I'd love to see this presentation. Is it available? Would you be able to send it?
But I will.
That'd be great.
I'll give you my card. I'll take my card. Just 1 second.
Yeah, the only part of the website that's bilingual is the information. The information that usually is here in English. Because we didn't have the resources.
Sorry, the resolution is not afgebloed worden en toen zei Sergio, ja, doe dat maar op de binnen. Maar ja, blijft er niks nee.
Maar ja, we meet at last.
Ja, ik zag het ineens.
Hoor je dat?
Ja.
Wat zag je?
Ik zag jouw naam en dacht, ja.
Nee, ik ben ook nog steeds niet in Antwerpen geweest. Maar dacht ik ben wel heel benieuwd.
Ja, wat ik eigenlijk probeerde uit te leggen is, omdat wij natuurlijk voor een heel breed publiek werken, is het natuurlijk een heel andere uitdaging dan deze dat we een select gezelschap te werken waar je kunt zeggen, oké, we gaan alles echt heel met allemaal leuke data mining tools, dus dat kunnen wij niet, maar we proberen natuurlijk wel rekening te houden met onze standaards. Dus wat wij niet dan maar zijn, maar zijn ontwikkelen. Vraag ik publiek om alles te delen. Ik heb zelf ook een onderzoek naar allerlei vragen. Maar ja, dan moet het zijn dus eigenlijk het idee en wat vertrekken ook vanuit is eigenlijk heel erg fiches eigenlijk. Die zijn het vertrekpunt voor verdere zoektocht. Steeds met relaties via labeltjes of via kranten inderdaad presentaties wordt gesproken van chemisten, van collega's. Dat doen we ook dus te maken met van lidstaten. En natuurlijk heel belangrijk de link met de eigen collecties, fysieke collecties te krijgen. Dit is de alles wat we zijn ook niet helemaal uit, want we noemen het eigenlijk biografisch erfgoed, omdat ja, verhaal is een beetje een containerbegrip. Ja. Dat valt tegenwoordig alles op. We spreken dus eigenlijk niet goed, de biografie op zich blijft wel het is natuurlijk wel de biografie, het is gericht op mensen die in beweging zijn, met een van de migraties te maken hebben.
Dus is het dan ook heel internationaal?
Ja, dat wil zeggen, we hebben, want we proberen echt verhalen als studies van alle delen te combineren. Dat zul je zien als je hier op het museum bent. Het gaat natuurlijk hoofdzakelijk om het verhaal van de organisaties van Amerika
Met laptops. Willen
ze hun eigen ding doen. Dus het gaat natuurlijk simpel met uitleggen van dat verhaal. Want het is ook een verhaal van het zijn echt controlestations waar de presentaties met de projectmeetings en initiatieven dat ze vertrouwen. De rederij moest eigenlijk zelf de kosten dragen van eventueel toedoen als ze geweigerd hebben. Dus het was wel degelijk nuttig natuurlijk om vooraf te controleren, zo min mogelijk extra kosten te hebben. Maar we brengen dat verhaal dus eigenlijk in de context van migratie. Dus eigenlijk de onderliggende boodschap is migraties van alle tijden. En we hebben een aantal projecten gehad waarbij het gaat om recente jaren. Die verhalen hebben we interviews met mensen.
Zijn dat nog wel mensen die dan met zo'n schepen?
Nee, dat niet meer. Nee, dat gaat echt over gewoon het van vandaag. Die een van de redenen dat eigenlijk in Antwerpen brede Antwerpen België zijn terechtgekomen, doorgekomen. Sommigen zijn er niet meer, die zijn weer doorgezoeken. Een collega heeft een project gehad met een soort transitverhalen. Dus het was echt een transit Dus je loopt ook een soort van gezellige bus en ze kunnen op verschillende evenementen staan. En mensen konden eigenlijk binnenlopen. En eigenlijk het idee was om eigenlijk een aanloop tot het museum, het verhaal van het museum te brengen. En mensen eigenlijk vragen om op zichzelf te reflecteren. Dus om eigenlijk te kijken van wat deed het historische interactie van
Ja, dat is
een soort dialoog op gang te brengen. En die interviews te genomen. Dat brengen wij anders. Dus het is eigenlijk, we zitten nu ja, want de redenen waarom wij is maar toen vertrokken zijn vaak dezelfde waarom we nu met z'n allen komen. Dus, en dat probeer dan natuurlijk digitaal uit te
Ja. Maar hoe doen we dat dan digitaal?
Ja, nou ja, kijk, het zijn dus een aantal...
Misschien is dit wat makkelijker.
Ja, hier kan je het iets beter zien. Ja, ik heb dan wel dit achter de hand. Dus ja, wat ik een beetje wilde laten zien, van kijk, we hebben niet te maken aan de ene kant met participatie is voor ons heel belangrijk, want dat is ook onze communicatie met het publiek heel belangrijk. En dan natuurlijk het verzamelbeleid. En dan kom je echt in een soort cirkel dat je dus ook zegt van ja, oké, we verzamelen, maar dan moeten we die collectie ook registreren, moeten we ook beheren. We moeten ook toegang tot die collecties verschaffen en dan kom je eigenlijk snel terug naar het publiek, want je moet het ook delen met het publiek.
Ja, en je hebt vaak niet te weinig mannenkracht om zelf al die research te doen. Dus dan wil je natuurlijk ook dat het publiek erbij betrokken raakt.
Dus, dus ik leg een beetje uit wat de verschillende bronnen zijn. We hebben ook een beschikking over een database van 100.000 Belgische emigranten. Samen met Vlaanderen. Dat sluiten wij ons in. En dat is ook vaak al een hele mooie basis om uit te vertrekken. Want ja, museumbezoekers, je kent ze wel, die willen altijd om even een naam op te zoeken. Dus niet, of er misschien grootvader of grootmoeder ooit vertrokken is. En ja, dan laten ze het daar hadden en dan ben ik vertrokken. Dan krijg je contact met ze opnemen. Misschien ziet ze zeker van die momenten op en dat levert eigenlijk vrij veel. Ja, dat levert vrij veel op. Mensen die gewoon na het museumbezoek spontaan zeggen, ja, maar ik heb nog foto's liggen. En als je het echt heel mooie dingen, zoals dagboeken en zo. Dus dat wil je toch ook een beetje tot uitdrukking brengen.
Dus je bouwt eigenlijk ook zo meteen een soort archief op van mensen die gemigreerd zijn.
Wel met in principe wel natuurlijk steeds het thema dat staallijnen. De staallijnen ontwerpen is blijft natuurlijk
Ja, op zich de administratie naar van Antwerpen is natuurlijk sowieso. Hoe zit het met die Holland-Amerika-maatschappij? Heeft die niet ook zo'n grote? Maar die hebben natuurlijk de Rotterdam natuurlijk.
Ja.
Die hebben daar geen museum.
Nee, dat is geen museum. Dat is het gekke, vind ik eigenlijk van Nederland, dat er eigenlijk nog geen goed bekend is. Want er is wel veel migratieonderzoek.
Maar dat weet ook met Sebastian Derks, als je kijkt naar Australië, is ook de Dictionary of National Biography. Ook wel de Duitsers met die nationale woorden. Dan krijgen ze in Nederland krijg je daar geen cent voor de tafel. Dat vinden ze niet interessant. Onderzoekers vinden het niet interessant. En ook het ING Huizen is natuurlijk ook meer richting grote data. Dus ze vinden dan, ik vind het eigenlijk wel jammer, want ik denk dat juist voor een groot publiek is, denk ik.
Maar dat is ook zo, wat dat betreft is die ik vind het ook, want ik kom eigenlijk natuurlijk van wetenschappelijke instellingen en ik werk nu 3 jaar in het museum en het is echt een andere wereld. En ik moet zeggen, ik heb ongelooflijk geïnteresseerd te laten. Dus soms denk ik dat ik zou echt meer wetenschappers zijn die dat willen geven. Want ik denk van, ik denk dat je in de straat bent.
Ja, maar ik zie je licht over jouw gezicht. En ik denk, nee, als ik kijk dan... Nee, maar ik denk van misschien komt dat voor mijn bril af. Dan zit het in je ogen.
Maar ik denk soms van... ik merk vanuit het museum merk ik natuurlijk dat er echt aanstelling ja, ik snap het ergens wel, maar je kan niet maar het is echt wel een opvoeding. Het is niet zo dat wij zomaar trots gaan doen. Ja, natuurlijk. Van de boodschap. En je hebt dan met heel veel problematiek te maken als wat te sluiten. Ja, dat ja.
Ja, ik vind het ook hoor. Dat, ik zit al bij het museum toe, steeds. En daar is de nadruk op het aanleggen van hele grote databestanden. Een beetje niet ruimte, dus door die kant uit. Ja, op zich wel begrijpelijk. Ja. Het is wel iets waar het grote publiek eigenlijk niet zo...
Nee, maar dat is het punt. Uiteindelijk is het zo. Nee, want hoe gebruik je zo'n eigenlijk? Maar uiteindelijk doe je het voor mensen.
Ja, het is gewoon wel waar het heel is. En nu is de focus in de...
Maar bij jullie zie je natuurlijk ook wel eens een beetje, want
ja,
steeds meer moet er meerwaarde
van de samenleving. En dat meerwaarde moet er ja, maar zo'n fout is nu nog niet.
Dat is jammer.
Ja, ik ben zelf ook meer van de liever een boek schrijven zoals jij hebt gedaan. Ja. Ik probeer wel eens. Allerlei van dit soort dingen denk ik, dat wil ik eens een keer doen schrijven. Niet vergelijkbaar, maar op een licht schrijven. Maar het is, ja, je moet natuurlijk wel de tijd hebben om dat te kunnen doen. Dat is heel moeilijk.
Het is natuurlijk helemaal niet anders. Ik heb zo'n idee liggen op het tweede verhaal, maar ik moet wel zeggen, gelukkig, dit is toch mijn hoofdtaak bij het museum. Ik zie ze maar. Ik ben ook wel een stuk onderzoekstijd toerisme. Zeker in de jaren 20 dus ik moet nu ineens denk, ja, het is nu nog plaats voor ons, maar daarna denk ik weer zo.
Heerlijk in het onderwerp.
Ja, in het onderwerp. Ik heb ook goed onderzoek gedaan, maar ik moet toch nog wel wat uitdiepen. Ja, snel opzetten en dan publicatie krijgen. Dat is wel leuk. Dan kan het een beetje.
Ja, want dat zijn natuurlijk van de dingen waar je denkt van ja, natuurlijk. Maar dat, ja, ik denk dat toerisme nu historisch ja.
Ontdek nu de zaak. Heel interessant. Heel interessant te doen.
Ja, natuurlijk. Ja. Ik zelf een, maar dat is alweer voor mij ook groot vraag.
Ja?
Toen hij naar Nieuw-Zeeland ging. Die heeft het helaas alleen maar bijgehouden voor zijn reis naar Nieuw-Zeeland.
Ah, niet daar.
Niet daar.
Dat hij meegemaakt. Oh.
Dat is heel erg.
Ja. Maar goed, dat was natuurlijk.
Oh, dat was op 1970.
1970?
Ja, nee. Ja, ook van vader. Dat was. Ja, dat is mijn vaders van moederskant.
Ja, maar hij is dus niet 1870.
1970.
Ah, oké. Ja, het zou kunnen.
Maar misschien is het een paar jaar eerder. Nee, wacht, dan is het waar. Het is volgens mij al in de jaren 50 of 60. Hij is in 1970 overleden. Dan ging je inderdaad, dan was je zo 2 weken onderweg. Dus dat nou, ging hij naar zijn zoon in Nieuw-Zeeland. Mijn oom is ook geweest, maar die ging dan met vliegtuig.
Ja, natuurlijk.
Dat
weet niet of je daar nog iets van weet. Je hebt wel ooit een heel fotoalbum. Nou ja,
dat is wel leuke dingen, want wij hebben dus inderdaad ook mensen die niet meer en ik heb er ook elders nog een aantal getraceerd. Zeker die wereldkaart, dus er was een hele industrie van die voorgedrukte wasboeken waar je dus als het ware inderdaad van, wat eigenlijk al, het was helemaal vol daarmee. Dat was echt, ja, dat is met American Express is echt, ja, die reisorganisaties waren toen al echt maar ja, je ziet er dus verschillende varianten van. En de ene vulde dat in met foto's, de andere schreef dat in wat er gebeurde of typte iets uit. Ja,
dat is ook van mensen allerlei dingen gezien, hè? Vandaag weer een zenuwen te zien.
Ja, nee, dat heb ik nog niet gezien, maar dat zal wel eens zijn. Je had wel, als je de evenaar passeerde, had je wel een soort ritueel, dat iets van en dat moest dan alle passagiers wel doen gaan. Ja, dat is de eerste keer op de evenaar ging. Maar we hebben ook zeer recent, maar ik heb ze nog niet gezien, want ze zijn nog niet tot ons geraakt. We hebben dus een prachtige aanwinst aangepast eigenlijk. Er zijn dus filmbanden van een van die bovenwatercruises boven water genomen uit 1927, 1928. Een stuk of 14, 15 banden, dus we hebben die aangekocht, dus we moeten die nog in Antwerpen. Ja. Maar we hebben een paar stills gezien en ja, dat belooft echt, volgens mij gaan we echt geweldig naast de
ja, dit soort dingen raakt mensen ook. Dus ik bedoel, even kijken in mijn eigen familie. Nou ja, behalve mijn familie Loorstein, die was vrij rondvast. Maar mijn moeder heeft in Nederland gewoond. Mijn grootvader is daar geëmigreerd. Daar is ze weer teruggekomen. Ze is tante in Nederland. Nou ja, dus mijn oma is in Nederland, dus in Nederland. Sowieso de familie van mijn moeder was heel. Er zat een tak in Zuid-Afrika, een tak in Nederland. Ja, dit soort dingen, dat leeft.
Ja, maar dat leeft bij iedereen. Want eigenlijk had inderdaad de generatie van mijn grootvader. Bij mijn dochter is in 93, 94. En ja, heel veel broers en zussen die geëmigreerd zijn naar Canada.
Maar vanuit België?
Nee, vanuit Nederland.
Vanuit Nederland?
Ja, want ik ben Nederlands.
Oh, je bent Nederlands?
Ja, iedereen denkt maar dat ik Belgisch ben.
Nou, maar het is mijn idee. Het is wat Vlaamse top.
Ja, maar ja, ik woon er nu al.
Ja. Nee, maar het is wel
heel erg. Is het heel snel, nou, want ik werkte natuurlijk tot 2012 zeker. Ik kreeg dan nog iedere week een paar dagen werk. Maar nu is het ja, maar ik had laatst echt wel dat was echt wel bijna hilarisch. Ik moet aan het schrijven. We hebben en niet afwijkelijk dat het vrouwen qua excellent familie. Wat gaat ik? Hij kwam ook met Kazakhstan. En blijkbaar zijn wat Maastricht en broers, geloof ik, de beste vriend van een van mijn aangetrouwde nevels. Ja, dat is echt zo. Ja, dan denk je ook, oké, het is duidelijk. Ik ben niet meer zo open.
Ik zou denken van. Tom van klinkt best wel Vlaams, maar ik dacht geleden dat het dus Nederlands is. Dat is ook zo. En dan denk je ook nog Marie-Charlotte.
Ja, maar dan komt het half Frans.
Oké.
Een Franse vader, Nederlandse moeder.
Ja. Stel me als boos getrouwd. En nu in Antwerpen.
Je weet toch Frans niet meer? Ik
heb gehoord. Dat verbaast me.
Ja, het is wel meer mensen verbaasd. Ja, maar ze hebben gewoon niet. Ja, en op een gegeven moment, ja, dan moeten we als we vinden of we kiezen voor de toekomst. Ja, maar het is wel, ja, mijn werk is dat zo met
Hij was wel professor, maar niet professor in het Nederlands.
Vele teleurstellingen. Van zich dat het heel veel is gegeven. Die op zich echt niet slecht was. Dan als dat het nooit aangenomen. Maar verder daarvan, maar ja, ja, als ze zeggen, ergens op de aarde.
Ja. Dat kan ik me heel goed voorstellen. Ja, ik vind het namelijk, ik ben tijdelijk ook docent in Nederland. En dat is maar een dag te weten gelukkig. Maar goed, dat betekent dat het standaard is. Ja, dat kan heel goed zijn. Maar eigenlijk, ik heb mijn grootste gedaan in het land. En daarna kwam ik bij het ministerie. En dan kom ik bij de universiteit en dan is het inderdaad echt van ja, we hebben geen tijd aan te werken. En je wordt inderdaad afgerekend. Ik ben niet zo ver gekomen als ons. Ik heb ook nooit van dus mij denk ik ook van, nu denk ik na anderhalf jaar onderwijs. Dat loopt nog. En daarna ben ik ja, precies. Met mijn hoofd gesproken.
Ja, ik heb er niet van iets van geleerd. Volgende keer maar niet uit strikt voor de beamer. Dat ik het echt op een post.
Ik heb ook helemaal geen ervaring mee, maar volgens mij inderdaad zo'n enorm A3-formaat is echt het meest...
En dat was ook de bedoeling. Mensen zeiden ja, maar je hebt als ik de andere zie van... Ja, maar ik moet zeggen, ik ben er echt heel blij met de andere stap naar het museum. Het was voor mij een noodzaak om het ik denk nog altijd van ja, jammer, want eigenlijk het was bijna gedaan. Ja, maar daar ben ik ook.
Ja, maar ze willen nu echt onderzoek. Ze willen gewoon enorm data samenwerken. Dat is waar ze ook mee misschien
ja, absoluut. Ik denk wel dat...
En dat moet zo. De KNW wil. Dus eigenlijk maar wat meer interpreteren. Dat is natuurlijk, ja, heel lang.
Nee, maar dan denk ik van ja, waarom laat je dan mensen gaan? Want dat was echt niet te eens. Die dus wel
En hoe is het bij Hans de Leeuwen gaan?
Hij zei dat ze werkt, maar dat is een keer voorzichtig. Hij heeft het niet
Hoe ga je dat nu doen?
Ja, dat betekent dat we blijven stilman in Antwerpen. Want ik heb dit uitzichten. En de kinderen natuurlijk, dus ja, het betekent dat we ons 4 dagen ja, moet natuurlijk wel samen. We zijn ook niet van meteen zo te zijn. We moeten wel bezig zijn.
Waar is die gelopen?
Voor mij net zoals ik les heb ik al eens.
Nee, ja.
In ieder geval echt de feit dat twee grote afdelingen
Hij is aan het hoofd van de afdeling. Ja, maar ja, dan moet je wel bezig houden met vriesjes. En vriesweren, ja. Maar is dat niet zo moeilijk? Het lijkt vaak wel een beetje op.
Ja, ook een beetje ontwikkeld.
Ja, weet moet je ook herkennen. Ja, maar ik vind het wel leuk.
Ja, hij is heel tevreden. Hij is heel
Ja, dat is niet aan zitten. Helaas ligt volgens mij met de paar keer opstappen.
Ja, ik denk 2 keer.
2 keer, ja. Ja, misschien bij de auto is het niet zoveel sneller.
Jawel, in de auto. En zelfs met vieren is het toch minder. Meestal, ja, als een keer bij het sport gaat, maar minder dan 2,5 uur. Plus dat je natuurlijk al je kanaal moet verwijzen. Dus ik denk dat ik eigenlijk de auto prettig vind.
Dat de auto prettig is?
Ja.
Ja, het is eigenlijk idioot eigenlijk dat als je vanuit Amsterdam naar Groningen wil of Leeuwarden, moet je helemaal, nou je kan tegenwoordig wel via links, maar dan moet je dus ook overstappen. Het is ook nog veel sneller. Doet het nog maar.
Ja, ik heb dat altijd nooit begrepen om Nederland. Daar zit dan wel zo'n vervoer aan. Ja, en waarom ze nooit gewoon ja, dat is niet zo belangrijk. Waarom ze gewoon niet snelheid zijn.
Ja, ik vind dat ook goed.
In dat opzicht is Nederland natuurlijk ook nodig. Ja.
Maar het mogelijk is, als je kijkt van, als je de Thalys kijkt als je naar Parijs gaat, ben je vanuit Parijs ben je ook de uur in Montpellier. Dat is veel groter. Dus waarom dat niet kan in Nederland, dat is heel gek. En ook dat mensen zeggen, ja, er is niet echt geen reden voor. Dan denk ik, ja, de vraag kun je creëren.
Ja, ik ben ook vooral als je de lijn doet. Duitsland is
ja, via Groningen naar Hamburg. Maar dat is een beetje, misschien dat het niet is. Dat het aardbeving is gebeurd in Groningen. Ik vrees het echt. Nou ja, maar leuk?
Ja?
Leuk.
Ik zou zeggen, van ja, je hebt het contact gegeven.
Ja, maar ik neem
Als je het toch in Antwerpen zou
ja, precies. Nou, ik weet nog wel hoe je het vindt, maar dit is altijd een hand. Die staat op je e-mail. Dus, en hoe is het eigenlijk met Sophia van Noordwijk? Heeft ze daar al wat aandacht voor geweest?
Ja, op zich wel. Nou ja, voor dingen. Ik ben een keer op de radio geweest. Ze hebben even denken, ja, dat het ook niet georganiseerd. Ik denk wel dat er meer aan dat kan zijn. Dat is niet maar dat vond ik ook zo jammer aan dat licentie in de wc. Dat helemaal die kaders.
Oh, wacht, Atelier?
Ja, nee, niet Atelier. Ik heb het met een minister gekregen.
Oh, die? Ja, maar dat begrijp ik sowieso niet waarom.
Niet van ja.
Ik begrijp sowieso niet waarom hij dat recenseert.
funktioniert auch nicht mehr.
Ik heb één keer gehad, ik heb ooit meegewerkt aan een boek van universiteit. Schiphol is 29 jaar. En toen kwam er een recensie in de een hele pagina, ik denk nou bouw. En dat was dus en dat is de andere roman geschreven door een aardig. En dat zie je dus echt alleen maar over die roman en dan daarna nog één alinea over dat. Dat vond ik echt een doel verschil. Ja, dat is juist en vaak heb je denkt van oké, dat gaat zo eigenlijk je eigen maar dat is ook echt uiteindelijk heeft het niet uitgehaald.
Ja, ik weet het niet, want in plaats van Flemmers in de nummer gezegd, maar ja, zo'n dikke jaar geleden dat er al iets van rond de 1000 gekocht waren of zo, maar ik denk dat er ook wel iets van 5000 is geweest. Ja. Dus, maar ik weet niet hoe de stand nu staat.
En wat is het ook allemaal gefinancierd? Je loopt het uitgeven.
Ja, ik denk het wel. Maar ik denk ook dat het nationaal is. Ik weet niet precies hoe het is. Of misschien niet doen, maar ik zit zeker op.
Je hebt soms wel dat bepaalde uitgevers zeggen, ja dat is goed, het kost zoveel en dan zijn ze uit.
Nee, want ze hebben wel, ik weet alleen dat ze het met de uitgegeven zo dat gesproken heeft, dus het
ja, alle die niet meer, ja, dat is het
is van balans, dus het is niet.
Ja, nee, het hoeft niet tegen.
Nee. Daar heb ik geen idee van.
Nee,
we zouden even het hebben, ja.
Geschreven over een hofje, en dat waren er 500 soldaten. Dus dat loopt, dat weet ik eigenlijk niet. Maar ja, je bent alweer bezig met andere dingen. Ja, dat is wel eens lastig. Ik vind wel balans. Ik bedoel, het werk is het probleem, maar daar krijg je ook voldoende voor verdiend. Dat is het anders. Maar goed, anders ga ik ook iets doen. Nee, dat is honorary fellow. Dat staat er niet op. Honorary fellow, nee, dat staat er niet op.
Honorary fellow, oké, dus met een naam.
Ja, ik heb het toch al.
Ja, dus je bent voor je eigen project.
Nou, dat vind ik enerzijds niet erg hoor. Ik vind het eigenlijk leuk. Vooral omdat je niet aanstaat, omdat je niet eigenlijk dan maar nu zit aan het MBO. Moet je toch een beetje project leiden. Dus ik doe eigenlijk gewoon meer zelf.
Ja, ik merk dat nu ook, want ik heb natuurlijk we zitten in het project is ook in teams, maar ja, ik heb een aantal medewerkers die maar nu, dat is dan natuurlijk helemaal niet iets anders dan misschien het project leiden, dat is iets anders, maar dat gaat heel veel tijd. Dus
ja, dat is allemaal dingen waarvan ik denk van nou, dat ben ik niet zo, dat is niet zo mijn ding. Dus dit was wel een opdracht, dat vloeide voort uit mijn onderzoek. En ik heb nog meer voor op een eigen bedrijf. En ik ben ook wel bezig met het plannen van daarom heb ik hier ook iets eigenlijk iets met filosofie. En dat maakt ook dat ik niet in de juiste hoek zit. Ik ben helemaal geen digital humanist.
Nee, dit is wel echt, het is anders dan biografie.
Ja, precies. Maar daarom vond ik het juist wel interessant, ook hoe ik het vind dat veel te weinig aandacht besteed aan. We hebben enorm veel data over, heel veel data hebben over arbeidsverhoudingen. Het gaat om global labor history, waar het over gaat. Dat ik dan denk van ja, maar kun je niet zo makkelijk in data.
Nee, en er zit natuurlijk ook gevaren onder die data. Als het maar het verschil tussen niet en wel en niet. Hè. Ik bedoel, als je wel ziet van die presentaties, dat er geen rekening wordt gehouden met voorwaardelijke
Nou ja, en dat je ook niks van met ja, wie is het eigenlijk voor? Dat is me niet duidelijk. Maar ook van, ja, maar wat ga je er dan zeggen? En Wikipedia is een hele instabiel. Dus hoe ga je dat doen? Ga je dat zeggen?
Ja, dat vraag je dan ook af.
Ja, wat die Indiërs deden, denk ik helemaal. Dat is volgens mij helemaal niet kosher. Een beetje met gewoon op internet zijn data die mensen aan. Maar ja.
Zo zit het staan.
Ja. Ja, ik had van even maar dan niet met een microfoon. Dat is nou zo verstaan, maar dat kan nog wel beter. Maar als mensen dan de microfoon niet hebben. Ja, hij was wel te verstaan.
Ja, hij ging zo terug.
Nou ja, ik ga even kijken.
Ja, ik ga kijken of er nog iets te eten is.
Ja, doe dat. Ik lig al op.
Ik serveer ab. Moeten we dat hier verder half 2 zeker? Ja, dan ga ik iets meer opruimen. Ah, sorry, je was misschien aan het lezen. Maar...
Ik heb dat een beetje gezien.
Ja,
ik was 2 maanden geleden in Mainz bij een workshop. Een project daar. Het heet Cosmobility.
Ah, dat is leuk gevonden.
Ja, dus ik blijf het daar vertellen al een tijdje.
Ja?
Dat project is vooral mensen op het spoor te komen die vaak tussen nationale biografieën vallen.
Ja, ja, ja.
Of mensen die anderszins
Ja,
over hen zijn gegaan.
ja, precies.
Dat zij in hun leven of in het stuk van hun leven juist deel uitmaken van hun leven. Dat ze vaak reizen en zo'n dingen. En die groep die jullie waren gewoon geïnteresseerd hebben,
Ja, zeker. Absoluut. Er is ook in Frankrijk is ook zo een in Loteringen is ook zo'n groep bezig die ook rond hetzelfde. Dat zou misschien ook interessant zijn. Ook onderzoekers die willen proberen iets te doen met inderdaad van hoe kun je dat soort mensen uit verschillende databestanden, uit verschillende dingen laten spreken. Want die verdwijnen misschien uit beeld, maar die komen dan natuurlijk ergens anders weer boven water. En, ja, dus, ja, inderdaad. Dus But dat is cost mobility, ja.
Ja, het is natuurlijk voor Europese geschiedenis in mijn subject.
En dat ik dat zo beschrijven.
Are you number? Which number are you?
Kijken dat ik niet meer eens kapot laat.
First part? You are the first. Oh, I am.
You're just testing.
No, but it's funny.
I should use my powerful voice.
Please have a seat again. So, before we start with the next session, this evening we will also have dinner with a lot of people. There's still place to join this dinner if you have not done so already. If you want to do so, please register during the next break with these two gentlemen on the back, and they will they will register your name, and the costs are €52, which preferably you pay immediately, but you can also do that a bit later on, at least before the end of the evening. This session we have no less than 6 presentations. And the first one is of Ming-Kin Chu. I hope I pronounced this somewhat correctly. He wrote a dissertation at the Lingnan University in Hong Kong under Imperial University in the northern Song, 960-1127 in China, which is particularly focused on the relation between education and politics. I have this from your own personal page, so cannot be wrong. And currently he is a research associate at Leiden University on the project China and Historical Sociology of the Empire.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, what I'm going to talk about is about the topographical survey of lecturers at the Directorate School in early Northern Song, China, which is somehow part of the work in my dissertation. So I will discuss how biographical data of the lecturers at the Directorate School in the early Northern Song, China are mined, extracted, converted, verified, visualized, and also analyzed. Through this topographical survey of lecturers, I aim to address the questions here. To what extent did the scholarly background of lecturers shape students' learning at the Directorate of Education? To what degree did the geographical background of a lecturer cast an impact on his intellectual inclination? What explains the changes of lecturers' appointment, and how did such changes shed light on the relationship between government education and examination? And lastly, to what extent were reforms at the metropolitan educational institution in the Qingli era revolutionary? This is the final question, is one of the very important historical questions in Chinese history. My first task is to identify the names of those who received appointments as lecturers during the period from 960 to 1050. Key terms like directorate lecturer or simply lecturer are then, of course, they're in Chinese, so this is just translated terms that are used, are then searched extensively in core textual sources. And with the help of the database of Chinese classic ancient books, and also the electronic database of the complete prose of the Song, which contain most of the full text of the core textual sources, I have found all the 6 names that are associated with the lecturer position and their approximate time and their approximate period of appointment. These 46 names are then checked against the China Biographical Database, as the CBDB in short, in which 36 of them have entries in the CBDB. Basic biographical information such as years of birth and death, age, their geographical origin, and also examination credentials of these 36 people are then extracted from the CBDB. Yet, an individual's intellectual orientation and also the biographical details of the remaining 10 lecturers are not available in CBDB. And as a result, I need to check all relevant biographical materials of the 46 lecturers in order to decide when did they start teaching at the Directorate School and extract information in connection with their scholarly inclination. In addition, it also helps verify the basic biographical data extracted from the CBDB. And this is the distribution of the lecturers that I have classified based on their earliest year of appointment of lecturers, as we can see in this diagram. So, in order to determine whether a lecturer specialized in classical and or literary studies, titles of the lecturers' scholarly writings, and people's perception on their scholarly attainments, as we are told in the biographical materials, are converted into analyzable data. Works relating to the Confucian classics are treated as classical scholarship, while anthologies which comprised poetry or poems or prose are considered as literary works, excluding all the classical collations and compilations that were done at the course initiative. The percentage of classical versus literary works produced by the lecturers in different periods of the groups of lecturers are shown here. And People's perception on the lecturer's scholarly attainments is also used to indicate whether he was an expert in classics or literature. For example, a lecturer who was, quote, erudite in the 5 Confucian classics, or who had a thorough understanding of classical knowledge, is considered as an expert in classics, while a lecturer whose prose are pure, beautiful, clear, and profound, which is a model for students to imitate, and or whose literature was famed for all that happened at the time, or whose prose and discussions were succinct without superfluousness. This kind of description, as we are told in the biographical materials, are interpreted as an indicator of the lecturer's literary talents. And the expertise of the groups of lecturers in classics and or literature is shown here. These graphs show that most of the directorate lecturers appointed prior to 1020 were experts in Confucian classics, and you can see the red bar here. And this is also attested by their scholarly productions, of which the proportion of classical to literary works is around 2 to 1. As you can see, the red line, the red color represents classics, and the green color represents literature. And the scholarly background and writings of the lecturers appointed between 1021 and 1050 suggest that heavier stress was put on literary skills relative to classical knowledge. The proportion of literary to classical works produced by the lecturers is 3 to 2. Among all lecturers appointed between 1021 and 1030, 60% were acclaimed for their classical erudition and 40% were adept at their literary talents. The respective ratio became 22% and 45% for the group of lecturers appointed between 1041 and 1050, while the remaining 33% were praised for both their classical knowledge and literary writings. Such bias towards literary composition at the expense of classical studies is also reflected in the credentials of the lecturers. 32% of the lecturers whose credentials are traceable and who received appointment before 1020 were holders of various subject degrees, which are the successful candidates of which could be considered as experts in the Confucian classics. The percentage of various subject degree holders dropped to a mere 10% for those appointed between 1020 and 1030, as we can see in the graph. Contrarily, at least 60% of the newly appointed lecturers between 1031 and 1050 attained the credential of advanced scholar, a degree qualification that proved the candidate's literary abilities. Yet, none of the lecturers between 1031 and 1050 were holders of various subject degrees. In addition, there is also a tendency to appoint younger officials to be lecturers from the 1020s onwards. As you can see here, the average age of the directorate lecturers who received appointments prior to 1020 was 49, which gradually dropped to 38 for those appointed between 1041 and 1050. So, to what degree did the geographical background of the lecturer cast an impact on his intellectual inclination? A Song contemporary, whose name is Ouyang-xiu, he claimed that the custom in the Southeast preferred literature, hence more advanced scholars but less classical experts were produced. And people in the Northwest advocate austerity, and hence less advanced scholars but more classical experts are produced. This is the comments from a Song contemporary. To what extent did the scholarly inclination of the lecturers follow a pattern as similar to what Ouyang-xiu described, as I've just mentioned? Were the literary abilities of lecturers from the South being abhorred more than that of their northern counterparts? Visualization of the geographical origin of the lecturers and their intellectual orientation helps shed light on the above questions. The native place of 32 of a total of 46 known lecturers appointed between 960 and 1050s can be identified. which is shown below with the help of the GIS tools. And among these 32 lecturers, only 20 of them had their scholarly inclination traceable. This study of a small sample of directorate lecturers somehow attests our observation that scholars in the Southeast were more adept in literary activities than their northern counterparts. So to sum up the above analysis of the lecturers' data, although the amount of empirical evidence does not allow for proper statistical trend analysis, the visualization of the quantitative measures still gives rise to an intriguing and plausible explanation for the changing scholarly background of the lecturers. So what explains the so-called appointment of an increasing number of younger literary experts to become lecturers from the 1020s onwards? A prolonged mismatch between the curriculum at the school and the syllabi of the prestigious advanced scholar degree examinations since the founding of the Song dynasty is the key. As the former, as the school curriculum stressed the Confucian classics, but poetry and rhapsodies, they were crucial to success in the advanced scholar degree examinations. Since the curriculum at the directorate schools was not appealing to students who aimed to pursue the advanced scholar degree, they appeared disinterested in education at the school, and most of them did not attend classes. In turn, the campus of the directorate school remained quiet in view of students' absence. The appointment of an increasing number of advanced scholar degree holders with expertise in literary composition from the 1020s onwards can be conceived as a response of the so-called to the prolonged students' absence from classes at the directorate school. In stark contrast with directorate lecturers prior to 1020 who instructed students only in the Confucian classics, this new generation of directorate lecturers advocated poetry and prose in the school. They tested the students monthly on the literature. And based on these tests, students were ranked and their names posted at the gates of the school. The inclusion of poetry and rhapsody in the school curriculum and assessment shows that teaching in the directorate school had finally matched the syllabi of the advanced scholar degree examinations. And changes of the lecturer's appointment between 960 and 1050, as reviewed in this paper, also suggest that certain reforms at the metropolitan educational institutions were evolutionary rather than revolutionary. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
So thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Are there any questions? I cannot imagine there are not. Otherwise, I will ask a question. Of course, I'm a medievalist originally, so I do like that you actually study this period. Also, one of the big problems always is lack of data, because you cannot really study hundreds of people, or even thousands of people, and really get proper quantitative analysis. You do show some, you do see trend maybe, but you can also say, like, well, maybe two people, two scholars actually had personal preference, because at a certain point one category emerges, and then in the next period you study, it disappears again. So how do you deal with this? How do you interpret this properly? Do you go into more detailed biographical information, maybe, or I'd like to hear your answer.
Thanks. Thank you for the question. Yeah, it is very difficult indeed because of the small data sets that I have. Because as I've mentioned, that just 46 lecturers that can be identified within these 19 years in middle China. So, in order to determine their everyday intellectual inclination of the scholars, I need to go into the details of the biographies to study how those lecturers were portrayed in the biographical materials. Sometimes it is not easy to determine the scholarly inclination. So I basically use two methods. One of them is the scholarly production. That's the works that they produce, whether they are classics or whether they are literature. And secondly, how the people describe them, how the people describe the lecturers, whether they are classical oriented or whether they were experts in literature. So I'm going to go back to the.
So you use this approach to see where something might be interesting to investigate further.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
It's quite common in digital humanities research. Okay. Yeah. Great. Any further questions? Okay, then we can go to the next presentation from Monica Geerlings. She's a colleague of mine, so I'm happy to announce her. She's owns degrees in history and comparative arts and media studies, and she currently does is a PhD candidate at VU University Amsterdam, where she's writing biography on Rosie Poole. Tell us about her.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I'm Monica Geerlings. I'm a PhD candidate at VU University, and I'm kind of the odd one out today, I think, because I'm a historian and a biographer, so I'm looking forward to your responses. My research focuses on Rosie E. Poole, a traveling translator. She was born in Amsterdam in 1905, and she studied English in Berlin in the 1930s. She had to flee when Hitler came to power. Back in Amsterdam, she worked as a translator and teacher. She taught English to Anne Frank. In 1943, she was imprisoned in Westerbork, but she managed to escape. Her parents and her brother did not. She was the only one in her family to survive the Holocaust. And after the war, she connected the Jewish suffering of the Holocaust with African American experiences of segregation. She traveled extensively through the United States and worked as a lecturer at black colleges, the so-called Negro colleges in the Deep South. In 1966, she was the only Dutch member at the first World Festival of Negro Arts, held in Dakar, Senegal in April 1966. And she felt a deep connection with African Americans because of her own experiences in World War II, but also because of her own sexual inclination. She was homosexual. She knew what it was like to be different. She had become a member of the Baha'i faith after the war. And a fundamental teaching in this religion is the concept of unity of the world and of humanity, regardless of gender, race, or class. And before and after her travels, she corresponded with many poets, lecturers, writers, and students, most of them African Americans. And this will be the data set for my focus today. I've identified 1,500 letters so far, and I will use tools and methods from social network analysis to analyze this corpus. So here you see an overview of my database. Here in the middle you see the letter table, and here on the left you see the table with the persons which are linked. And this is a list of the metadata I type into the database manually, based on the correspondence. And this data has to be exported into a CSV file. I've opened one here in Excel. And each number, as you see, refers to a person. So 240, that is Rosie Poole, has sent a letter to number 1. And number 1 refers to Ahmed Abdul Malik. And this is a huge list, which is then imported into Gephi. And Gephi is a tool for network analysis and visualization. So here we see the result. Here's an ego-centered network with all the active nodes in Rosie Poole's network. And here's a detail of the last slide. The size of the nodes, so the persons, is the sum of the amount of sent and received letters plus the mentionings of these persons in the letters. And the size of the edges, so the lines between them, shows how much these two people corresponded with each other. I wanted to get a distant reading of the letters and Poole's network, but as I see it now, it's more like a distant guessing. So I would like to zoom in a little bit more on a specific topic. To analyze these data sets further, I wanted to see what the influence of intersectionality was on Poole's network. Intersectionality is a theory that focuses on intersections of social, cultural, gender, and political structures and identities. Dichotomies of values in society, like white and black, male and female, heterosexual and gay, are foundations for systems of oppression and discrimination. The intersection or overlapping of these discriminations causes double oppression, and these overlapping discriminations are shown in this figure. And this double oppression can provide a common understanding between groups or individuals that don't necessarily share something, like we see in this comic. So how does this theoretical concept work in practice, combined with social network analysis? Here we see the network again. I hope it's visible. I've marked 3 categories that are relevant to Rosy Pool in my research. So first, you see the fellow members of the Baha'i faith in our network. I've marked them yellow. And here you see the people in our network that are lesbian, gay, or bisexual, like Pool was gay herself. And I've added another category, which isn't discriminatory or a disadvantage in society, but it does give us extra insight on Pool's network. These are the people that went to the car festival I mentioned before in 1966. Yet I did not find it very clarifying. So I combined 3 categories in one node, in one person. And again, it looks kind of cool, but as a historian, I asked myself, what am I looking at and what's the use? So that's why I focus on a small portion of our network. Here you see 26 nodes, which are the most important people in her network. Although you see, these are only 7% of all people in our network, they still account for almost 60% of the correspondence in our network. So they are the most important people. So I exported the previous visualization using Gephi with a transparent background, and I've added the circles behind it using Photoshop because it wasn't possible in Gephi alone. And this figure reminds us of the intersectionality that I showed before. And to show the relevance of this visualization for my historical research, I will focus shortly on 3 people. Rosy Pool in the middle, Robert Hayden below, and Hoyt Fuller, the editor of Negro Digest. And as you see, Robert Hayden is in the yellow category, meaning he's a Baha'i, just like Rosy Pool. And although he didn't went to the Dakar Festival, that's the green circle, his career was greatly influenced by this event. And Rosy Pool was a jury member in Dakar and personally responsible for Hayden being nominated to the Dakar Prize of 1966. He did win the prestigious prize, which turned him instantly into a famous poet and popular speaker. However, Hayden did not attend the Dakar Festival because he was busy at Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, preparing a speech on a Negro in American literature. During that speech, he said that he is not a Negro poet, but a poet who happens to be a Negro. And this was printed in the magazine Negro Digest. And Hoyt Fuller, you see him here, he did went to the Dakar Festival, and he blamed Hayden for not coming to Dakar. And afterwards, Negro Digest started, in the eyes of Hayden, a hate campaign against him. For the color of your skin was something to be proud of, not to be ashamed. And Robert Hayden eventually had to resign from Fisk University, which was the most prestigious black university of the country, because of his statements. In a letter to Rosy Pool, Robert Hayden wrote, Rosie dearest, I know how you must feel nowadays in regard to the Black Revolution. I share your feelings, as again you certainly know. So much of it has become ugly and false, and I am appalled by the downright Nazi tactics. and the so-called militants are using in the name of freedom. He's referring to Fuller now. I no longer read Negro Digest because I refuse to support racism, and I am utterly opposed to any form of regimentation. Moreover, he writes that he has been appointed professor of the University of Louisville, Kentucky. The first time the honor has been conferred on one of us. And the context of this letter shows that he refers to us as fellow Baha'is. So if we look again at this visualization, we see that this picture, of course, does not tell the whole story. Robert Hayden did not rent to the car, because he's not in the green zone, but it did highly influence his career. And to conclude, this shows a problem with social network analysis that I have not yet overcome. How to register ambiguous, versatile information. On the plus side, this scheme gives an overview of Google's network, which is very useful for my research, and it supports my narrative. I will skip this slide because of time reasons. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this insightful and interesting lecture, also from a biographer. So it's nice to have you here as well. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. I thought that was fascinating, really very useful. My question is about the limits of social network analysis, which I think you're pointing to and highlighting for particular purposes. I mean, my question really, and it's a question to you, but also to everybody, has the fact that we can use these technologies helped to really change the way that we are directing our research energies in perhaps a negative way? Because I notice everyone wants to map network relations now, and it's very exciting, but often, as a fellow historian, I don't know what to make of them. And so I wonder whether you have a sense that we're putting too much energy into this. That's my simple question.
Okay, well, thank you. I think BiographyNet is dealing with the same problem now, that they're trying to detect multiple meanings in single words, in single texts, and how to deal with it. Well, the point is now with these kind of like visualizations, I think when you focus on a small part of the network, you show like a close reading of the network, because I call it a distant guessing, and it's a joke, but it is, because what does it actually say is, it looks really good, but that's it, I would say. And I think I could analyze this further by showing how many letters are sent to each person, how many letters were responded, how many times somebody was mentioned, and in this network I could show which people were black, African American, or white. So if you focus on maybe 26 persons, it is even too much. If you focus on maximum to 10 persons, you could do really interesting stuff with it. And you can also adjust numbers. Like there are 27 letters sent, 13 letters sent back. I think that's my solution to combine the distant and close reading.
Thank you very much. And I think it's very manageable. I really appreciate it.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I'd like to second that. I think it's really fascinating. You described yourself as a biographer. You're using this at the moment as a biographical research tool. Do you see it also as a representational tool? Can you imagine authoring in this form? And if so, how would you balance the macroscopic and microscopic around these kinds of, defining where there are moments of intersectional interest in a larger network?
kind of dealing with it at the moment, if I can publish this online. That's also what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Because of, there are copyright reasons, copyright still on the letters, and also privacy, which might be a problem. So I was planning to write a classic biography using these visualizations through the text and analyzing it, explaining them. I'm hoping to publish it online as well, so that people can analyze it. But the problem is that it's my individual research, and it's really focused on certain aspects, and I'm not sure if it will be compatible with research for other people.
I suppose I think there's something interesting about formative visualization, where you can annotate and explain what your process is. This points towards something quite interesting.
Performative as in?
As in you're demonstrating the steps that you take in kind of undertaking a network analysis of a certain kind in a particular direction.
I of course have to make the summary in this presentation because I only have 10 minutes. But I will write more about this in my paper, so everybody should read it.
Maybe one final question. Or maybe not. Okay, thank you very much. So, on to the next presentation from Bram van Nieuwenhuizen. He is a research fellow at the Catholic University of Leuven, and he's a specialist in medieval urban cartography and toponymy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this project. 10 minutes is short, so improvisation is not a good idea, I think, so I will stick to my text. This talk, I will present you the running Woeswoe in Late Medieval Brussels project, so also work in progress, which unlocks biographical data on people who worked, lived, or stayed in Brussels before 1600. This project will, in future, give the opportunity to compose multifaceted biographies of townspeople and pave the way for urban prosopography in the pre-modern capital city of Brussels, which was undoubtedly characterized by a very dynamic and heterogenic population structure. As this image, dark image, perhaps can show all the different people on the marketplace. The configuration of the Woeswoe in Late Medieval Brussels database dates back to the start of a personal doctoral research project on the topographic development of Late Medieval Brussels in 2003. The initial ambition of this project was to collect and cross-link data on topographic features, such as properties, buildings, houses, and on people living in the city, in order to analyze the socio-topographic patterns of Late Medieval town. Unfortunately, this objective was too ambitious because of the huge mass, complexity, and heterogeneity of the records. However, both the topographic and the people's database were realized and regularly supplemented afterwards. They now contain, respectively, more than 12,000 and more than 40,000 records. In order to save this mass of data, the province of Vlaams-Brabant, the Flemish Heritage Institution of Brussels, funded a small-scale project in order to unlock the people's database on the internet. This will be achieved thanks to the support of the Belgian State Archives, who are currently integrating the database in their central search robot, Zoeken naar personen, rechercher de personen, who searching for people. So this is a screenshot of this database of the State Archives of Belgium, and it actually contains more than 26 million of entries. However, integrating my personal database caused some problems. The database had to be cleared in order to be integrated in this certain system of state archives, which means that many data had to be standardized or reduced, and several fields and crosslinks cannot be incorporated. But at this moment, some 31,000 entries have been delivered to the archives and should be integrated soon. unfortunately, this procedure takes a long time due to technical constraints and decreasing staff budgets. My personal people's database includes data on individual people who worked, lived, or stayed in Brussels up to 1600. The names of these people are registered and linked to the source which provided the information. And these sources are both historical records, so medieval records, and also scholarly literature. Yet, people are only registered if the sources provide additional biographical data, such as profession, office, a title or a degree, the membership of an association or a social group, names of family members. Or if the sources inform us about his or her connection to topographic features and activities inside the town. That's in short presentation of the configuration of the database. Let's now talk about some methodological issues. The first one is instead of creating personal, or if you can say biographical files or records, in other words, arranging all the data on one specific person on one specific entry or file, each mention of an individual person is registered separately. Consequently, for some persons, the database contains more than one entry. In this respect, the database mirrors the complexity and heterogeneity of both the sources and the urban society. Of course, and truly this important choice might seem rather unpractical from a user's perspective, but from the registrar's perspective, in fact my own perspective, it is the only way to make good progress with the work, since it's a very time-consuming operation to check for each person whether he or she is already registered or not. And this is caused by two important problems. First, late medieval records are not consistent with regard to the orthography and translation of proper names. For instance, a person called Hendrik de Smet could likewise have been mentioned in the medieval sources as Heinrich de Smet or Hendrik Smeets. In the few French records and in the abundant French scholarly literature, his name would be translated as Henri de Forgeron, while Latin scribes would have written Henricus Faber. Secondly, identification of late medieval townspeople is seriously hindered by the fact that different persons bore the same name. It was a common practice to name sons after the father and daughters after the mother. But even apart from family ties, people were often called the same way, as the following table suggests. I think you cannot read, but I will explain it in a minute. It seems that in the second half of the 14th century and the beginning of the 15th century, different persons were called Jan van Laken in Brussels. We might suppose that the 4 stonecutters named Jan van Laken, and these are the 4 people marked in orange in the middle, were one and the same person, or perhaps fathers and sons of each other. But we may certainly not identify these 4 people with priest Jan van Laken, nor with the baker Jan van Laken, who are mentioned here. And what about the 3 persons called Jan van Laken without indication of their profession marked in yellow? So we have several Jan van Lakens, and it's the question if these people are one and the same person. Another methodological choice concerns standardization of data. Accuracy and clearness are not the strong points of medieval records. In many cases, the content, genesis, the date of a particular document is not clear, while other documents are difficult to understand due to missing pieces, damages, bad copying, use of abbreviations, translations, and incomprehensible terminology. However, a digital database that aims to be searchable offers little room for uncertainties. For this reason, a clear distinction has been made between the fields which contain well-defined standardized data, such as the name and surnames, the type of the source, professions or offices, titles, names of family members. And on the other hand, those fields where it is allowed to indicate interpretation problems and difficulties. For instance, the field with the original text transcription and the field with the comments. As a result, it is possible to search and filter the database quite efficiently without losing the possibility to verify data and check the references. A final remark regards the dates. The most easy opportunity is, of course, one particular document with one specific date, for instance, the 7th of April, 1384. But very often, the documents refer to things that happened in the past or will happen in future. This problem is, for instance, very manifest when documents mention people who already passed away, which is often the case in property lists and transaction deeds. Unfortunately, standardization rules of the database do not allow to furcate dating or to provide termini antequem or postquem, since this kind of data are hardly searchable. Hence, users should bear in mind that there can be a significant difference in time between the editing or promulgation of a document and mentioning of the person. The WSBU in Lake Medieval Brussels project has initially been funded for unlocking the data through the search robot of the Belgian State Archives. But obviously, a second aim is to enhance news research on the pre-modern population and society process. So I will quickly present some small cases which hopefully show the potential of the database. And obviously, I forgot the most logical opportunity, of course, that is to establish new biographies or completing existing biographies of late medieval townspeople of Brussels. But the database will also be of great value, I think, for the study of late medieval and early modern migration to the city of Brussels. For the moment, the only available data for this neglected field of study are provided by the lists of new citizens, but these are quite scarce. Citizenship was only open to those who could meet the legal conditions and pay the registration fee. The large group of immigrants who moved to Brussels without paying this fee is much more difficult to seize, since their names were never listed systematically. The database can offer help in 3 ways. First, in some records, birthplace or origin of people are mentioned. And this information is, of course, registered. Secondly, the titles of the noble residents can give an indication of their possessions and origins. And thirdly, many surnames refer to the origin of the person or one of his ancestors. Although these data may not be used thoughtlessly, they make it possible to indicate trends or to map origins of Brussels immigrants, which subsequently can be checked by in-depth research. A second opportunity is to make more nuanced distinction between the city elites, assembled in 7 lineages, called geslachten in Dutch, and the craftsmen, represented by guild associations. Both the medieval sources and scholarly literature makes a very clear distinction between these 2 milieus. Exceptionally, social promotion is noticed, for instance, when a rich craftsman is succeeded in joining the ranks of the lineage. But of course, the opposite movement, so downwards social mobility, also took place. I will give the examples in the paper. And a third and final example are the informal networks between people, associations, and institutions. This phenomenon is very difficult to study for medieval times because of the intangibility of the subject. Logically, institutions delegated one or more of their administrators or clerics in order to defend their rights. Yet, the database contains no less than 381 examples of people without any affiliation who are acting on behalf of a particular institution. The majority of these straw men acted on behalf of ecclesiastical and charitable institutions, but also on behalf of the landlord and the city administration, although these institutions got their own official delegates and officers. So further research is needed in order to identify these unofficial representatives, to unravel their relationship with the institutions they represented, and to understand the underlying incentives. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for once again very intriguing paper. Who has any questions?
Thank you. I like the idea very much to collect mentions instead of IDs. But do you also store the text where you take the mention? This would also be interesting for the language study perspective.
Do I also?
Store the text where you get the mention.
This is one of the differences between my personal file, where all mentions are registered, so and can be studied. But I didn't explain this slide. Here you see my personal, an example of my personal database, and the fields marked in red are the only fields that can be transferred to the database of the state archives. So in this database, due to technical constraints and other limits, these mentions, which are here, cannot be transferred. So that's here I have to make a choice between the opportunity to put my data in an existing system, which has already 26 million of records, so and which will hopefully will be sustainable, but my personal data are much richer.
Any further questions?
Yeah, of course, my database still exists. So yeah.
So that's not lost.
It's not lost, and honestly, I'm now seeking for other opportunities to unlock more information and also to insert crosslinks, because that's also something which cannot be transferred to the database of the state archives. We will write a contract after the workshop.
Anyone else? Maybe one last question. Highly important and interesting topic. I think it's wise to leave all the mentions intact. So give them identical, not identical. Give them separate identifiers. Would it be possible to make a dataset above this, so that you actually do disambiguate medieval names? And I know this is a nightmare as a medievalist. So that you leave the original data sets intact, but you do interpret what you have to make maybe some more clear-cut analysis.
I don't know if it's possible technically. I'm also a historian, so I don't know the answer for that. But of course, there is the large field below. It's the command field, opmarkingen. So there is room to mark notes on identification problems or on the identification of several people. So, but I don't see another opportunity for this moment to solve this nightmare technically.
Thank you.
Wait. Too fast. Sorry. That's what I want to do. So yes, I'm taking over. My name is Thierry Leclerc, JFKI, GFKI. I'm taking over, but he's still the main person. So the panel is from there, so listen to what we say. So the next presentation, Matthias again. About interpersonal relation in biographical dictionary, a case study.
Yeah, we want to present something live from our website, but we have to access the website first, and we will proceed momentarily.
Thank you very much again.
I will try to explain how we detect and encode interpersonal relations in our corpus. It's a joint work, and two of our colleagues couldn't attend because they have already left the office for a better paid job. So I try to sum up what we did. That's a kind of overview what we will be walked through in the next 10 minutes. First, I would say something to the relation extraction using local grammars and Unitech as a corpus processor. Some words on disambiguation, and finally, Maximilian will show our visualization we could draw. Interpersonal relations, as we conceive them, are distinguishable between direct and indirect relations, or subordinate or equal or transcendent relations. Unfortunately, we are, due to the lack of resources, we couldn't start with certain very common relations. For instance, those expressed with a word to study, which gives a clue about academic relations. Teachers and scholars are related by attending the university. We follow the approach directed and described by Maurice Gross, the 70, and further developed in Munich by Professor Günther and Geierhus today, and she's today in Paderborn. We could greatly benefit from their work, and we were able to use a dictionary of common German words with semantic and lexical annotation, but we could use our own corpus to build specific auxiliary dictionaries, adopting the local grammar approach, and so derive more and more specific dictionaries. A further point was the existing XML structure we were using, and we could exploit, if you don't mind. This is which gives clues about named entities already present in the text, namely birth names or names of places. Condition to be able to do that was an extension of this Unitech corpus processor made by Morel Friburger. Web to study gives us certain entities to detect, disciplines, teachers, places, times, and institutions, as well as there are some noise introduced by adverbs, modifiers, or even uncertain or negative phrases. So to delve into the local grammars, the concept shows the concept states that a linguistic possibility can be expressed using graphs, and each node can function as a placeholder for a certain literal or a dictionary entry. And what I would just say, if we have an expression like these abbreviation expressed in TI XML, we can mask this expression with a small piece of local grammar, and in a second application of this corpus processor, the corpus processor is able to neglect the complex structure and refer to this whole tag as the choice element, which is shown here. This is a part of a second and third step of a cascade or subsequent local grammars applied to the text, and the corpus processor looks for a way to match, to find a way through the graph by matching possible points given in the text. To have an example, the graph is quite large. This is a snippet of our biography, beginning with a person which is abbreviated. He studied in Vienna philosophy and in another town called Chemnitz, mountain business. I forgot to translate. The grammar, local grammar, is actually matching these texts if you follow the path through these placeholders, and twice, and finally comes to an end. And by passing the text, giving the possible paths expressed in the local grammar, the corpus processor is able to produce an output as working as a transducer and leaving additional XML text we could further research and exploit on. What our preliminary results, a bit poor, I have to admit. The last 6 weeks before the workshop, I tried to rework our local grammars to be more stable and adaptable. And therefore, the recall is quite low, but our main focus is on precision. So I don't dare to explain what we did. We have nearly 8,000 phrases in regard to study, and the first checks shows that there is some rework needed. But finally, we could examine place entities detected by the grammar, and there we delved into the field of named entity disambiguation, and time is missing, so we could I skipped that, and finally we show some points.
We want to present the extracted relationships to our users. Therefore, we have built a graph to visualize them. It's a bit so. What we show you today is a newer development. It's still work in progress, but we have a slightly less developed version of this visualization already in use on our website. So I'm trying to. Oh, you can see it quite good. It's a force-directed graph with the nodes are the persons, the links are the relations between the persons, and the links are identified as according to this year, the study relationships Mr. Reinhardt just talked about are the yellow, it's a bit orangey on the beamer. Those links here. A single person can have a very small network, but the graph is can be expanded to show additional persons, so that you can see friends of friends or acquaintances of acquaintances or relatives of relatives. And I have to go a little bit nearer so that I can see what I'm clicking at. If the right persons are clicked, then even small networks become visible. Yeah, but maybe I think we are already out of time. But if you want to see more than about this visualization, you can, if you want to ask a question in this regard. Thanks for your sorry. Thanks for your attention.
Well, I would have one question. What is the textual basis for your analysis? Because if it's taken from biographies, you might have a kind of regular form of text. So even you record, because the precision seems to be quite good.
That's 21,000 biographies from the new German biography. It's quite modern German.
Is there an open data set?
We have we can't provide that completely free due to contractual restrictions. But on request we will work on a license, and on request we can release something earlier, and we already did.
I have a question. How do you deal with the problem of relations between parents, relatives? Because when we are studying in the historical field, we are studying these relations. We discover that certain relations are active and others are not active. So these relations have different elements. How do you deal with this problem?
They are considered equal. So far, they are only distinguished by the structure given in the biography, already given in the biographies. We have here genealogical relations following the head of the biography, and everything else is somewhere in the biography. We have no further distinguishing between these types of relations.
One more question there.
Have you normalized your data before you're processing in the multi-grammar? So all the abbreviation, have you expanded them? Or are they in the grammar, the abbreviations? Or doesn't it matter for your approach?
As I tried to show, we can mask abbreviations. Abbreviations are, if they exist, the rest, some of them are part of named entities we have already in the dictionary. We have in the dictionary, like Dutch philology. Okay, that can be abbreviated in German.
So, thank you again. And come to the next. So this is word now. So the presentation.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Wiśniewskaja, and I'm going to talk about what names tell us about gender and origin. So you probably guessed my name is not Tatiana Wiśniewskaja. I am Elian Carcena, and we built this tool called Namzor, which is a data mining tool for names. Names tell a lot. Probably you can tell a lot from the names of the panels today. And Tanya couldn't come today, so I'm going to present some of the slides she presented at IREG, which was a large conference about academic excellence about 3 weeks ago. So what's in the name? We trained Namzo software not for named entity extraction, not for name matching, but specifically for sorting names and classifying names. So typically we extract gender, we extract origin. Those are 2 public APIs which are currently opened. They can be accessed through an API, a SDK, or RapidMiner, which is data mining tool, or online. And we have beta programs with academics on other angles, like diaspora or specific regions where we go to a finer grain level. Potential applications, and we discussed that with Joe earlier, to determine the gender bias in biographic databases. One of the issues we had when we tried to train our software on recognizing gender is we didn't find enough women. Maybe it's something to work on when you create biographic databases. And we've launched a website called Gender Gap Grader where we do specifically these types of analysis. We've used it also to find the lost poets of Kazakhstan. There are some countries that are less present in large bibliographic databases because they had an oral culture, maybe, or so we helped Kazakhstan find Kazakh names in a large database of voices from Soviet Union time in the French archive. Any other idea can be tried. I'm going to present now in more detail the very advanced use of this, which was to mine Thomson Reuters database, which is a large database of scientific publications, to recognize the origin of names, which are represented here by different colors. Same color appears several times. So one color might be Chinese, Japanese, French, German, and so on. And look at the affiliation, which is the university and the country. We call this the onomastic millefeuille. We think it's pretty, it's got absolutely no use, except to show that we do find more Polish names in Polish universities and more Japanese names in Japanese universities, and then there are some countries like the US or Australia that are complete melting pots with all kinds of names. And applied to scientometrics, we found onomastics very useful to show that there are cultural biases in science. In this particular field of cancer research, we found biases in co-authorships, but also in citations. I'm going to skip through a few slides and go directly to this one, which is the same onomastic millefeuille but represented as a tabular. So what we see here is who is affiliated to a Polish university and how many scientists have a Polish name compared to a Chinese name or a British name. And then you have the breakdown as a pie chart. And then what's interesting is, for example, to look at the volume of publications by China and by Chinese scientists. This is one example, because there has been a huge production since 2007. And what we found, for example, is that Chinese scientists in China, like most scientists in the world, cite in first rank US universities. But who do they cite in the United States? In first rank, they cite Chinese scientists in American universities. So it's very interesting because it shows a very strong relation between science in China and the diaspora. And then we can compare and look at scientists with Chinese names affiliated to a US university and compare whether they have the same bias towards other scientists with Chinese names, either in the US or in China. And they might have a slight bias, but it's not as huge. So one conclusion is that for this particular project was that this is a hidden dimension of science, this aspect, which we could call brain drain or brain gain. And looking at brain drain, we also looked at specific countries to see if we could use names to recognize where their scientists go when it comes to brain drain. So this is really an example, so I'm not going to spend too long on it. Only that this is a dimension that has been explored not so much, and which can be applied very easily because the input is simple, the output is simple as well, gender or origin, and also at different level. It can be country, it can be region for some region, and it can highlight also interesting patterns. So just to rebound on the previous, for example, presentation, you could imagine to connect this angle with analyzing a network of personal connection in bibliographical, looking at also whether there is a regional angle or a national angle, or let's say diaspora, or a gender angle as well. I'm not doing a demo now, it's very simple to use, so, so I could do a demo if any of you would like. We have also a beta program with university and academics, and especially on the emerging countries, China, India, Africa, and so on. If you have any question, I'd be happy to answer.
Door is open. You should sit in the front.
Are you using context for the gender? So there are a lot of given names that are different genders in different countries, like Andrea in German is male, in German is female. So how do you handle this?
Yes, so we never use any context outside of the name. So we don't look at the grammar or anything like that, but we do use the context of the name itself. For example, Andrea Rossi is Italian male, Andrea Parker is female, Jean Durieux is male, Jean West is female. You know, some Kim are journalists, some Kim are, you know, female. So yes, we use we combine culture, language, the script, and all that. Some names are also genderless in Latin, like Chinese names, but slightly gendered in Chinese characters. So, but we don't combine with context in the sentence. So we'd be happy to partner with people to do that, for example.
Thank you very much. I again had a question about nuances, because it seemed to me that you also made the link that somebody with a Chinese name automatically was affiliated with China. So are you looking at first generation migrants, and how do you deal with second and third generation that actually have American passports? Have you thought about this?
Yeah, it would have been also my question.
Yes, precisely. I didn't, well, I hope I didn't. I didn't mix up the fact of having a Chinese name and being resident of China or affiliated to a China university. This is all different angles, and they are completely different. So precisely, this is a way to highlight a new angle. Now, on the question of migration, on the question of migration phase, there are two ways to find this. In some cases, this is also embedded in names. So an example, for example, Russian names have different transliteration depending when they were transliterated. And for Chinese as well, there are some names that would be now transliterated in a very standard way, and before would reflect more the regional origin of the names. There is also the social graph when you look at depending on the source, and then there is also the first name or the last name, or sometimes some of the name changes. So it would have to go a bit more in the detail, but this is one of the areas, of course, that we look into, and this is also the main difference between the API which we call origin and the API which we call diaspora.
Time for one more question. Okay, that's thank you. Is it yours? Yes. Before you say, because we have time. Oh, okay. Briefly. Are you Mark?
Yes.
He's not Sonia.
No, I'm not Sonia. Sonia isn't here.
Okay.
How do I go down?
Talking about traces through time.
Hello everyone, my name's Mark Bell from the National Archives. Of this paper with Sonia Ranade, who's my boss at the Archives. She's not here today. So just want to introduce you to the project quickly. It's been running for about 15 months, funded by the AHRC in partnership with a couple of other universities. And it's been about trying to link individuals across our archives and find people, because we have millions of people in there, so it's trying to make sense of the archives. We use probabilistic matching, where basically we take, if you imagine two lists of people, we compare pairs of records, and we come up with a score basically based on what the probability of someone having the same name would be. That kind of thing. So that's a basic model. I'm going to talk about a particular aspect, two particular aspects of it. One is well, we've got lots of fuzziness in our data, lots of different spellings of names, so how do we evaluate whether two names are actually similar enough to be considered a match? And also there's an assumption of independence of attributes in the model itself, so how valid is that? So I start on attribute similarity. Well, we can use standard string similarity functions and compare names, and we build similarity into the model. But then you get things like Jack and John, which are themselves quite distinct names, but also often in England, people called John often call themselves Jack. We also get initials, so string similarity functions automatically don't take into account initials which might be transcribed differently. And then there are dates as well, which are a whole other difficulty. So this is just an example of an initial where the transcription is different. So this record here is an appeal. He's appealing his conscription into the army. This is sadly a record of war grave for the same person, Percy Thomas Boulenoir, who died in 1917. And on the top right, we have a medal card. This is a medal he won during the war. And it's been transcribed as Percy J. Boulinois. And if you look at the, can't quite reach, but if you look up there, there is, that's actually a T, but you couldn't tell it, the difference between that from a J, which is why it's been mistranscribed. So how do we handle this? I mean, we could just say, well, T and J can be mistranscribed, so let's just assume they're the same thing, but that doesn't work. So I'm going to work through an example of the names Henry and Harry. So what I've done is taken lots of records we've matched and started to find common differences that occur lots of times. And this is one of the ones that came out in data. Prince Harry would be a good example of this. He will never be King Harry, he'll be King Henry, but he's known as Harry. And what I found is when we look at sort of good matches where we've got a date of birth, we probably find about 1% of them would be called Henry in one record and Harry in another. So how can we handle this? Well, I can take a standard approach and use string similarities, but the algorithms would generally say that they aren't similar enough to be considered the same. We could assume that anyone called Henry could be called Harry, so we could build that into our statistical model. Or I could include this 1% probability into the calculation. So I ran tests. The records I was using was about 50,000 records, and they had dates of birth in them. So I've got, which is a good selector, it's very selective item. And these are the results. So as you can see, it's very few. I've got 7 good matches coming out from the just using the weighting. So I actually assume they're not the same name at all, but the date of birth is selective enough to bring these into my matching. With the 1% probability, I get the same result and the same 7 records. But if I assume Henry and Harry are the same, I actually get 8 records. So the other 2 have missed 1, but I've got 2 false positives as well. So that's not so bad. If you're searching through 10 records, you can live with that. If I take date of birth out of the probability, out of the matching, and just use the same records, I had a different picture. I now get my similarity weighting is just lost 5 of them because I've set a threshold, and so 5 of them just drop below the threshold. With the 1% probability, I still get 7, but I've lost one of my good ones, and I've gained a false positive. If I assume Henry and Harry are the same, I actually get 39 results back, as opposed to the original 10, and 31 of them are false positives. So I've suddenly gained a whole load of data, which as a researcher you'd be wading through trying to find your person, and it just makes life a lot different. So I've still got my 8 good ones, but you've got to look through 31 wrong ones to find them. And this is just one example of names. If I was going to use the initials, if you were going to say T and J are interchangeable, think of how many Johns and Thomases there are in the world, and you would get a very different picture. The next thing I want to talk about is the independence of attributes. So we assume that someone called a particular name, their forename and surname are not dependent on each other, which is sort of true. Until you take into account nationality, and this sort of joins up nicely with the previous presentation as well. What this graph shows is the dependence between forename and surname. So look at this one here. People with an Italian sounding forename are 90% likely to have an Italian surname as well. Over on the left are English names, and that's our data is very heavily English skewed. So you would expect if there was no dependence between names, that all those graphs would match the one on the left. Irish, we've got still about 50%, even though there's a lot of population movement around Britain. We've got Hispanic names, so there's definitely dependence there. And how does this affect our results? Well, this is an example here. So these should be, according to our scoring system, high confidence results. If I find a person with these names, I would only expect one of them in our population. But if you look at the highlighted ones, Patrick Cashman, which is an Irish name, I've actually got 6 results have come back. So again, it's not a disaster, except if I only had one Patrick Cashman on the right, I would assume it's quite a unique name, but actually I've got loads of other people. I'm looking at the wrong person. And I haven't got a date of birth on the left one, so I might be looking at the wrong guy. So it's about confidence and affecting how we interpret the results. So this is something I did on names using one of our naval records. I've got about 500,000 names, and I clustered the names to see these relationships. And these, I discovered all these nationality groups I didn't even know were in our data. So we've got a load of these names are all generally Irish, Patrick and Michael and O'Shaughnessy's and Murphy's. We've got a Scottish group at the top left, a lot of Hispanic and Portuguese names, bottom left, and the ones over on the right, I think, are Italian names. And there's a few Welsh people in there as well. And so what we're doing is using these groups to say, well, if we can produce big lists of nationalities, then we can adjust our scoring. And instead of we use populations to work out the probabilities of a name. So really, when I look at an Irish name, I shouldn't be looking at a population of 40 million. I should be looking at 4 million. And what that does is pull the scoring down and reduce that confidence in that match and get a more accurate picture of the results. So I just want to finish because this day has been about biographies and individuals. I wanted to sort of look at just an example of what happens when you join our big archive and start looking for no person in particular and just trying to find some interesting people in a large archive of data. So I started this with looking at people who appealed their conscription to the army in World War I, and how many ended up in this Commonwealth War Graves data, how many were killed in combat. And one particular one who came out was a guy called Robert Fulwell Sawyer, quite high confidence name, quite fairly unusual name. And his reason for avoiding conscription was that he felt his business would collapse if he wasn't there. So I Googled the company, and they're called the Autotype Company. They're still going strong now, so at least there's some good news come out of that. If you also look in our archives for autotype, it's quite a rare word, so there's only about 90 odd entries in our catalogue that refer to autotype. And one particular entry refers to some letters in Manchester, Greater Manchester Archive, which refer to autotype and a stay with a man called Frank Newens. I thought, who's Frank Newens? So I looked at him, and we have a Frank Robert Newens in our archive, and there's also Frank Robert Newens who wrote a book about autotype, and he worked for the Autotype Company. And he was in the Royal Navy, so we've got his naval records. We also have records for his father, who was Arthur Nashbar Newens, who actually applied for divorce. But I keep finding these random bits of information throughout our things. And in his naval record, it says that he worked for a bakery in Kew, which happens to be right next to the National Archives. And it was run, if you look at the website for the bakery, you find it was run by Arthur Newens, and it mentions his son, Frank, who was a photographer. And autotype is a type of photographic process. The bakery is called the Maids of Honour in Kew, and they make a cake which was the favourite of Henry VIII, which is quite fascinating. And because I like to be thorough in my research, I went there last week, and I think they're now one of my favourites too. So I'll finish on that right before coffee. I thought was appropriate. So if anyone has any questions.
We have some bakery there. You have to wait for the questions.
Thank you very much. That was really inspiring. It was fantastic. Could I just ask about the prevalence of those names from were they Portuguese or Hispanic names? They used that through the visualization. It seemed to show that there were a great many of those names, or at least they covered a big area.
Yeah, I think so I guess there's a lot quite a lot of names, but they were so what the graphic was forename and surname combinations, which ones kind of all grouped together. I think a lot of them are from Goa. Actually, a lot of the Portuguese ones, the central ones. So yeah, so it's got. I don't know the exact volumes of how many there were, but I wasn't expecting to find any. So there's quite a few thousand, and it was to do with the Navy. I think we were going all over the world, pulling people into naval boards. There's a lot of people from Ireland, for example, pulled in from I think Cork specifically. So yeah, so I think it's sort of several thousand people.
I was wondering if you, with the first part of your talk, you could help this guy from Brussels.
Okay.
With the matching names.
Yeah.
Maybe we can help you.
Yeah, we've done a lot of.
If you have a birth date, the date of birth.
I don't even need that actually. I think names can be very sort of. There's a lot of names which are very rare, and you just use probabilities. And and the first guy, in the first start the example from, I went onto the website and it said that his the son of the owner had died in World War I. What I find is with the high probability of the ones where you got maybe 2 or 3 fairly unusual names. When I look at other evidence, it's always there corroborating it, but I'm getting more confidence that the actual scoring sort of, you can be quite confident about it.
One more question. So thanks again, and let's have.
Open break, people. Coffee. I will let's pull this one off there.
Which one?
Second.
This one is
so first we have number.
Sorry,
Difference. 13.
This is wrong?
The top one.
This is wrong, right? Much wrong here. This one is top.
Right after
It's more easy. So you would say,
They asked me to give my computer for the session.
Really?
Do the mail during the break. I got problems with their own computer. But everything is okay. In the yes. Which one are you? No, it's European.
What's the name?
It's good. Yeah. What's going on here? I don't know what's happening. In my former project, which I was a coordinator, not still the coordinator, actually finished
Yeah, and mine
doesn't turn at the end very well. I have to change that. I did something then.
So are you using something developed in different binary?
Yeah. Yeah, we are using clustering tools, companies, and the music pipeline. So, it was good for this because we have some language dependencies in that form.
Yeah.
So much space. What time is it? Oh, we're still, I don't know, what time should we start? There's still 10 minutes. So you're the first chair and the second chair. This is the sales one? Sorry? The sales one? Okay, but he has a clock for that.
Yeah. No, I was just checking my email. This is very Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Tommaso now works for us.
Ah, yes, true.
You took it from away from me.
Actually, no. Yeah, wisdom.
So you can stay in office.
No. It's more beautiful to see.
What don't you protect?
So you are streaming the other
I think it's redundant. There is a lot of project proposals to make, but also a big group and also have to be sustainable as well. Get nice
Officially, our topic is not, we can use something that is visualization. I would like
And sometimes you know people have the same problem.
Are you working in this project? How long is this project?
3 years. Forestry camera, I mean, it's more than something contemporary. And they go back on things.
I tried the polite way.
Ja, jetzt mal. Jetzt ja, back. No chance.
Chairwoman.
Okay, everybody, we're about to start again, so if you could take your seats.
So we're about to start a fourth session on automatic text analysis and visualizations. And I'm happy to announce the first speaker in this session, Matvey Kolbasov, who is presenting joint work with Anastasia Bonch-Osmulskaya, who is not here today. And our talk is called Tools to Early Digital, Mining Biographical Data and Literary Heritage Editions.
Hello, my name is Matvey Kolbasov, and I'd like to present the work made by me, Anastasia Bonch-Osmulskaya, Tools to Digital, Biographical Data and Literary Heritage Edition. So, Mr. Tolstoy Digital Project aims to prepare a web-published semantically markup version of 90 volume full edition of Leo Tolstoy works. You can see these 90 volumes on the picture. This full edition includes all published works, variants, unpublished drafts, diaries, letters, notes, and fragments, actually like everything that has been ever written by Tolstoy. And as you can see, a significant part of this collection are letters and diaries. I should also mention that Lev Nikolaevich always wanted his work to be available for everyone, so this 90 volume is absolutely free to use. Okay. As I already said, we want to create a web-published and semantic markup version of this full edition of works. At this moment, we have all 90 volumes published in PDF, FBB, FB2, MOBI, and partly in XML with TI markup. And the next step will be semantic tagging and creating a comprehensive database of all of the additional reference information. So where can we find all this data? There are commentaries and indices in every volume of letters and diaries, but they have lots of drawbacks, such as the lack of information in indices, and despite the fact that they are pretty well structured, it's hard to find the reference because indices are connected to the page number. About commentaries, they have too much extra information actually, and not well structured. Here you can see an example of commentary and an index. We marked with a green color and information that needs to be extracted, and then with the red color and extra information. So you can see. What we want to achieve is to analyze this unstructured text of commentaries, then extract all person names and relevant biographical information about them, tag this information in TI format. You can see an example of TI tagging on the screen. And after that, all this extra data will be aggregated and stored in a reference database. And this database will be linked with the text of semantic edition. First of all, we have to decide what kind of approach will be better to use for our aims. Here you can see advantages and disadvantages of using machine learning and rule-based methods in this case. So we try to annotate, try to make some rules, and then evaluate results and make the decision about how it works. So our first steps were choosing one of 31 volumes of Tolstoy letters and extract the biographical patterns using rule-based approach. Then here you can see what kind of patterns we were interested in, and here's an example of part of commentary. Before creating rules, we did a handmade markup using Gate, about 50 documents of letters. We have marked all professions, attributes, kinships, relations, and relatives. Here you can see an example of attribute, and yeah, and here is a print screen of gate markup. To create a rule-based grammar, we decided to use Tomato Parser, which is a tool developed by Yandex.ru for extracting structured data from texts by context-free grammars and dictionaries of keywords. It provides models of morphological analysis as well as already made rules for extracting names and numbers. Here is an example of Tomato grammar. This exactly grammar contains exact constructions like some person, born type verb, and then name of the city. After gate marking up, we have found out that if a person was mentioned in a level the first time, there is a standard pattern in the commentaries of this first mention. Here you can see how its structure looks like. Name, most dates of life, and after that profession or kinship relation, or maybe something else. So to separate professions from kinships, we have to create a dictionary of kinship keywords. Okay. Sometimes happens that it's quite hard to decide is a word a profession or something else, like a lifestyle, for example. Here is an example. Is a leader. And here is an example of kinship extraction. And we have a lot of problems with that actually because of these tricky constructions like the husband or the sister of Sophia and Dear. And well, so we decided to try maybe to use machine learning approach here after that. So here's our future plans, which we hope we'll be able to bring to life soon, like applying machine learning for kinship terms and procedural louder, breakpoint volumes, and so on. So actually, that's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Who are the users for the end users for your project?
I guess everyone who's interested in Leo Tolstoy's life. Well,
in his life or in his work? Or?
At this moment, we are working with letters, and after that, we're going to parse diaries. And actually, if you're interested not just in reading some works, but also knowing something about the moment when work was done, so we can use this stuff.
Do you have an advice for notice network analysis?
Could you repeat, please? Could you repeat?
Do you have an advice to Lonneke Gillings and her following?
I don't know.
So do you think she could use your methods in her?
Maybe.
Your patterns and
I hope maybe the last point of our work.
Can you do the same and leave the scenario? Sure.
Yes.
I have a very practical question.
Please go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah. We have quite a few Russians in our database as well, and we have taken their names from sources which are usually French. So the Russian names have been Frenchified in a way. Are there by now accepted standards for having Russian names into Latin-oriented languages?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm not sure and unable to answer it right now because we are at the starting point of our research, but I guess we will try to make something.
So I can maybe answer a bit of that question. There is actually a subfield of computational linguistics that focuses on transliterations, either from, also from Cyrillic scripts to European languages. So I'm not sure if there's work on Russian and French because I'm not an expert on the subfield, but there are people who work on these kind of problems.
So the problem you mentioned about the husband of the sister, you said you're going to use machine learning for that, but I thought in Russian you have a very rich vocabulary for sketching conditions.
Yes, yes. Well, I tried using dictionaries and I tried using rule-based, but it's still hard. Yeah, no.
Okay. Can you say a little bit more why did it work?
Well, it's easy if I had an examples. There is such a problem that every volume has its own author of commentaries, so there is no structure for all of them. Sometimes some mention the kinship that way, sometimes the other way, and it's too hard actually to create a rule.
Okay. Yeah. It was a bit related to the question you had, Robin. If I understood right, you were analyzing letters. But were you looking at to whom the letters were sent on a disconnection, or to make a similar network of correspondence? I mean, I don't know if you're using the who is writing to whom and how often. It's nothing related to the analysis of text, but it's just for the social network. Interesting.
Actually, in my university, there is data. When we work with our professors on something like in the program, I don't know how to say it, and this is exactly what we're doing there.
Any more questions? Okay, let's thank the speaker again. Now we'll go on to the next talk by Nico Randerath, Christopher Bruggen, and Thomas Danny. Visualizing longitudinal data rooted cosmopolitans in the Low Countries from 1850 to 1914. Who will start?
I will start. I'm not sure whether the microphone makes things better. I will do it, but I was sitting there, and often also with the microphone I had difficulties in understanding people. So please, if you cannot really hear me, say so. First of all, I should excuse Christopher Bruggen, our third partner from Ghent, who fell ill yesterday and could not attend, which is a pity because he is our digital master to some extent, so our presentation may lack some of the technical sophistication it could have had otherwise. As far as I can see, to summarize in a nutshell what I've heard today, there are two types of presentations. One type of project that was very open, sometimes methodological, big data oriented, or a lot of data oriented projects to find maybe all Australians or potentially all of them. And there were more confined projects, zooming in, for example, on one biography,
or with specific research questions. I think our talk falls more into the second category. Our project concentrates on social and cultural reform in the 19th and early 20th century. And we define this type of reform as the variety of attempts to counter the unwanted effects of industrialization and globalization. So we concentrate on themes like poor relief, prison reform, peace, hygiene, but also language and culture. As long as there is this reform-oriented dimension to it. Basically, with our project, which to some extent predates the digital revolution, we want to show two things. First of all, that the persons, the supporters, the advocates of this type of reform were linked through different types of networks across the themes that I just mentioned. So someone who was interested in penitentiary reform could also be active on the front of poor relief. And secondly, more specifically, that the people involved were as much active on a transnational level as they were active more in local or national, within local or national boundaries. So in order to do that, we zoom in on the themes of and the participants in international congresses that were held with growing intensity between the middle of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th. And I think we have a quick slide here showing some of the numbers. There's an increasing trend in international congresses on all kinds of scientific themes, and the bottom line are the social reform congresses which fall under our interest. It proved to be highly rewarding to study these things with the help of the recent advances in digital humanities. So we have created a virtual research environment, as it's called, where basically we have two elements, a collaborative database. I will zoom in on that in a minute, where we basically gather the participants, the people visiting these congresses that we're interested in. And another element is the text platform, where we basically concentrate our sources, the proceedings of these congresses and other interesting documents. Next one. This, but I will skip this for reasons of time, is the text platform as it stands now, still to be developed to some extent, where we want to do all kinds of things. But basically, I want to concentrate a little bit on the database. This database is built on a platform that was made by Lab 1100. Some of you may know them, Tim and Geert from The Hague, who have developed a program called, or a platform called NodeGoat, which basically allows you to store large amounts of data related to people or to correspondence, and to visualize them. So to store the data and to visualize them. And that's why I think we are in this session now on visualization. Basically, our basic interest, as I said, is in the congresses, in the people that visited them, and in the organizations where these people were affiliated with. Because that's usually the kind of information that our sources, the Congress proceedings, give us. Person X coming from Germany and working for
the Prussian Ministry of the Interior, for example. So we have a couple of things that we know then of that person, and that we incorporate in our database. What we can do then, and we have already inserted quite a few data, about 4,000 names of persons and about 2,000 names of organizations, and around 20 congresses. So if we take, for example, the Peace Congress in 1900, we can, with one click, or more or less one click, visualize the places from which people went to this particular Congress, which was held, I think, in Paris. This is a geographic visualization. What the program also allows is more socially oriented visualization, so the networks. These, for example, are the 4 penitentiary congresses that we now have in our database, with their participants around them, and in the middle of the congresses, the people that attended more than one congress. Just quickly, 2 other examples. There were also women visiting the congresses, and these are the congresses that had female visitors. Now we don't see which congresses it were, but that would have been easy were this the online version of the database. And the last one, I think this is all the congresses we have now with the people left out, but the organizations they were part of are linked to the congresses. So that we can actually show that these themes were linked with all kinds of organizations on a national but also on a local level. So a prison in the United States could be linked through the Congress to an element of penitentiary reform in Europe. Now we move on to a case study.
Thank you. I will present to you a case study that will illustrate the potential of longitudinal data visualization. And before I start, I will maybe already point out that potential. That is not to explain something, but rather to point out interesting patterns and latent ties who are interesting to for further research. What we are interested in is the rise of institutional and also informal ties between organizations and between congresses, and how do they rise? Because of multiple memberships, because of people who are visiting multiple or who are members of multiple organizations, or who are visiting different congresses. And how do we examine that? We are inspired by the inquiry of the line of inquiry of Rosenthal, who studied 19th century reform movements in New York, and she looked at women who were active in those reform movements, and she has related those networks or those reform movements because of women who are active in both of the organizations. And what we did was export our data from Notebook into Gephi. And what you see here is the red brownish dots are the congresses, the white pinkish dots are the Belgian people, and the darker ones are the Dutch people. And as you can see, between those 2 congresses, there is a lot of overlap. So this was step 1, and we did this for 4 periods in time. So for the first period, that's 1849 until 1853. This is the second period, and we have at the end of the 70s of the 19th century and at the end of the 80s of the 19th century, a similar snapshot taken. And what we did then was plot the congresses to one another by focusing on the members they had in common. And in the next slide, you see only congresses, and the relation between them is based on the fact that they have multiple members in common. And the thicker the line, the more members they had in common. And so we can see 3 types of colors. On the left, we see white dots who are not visited by people from low countries. And there we see 2 different colors. They group the congresses together which have the most actors in common. We did. Well, we did the same. All right. But a bit later, You can see that there is a rise in congresses, as Nico has shown in his third slide, but also a rise in the relations. So a lot of congresses, but also a lot of people from the low countries visiting a lot of congresses. We did the same, this is so longitudinal data visualization above the first period, second, third, fourth period, and we have focused on the relations between them, synchronical but also diachronical. And now we could examine those relations. Those are the interesting ones. Those are two congresses with the same topic. This is a totally different topic. So why are there a lot of people going from the artistic congress to the social science congress? That can be a question for further inquiry.
Yeah, let's round off very quickly. So to try to link back in a nutshell to the Congress, at least as we foresaw it before we came here. So we have our database of people visiting congresses. We have the text platform with the proceedings and other documents that we can study in different ways using all kinds of modern techniques that some of you know better than me, natural language processing, named entity recognition, topic modeling, and so on. An interesting new thing would be, for us at least, because now we have fed in the names manually, just typing them, is that from the lists of Congress visitors, we would automatically import these names into our database. And finally, of course, is then to link the information that we have about these persons, which is quite limited. It's linked to their participation in the Congress, to information we can gather from other biographical sources, like the many national biographies that are present in this room. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions?
Get the representation that you showed. I mean, you had a timeline at the side.
Yes.
But that is just representing the period. It's not that I have to read the representation dynamically. So, I mean, it's not that this is the same Congress in 1849 and the same Congress 5 years later.
No, they are grouped by actors who are visiting all those congresses.
And this is a snapshot out of how many years? What is it, 5 years?
No, from 1849 until 1883, but we only took in account 1849 until 1853, and we skipped a period, 1859 until 1863, and so on until 1883.
Okay.
Because this is only the data we have. We are doing Congress by Congress, and
so I guess you need something else than this. You want to have a dynamic visualization in time. Yeah. And probably see that there are deviations with respect to the past in the future.
This was my way or our way to keep it in one snapshot, but you need more a more dynamic way to.
Right. Yeah. I think it was I understand. I mean, that is very interesting already as the data, but I think it's good to start from this and then think about what we really need on top of this.
Yeah.
I think what you want is available in NodeCode, is it? Because very easily, once you have the visualization, there's a time scale underneath that you can just manually expand or limit, and then it gives you the data that are according to the time period that you've chosen. So it's very dynamic in that sense.
Okay, but will you also see that? Can you identify then in that dynamic representation that for the same Congress, for instance, a number of people attending from different countries or is changing in time as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you apply the right filters, that would be possible.
Yeah.
But for now, we cannot project in NodeCode, so that's why we did it here. Because you have a lot of dots, so it becomes a bit of a mess for now. But that's a problem that will be solved in time.
Another question?
So the question is historical question of historical research. What other data would you find it most useful to aggregate to this process? Would it be more Congress data from outside the region, or would you be looking more perhaps things like how attendance at Congress was reflected in legislation or in political change? Would you just want to keep on growing it, or do you want to do something relatively different?
Well, we want to grow a little bit, to have more congresses than we have now, but well, there are anyway limits to the numbers of congresses that would be available. But apart from that, we are more interested then in enriching the biographical data we have from other sources, to know more about the people, to know more in particular about their local affiliations, for example, to make the case that the local and the transnational was actually one field.
Time for one more quick question.
Thank you. I was wondering which language are the proceedings you put online? Is it French?
Yes, so well, basically the question I just posed to our Russian colleague already indicated that most of our sources are in French, about 75–80%, and a smaller percentage in English and a little bit in German and sometimes Italian. Which is a problem, for example, because indeed, not only the Russian visitors, but also visitors from other countries, their names have been Frenchified. So Enrico Cotone is Henri.
Yeah. And if you plan to use this also for modern conference, where you have all the data digitally available, so this kind of statistic is made by many conferences now. So can you compare this to modern conference where they have all the data already digitally?
With today's conference, you mean, make a comparison? I guess one could do that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks me again. Shakespeare. Yeah. I see your name right now. So you are. Oh, it's really your name. Okay.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Yes, it is.
I thought it's about Shakespeare.
Hello, my name is Daniel Shakespeare. I, just as a word of warning, I have no academic background in genealogy or biography, and I'm also not a professional programmer. So this has been a hobby project of mine, but I thought it might be of interest or perhaps inspiration to some of you in the work that you're doing in visualization. So with that, I'm going to tell you about my project of Interactive Genealogy Explorer. Just as by way of background, you're familiar, I'm sure, with various ways that genealogies are shown. Traditional trees here split, ring diagrams, trees with family focus, this interesting French version with families in this direction and relationships in that. And then one example here of a little bit of genealogical information tied together with geographical information. So a few years ago, I started my own genealogy for my kids and discovered, using my heritage software here, that after I put in a number of events and the like, I could get a nice map showing what had happened where, and also a list of different events and the like, different people. But it lacked for me the connectivity of what these people had done other than something at that point there. And I also found it difficult that it's not possible just looking at the map to get a sense of time. So I envisioned doing a visualization that would show the individual's lives as lines above a globe. Here, the Google Earth plugin, where events are plotted at latitude and longitude where they took place. And time is then shown as the altitude, and also in this representation here, the color. So basically, we've demoted time from being the fourth dimension here to the third dimension because, as we all know, the Earth is flat. So we can get away with it because events, generally speaking, take place at a particular latitude and longitude, and altitude isn't critical. So I had in mind doing a visualization like this, and managed to get to that point. I'll tell you a little bit about the process. Genealogy information is put into a GEDCOM or JEDCOM format file using any standard commercially available system. And then the two steps that I've done, one is to convert the JEDCOM file into these colored lines, which are actually 3D CAD data. And then the second part, the interesting part here, is the actual viewer that works in a web browser, pulls up Google Earth as a plugin, and then lets you browse through the different lifelines. So just a few more details. There's the two phases I talked about, the geometry generation on the top and the visualization on the bottom. In the left column are all local services, so you need Google SketchUp, a local web server, and a web browser to run it. On the right-hand side are some web services and external code, some CSV reading code, and then a location lookup that converts, say, Berlin, Germany into a latitude and longitude. And then, of course, geographic data is pulled from Google Earth at runtime. In the middle are the three code modules that I wrote that perform the conversion and visualization. Just a quick glimpse in Google SketchUp. It pulls up a form that looks like this. You tell it where to find the GEDCOM file and then which individuals you'd like plotted. There's a few options to pick there, nothing too exciting. After you pick the individuals, you click on list info. It pulls up the latitude and longitude where it can, then export list, and then add geometry. And at that point, Google SketchUp starts creating lifelines for the individuals in the list. And next, here we go. Once that's done, you can run the actual viewer, and it looks a little bit like this. I can do a demo later. I hope. I brought my laptop, and it was working when I started. But for the purposes of the presentation, we just have some static images. Here's, for example, Richmond Campbell Shakespeare's lifeline, showing some of his exploits in India and Asia, and his connection then back to, I guess it's, the other people aren't plotted currently, but you could plot them as many as you wanted here to show connections between him and any related people. I'm going to go through this quickly because of the time constraint, but like I said, we can do a demo later or have further discussion if desired. So here's some selected individuals, starting with a very recent person who moved temporarily to Cambodia from Boston in red, then all the way up through the color spectrum here to John Shakespeare of Shadwell. In 1619, he's the oldest person in this particular database here. This is a visualization of all the individuals. One could say that we've snatched chaos out of the jaws of order. It's really not very useful in this form to look at, other than to say, well, there's some patterns here. You can see migration from Europe to Argentina, migration back and forth from India and England, and then some old and more recent migration from the US or North America to and from Europe as well. An example, this will step through my connection to Dorothy Shakespeare, who's a fifth cousin, I believe. So I asked it to find the link, it found it, and then one by one I've had it turn on the different lifelines. And then at this point, shut off everything but the highest person, and then go back down to Dorothy Shakespeare. And then at the end, we can turn the whole thing on and notice that just by chance, Dorothy Shakespeare lived a couple hours away from where I currently live a few decades ago. So she was the wife of Ezra Pound, the poet. So some initial results and issues. I've been working on this for quite a while on and off in my spare time, and the first visualizations were really fairly useless. The names ended up all on top of each other. So for example, in this case here, it doesn't show real well on the screen, but this family had several children born. So I took to spiraling the names when there were multiple shown. Also, initially there were no links here from the events down to the surface. So if you can imagine these lines just hanging in space here, it's a little difficult to tell that this was actually from Ireland and this was from England. So we added the lines. The time, the ability to discern time is really not that great from height. It's very difficult to tell when you look at it how high up something is as you spin the globe around. So I went from showing the names by color to showing dates by color. So the first event in a person's lifeline determines the color of their lifeline. It's not very useful for genealogies where people were all born in one place. This is the link between David Cameron and William Makepeace-Thackeray, the author. And as you can see, David Cameron has quite a few ancestors right there in England. But it is with the colors and with the ability to move the globe around, you can make out the actual history. There is something called RootsMapper. I just learned about it a couple weeks ago. That's similar. It shows where people were born and where they had their children. But there's no 3D effect, no time, and no list of events or anything. It's very strictly who moved where to have which kids. Observations and personal learnings. For me, it really highlighted the migration of my ancestors, at least on one side, between England and India over time. And it kind of spurred me along to look for more information about it, because I found it much more interactive and interesting than a traditional family tree on a flat screen. We also discovered a long time ago, distant relative in India came over to the United States, and one of his grandchildren lived 100 kilometers away from my brother for a period of time, which we had lost contact with the family, and the individual has since died, so that won't happen. But it was interesting nonetheless to see that. Limitations are many. As with any visualized data, you have to be careful about what conclusions you draw. I have a lot of information about 1/8 of my history because of a book, John Shakespeare of Shadwell, that lists all of those ancestors, and also the peerage site. So it could look like I have a lot of British blood. I don't, in fact. You can only plot data in the GEDCOM file that have a place and a time. And then geographically, the data is accurate, but of course the borders have changed over the years. So people that were from Prussia are now shown in other parts of the world, or at least the borders don't match. Google Earth itself will discontinue the plugin in December of this year, which is why I decided to finish the project, because it won't be useful after that point, at least not in the current form. And there's a bunch of things that could be improved with the code, of course, making it a one-step approach, not needing a web server, the ability to just put a GEDCOM file in and get the data out. And finally, the code is available if anybody has use for it, but I will ask you to know I'm not a professional coder. No matter what it looks like, you can look through my genealogy. I have no relationship to Rube Goldberg. If you don't know who he is, you can look him up. But further ideas, just real quick, I'd love to have been able to implement sort of a translucent globe that you could scale to highlight what was happening at a given point in time in history. And that could also then show the correct boundaries. The data and graphic capability and programming knowledge are not there for that, but the idea is there. Related concepts, if you go away from showing an individual as a shape and move towards groups of people, you could vary, say, the thickness of the line and show a visualization of traditional wars, where armies went, when they met other armies, what the results were. Here you too could use a translucent map, which when you scaled up and down in altitude could show fronts and borders moving. And finally, option might be to use it for visualizing mass migration of humans and other species, and also the interactions between them. So basically, an approach could be used to visualize anything that spreads through our planet and people, languages, diseases, ideas, etc. Okay, that's all I have. Question, please. Yes.
Hi, really enjoyed that. Just your last point about the sort of penultimate slide about visualizing war. I was wondering if you could sort of expand on your ideas of that, because in the National Archives we've recently been transcribing war diaries, which are basically daily troop actions in the First World War, and that would really fit in. So I'd be able to visualize masses of information. That's really
Sure.
What are your thoughts on it?
It's just a concept, but the idea would be, for example, to have armies represented by their strength in terms of troops or weaponry as the diameter of the tube at a given point in time, and then as they come into contact with enemy armies and have battles, then the tubes on the two sides shrink, and they get reinforcements from other places. So at the end, you have sort of a weird spaghetti-looking 3D thing. Not really sure whether it's directly usable in that form, but perhaps with a sort of this scalable surface of the Earth showing the different boundaries, you could walk your way through and say, here's the beginning of the war, and then these battles, and then the borders moved here, et cetera, et cetera. It's an idea, not sure how to implement it or if it's useful.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It was really nice. I also really like your last name.
Thank you.
I was wondering, because you also mentioned root, what was it? Root mapper?
Root mapper, yes.
And I think it's Family Maker, the program, and My Ancestry. They also have similar functions, I believe.
They do. What I found looking around recently, this project started a few years ago, and at that time there was not much out there. What I found looking for images for this presentation to be the most advanced was this Roots Mapper system here. I haven't played with it yet, but I plan to do that. But yes, it's true. The My Family Tree, etc., has this visualization you had here at the beginning. At least the version of the software I'm using now shows push pins of one color at different locations. That's as far as they've gotten, at least. So.
Okay. So I have a short question, and maybe I missed the point, but what is the data format you need in order to feed?
Sorry. Yeah, it takes a JEDCOM file, which is a standard. It takes a JEDCOM file, which is a standard output from at least this package. I believe it to be an industry standard. So, yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right.
More question? Thank you again. So Andreas Blessy. Andreas. Nein. Oh, André. Ja. Mensch.
Sorry, but
So welcome to the talk about biographical data exploration as a test bed for multi-view, multi-method approaches in the digital humanities. First, some background of our project. So we are part of the Clavin infrastructure, which is a European-wide project. And the goal is to make NLP or language technology more handy for people in the digital humanities. So being in Stuttgart, our Clavin group, we have developed several web services. So we have a long tradition in creating NLP tools like tokenizers, taggers, morphological analyzers, parsers, and so on. And we also have in Stuttgart many DH collaborations. So we have collaborations with social scientists, scholars of German emerging literature, and historians. And so 2 years ago, we have the idea to show how powerful this infrastructure is. So we created a showcase application which is called textual integration analysis. And the idea is to extract and visualize integration paths from Wikipedia articles. So today we heard a lot about extracting relations from text. So it's very similar. The only difference is that we don't use a rule-based or a grammar-based model to extract the data. So we use machine learning, statistical approaches, and I will show you later how this works. So here are a few text snippets. So the idea is that we found these text snippets in Wikipedia and then to use them and aggregate them and bound them to a map. So you see here the immigration and emigration. I hope you see, I'm not sure if you see the lines. So there are blue and red lines on the map. So you can click on each country and then you get the lines out to the other countries and you see how much people have emigrated to these countries. So there's also a short link, so you can click on, can type it in your browser and play around with our demo. And so here you see the table. So if I click on the Netherlands, you see there are 28 people in the German Wikipedia edition who emigrated from the Netherlands to the United States. And so what is really important, we think, is that you can click on details, that you get the actual text, what is underlined. So you get from these 28 people, you get all the instances, so you get the text of all these 28 people, because we know that NLP tools will never be perfect. So there's no guarantee that that is correct. So we think it's between 16 and 90%. It depends a lot on the domain. So the idea is that the people can check it and then they can see how trustful this results are or not. And also the idea is that they can correct the data. So the first one was the transparency. So each quantitative analysis can be put down to each qualitative analyzed instance. And second, if you have experienced user or they have experts in the domain, they can also give feedback. So our interface allows the users to click on the button to say it's a good result or it's bad. So we can use this data to retrain our models. So here's the short overview of the architecture. So in the middle is our immigration analysis application. So we have the interfaces to the web services. So on the right-hand side, you see the Clarion web services. And what is special is that we have this retrainable two components. One is the geo-grounding, so we can learn if some name is wrongly mapped to the map, or the relation extractor. So if we find a sentence which doesn't describe an immigration path. So this was work which we started 2 years ago, and we presented this 1 year ago at the first German Digital Humanities Conference, and then Evelyn and Wendell Vogel asked us if it's possible to use another source, other sources like the Austrian biography lexicon. And so we use this as a test bed, how easy it is to integrate such new data. And we started with a very naive approach. So first we had to do some minimal conversions, since Wikipedia, and one Wikipedia article starts with the description of the birthplace, but the URL data doesn't have this as a textual sentence. So we used the metadata and the URL data and created such a sentence like Mrs. Born in Newcastle, because our system needs to know where the person lived first to know to which country that he immigrated to another country. The second one is that there are a lot of abbreviations in this data, like the names of the persons are not normally abbreviated or shortened with the capital letter, and we expanded this, which allows our system to recognize this data. So the whole process took only 5 hours, so we need 1 hour for conversion, including implementation, and 4 hours for the processing. And after 5 hours, we also can use our tool to visualize the Austrian graphical data set. And you see here some examples. But there are still many NLP challenges for such kind of text. So the quality is not that high as for the Wikipedia data, but we have to mention that it works. And so it's the big advantage of a statistical model, because it's easier to adapt instead of a rule-based system. But we have also to learn something new, to modify our system, because now we have different wordings inside, we have a lot of abbreviations, and also such dictionary entries has a lot of incomplete sentences, so our parsers have also to be adapted. And I also mentioned that the textual data is often not complete, so we have to exploit the metadata. So that's another view of our pipeline. So that's the original pipeline, is the Wikipedia data. Now in our experiment, we use the ÖBL data and the Neue Deutsche Biografie data, which you heard in the morning about. And For the future, we are planning, because now we have 3 different data sources, maybe for the same person. So we use the GMV data, the gemeinsamen Normdatei, it's a German authority file, to find which persons are identical. Also, we use the Wikidata data to know more about properties about the persons, and the geoname dataset for mapping. And at the bottom, you see our views to this data. So we have the map. You can also look up each person, or you can aggregate the data and make statistical analysis with the data. So first results. So in Wikipedia, we have 250,000 persons in the German edition, and we found 12,000 of these people emigrated. And if you look at the German biography data set, so we have only 20,000 articles, and we found 2,000 instances of immigration, and the real data set, we have 18,000 and found 1,000 immigration instances. So this was only about immigration. So now the question is it possible to learn and train other relations? And we started that we had some tool we developed in 2012 that the user can click and define their own relations, like was teacher of or spouse of. So it's possible to make a new one. And now we are also creating a user interface which bring all this together in one application. And so there's a very first prototype. So you can type in the name of a person, then you get data from extracted data from Wikidata, and then you get maybe here are some memberships to organizations, and you see text snippet, and you can confirm if this text snippet is a good or bad relation for what you're looking for. And you can also click on this organization, and right hand side you get a table of other persons who has the same relation to the same organization, and so you can create your own new relation extractor systems. So as a conclusion, we think our textual immigration analysis system worked as a proof of concept, so it's possible to build an easily usable and extensible web application for that. And we think that several data views are very important, because aggregated numbers are very dangerous, because you have to look deeply through the data and to see the real text per session, snippets, to know if the results are trustful or not. And last, we need more real-world scenarios, and now we have these cooperations to other DH projects, and now we have many users in the humanities which are using our systems, and so we get more feedback and know in which direction we have to improve our work. Thank you, and special thanks to everyone for providing us the BBL data set, and for the team Deutsche Biography for allowing us to use their data. Thank you.
Especially for this cooperative approach, mixing data, so it's a very nice use case. Question, please. Comments. I have some.
Hi, that's interesting. Yeah, I was just wondering if you've got any particular sort of advice or experiences on collecting user feedback, and how, because yeah, I've tried it before, and it's like you can't ask too many questions about the results, but how do you get the right questions?
Yeah, so yeah, we learned that providing too much information is not good for the user. So we highlighted a lot of possibilities, but mostly they don't want to have too much information. So mostly it's yes or no, it's simplest way, and that's what we break it down. So we started with more of these annotate a smaller snippet or change something, but mostly the users don't accept this, and then they only want to say yes or no. That is the only thing, and all other things. So it's very hard to find a general solution, but we think less is more in this case. So ask only yes or no, not more comments or that, because then you have a problem to evaluate this and to get this data back.
Yes, do you look at name changes? And one question, and second, is it useful to use the different languages of Wikipedia to have different views?
Name changes.
So name changes through migration.
Okay.
So we only consider the Wikipedia article about one person, so we don't care if the names. So because we know that there's this, the chain of sorry, the coherence chain. So we know it's the same person. So it doesn't matter. It's when we don't look second or third articles, which maybe has another, this person has another name. So that is no problem. And yeah, we use it in former projects. We use different Wikipedia editions in different languages and map them together. So it's also possible, but in this project we didn't. But yeah, in the future we are planning to, then we can also check if we find the same immigration paths in the German edition and in the French or in the English version, and then we can verify our results.
So I would like to express a wish. If you go to your first slide, or the second, sorry, we know that you're maybe the second, sorry. The one where you have the example of the immigration. This one? Yeah, this one, the next one. So my wish for the future would have to also link this to historical event. So we all know that 33 it's a bad date in Germany, and that this immigration is caused by other kind of things. And then when you were saying in the Saarland, that's okay, why in the Saarland? It's clear at that time Saarland was not belonging to the Third Reich. And first later, so this guy had to move away to other countries. So I think it would be a very nice application to relate to possible historical causes for immigration or medical or whatever.
Yeah, it's a good point. So we also use the Heideltime, which is a tool from Heidelberg. You can find dates in text, and we also annotated our text with such page. And we also use Wikipedia to find on special years is there what events happened, what particular events, and then we can bring this together.
If there's no more question, then thank you again, Andre. And I'm giving now to Susan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is really a wonderful experience that we have a conference with so many speakers that somehow ends to the final session in time. It is incredible. When we were sitting together last week to prepare this conference, we were asking who will be here. And someone said it will be biography meets computer science. So I just wanted to know who is the computer scientist here? Could you please raise your hands? And who is the computational linguist? And who is the historian? And who is other? Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Susanne Lejeune. I'm professor of political history at VU University. So I'm on the historian side. But this day again taught me that thinking about digital humanities, about biographies, about all the projects that have been discussed here really are crucial for our thinking about history and historiography. And we sometimes use the expression it's about tools, about tales, and about the philosophy of history. Because the tools, okay, that's what everyone is building and we are using it. It's about tales, because historians, well, they can do in 1 week what we hope that after 5 years of research the computer can do in 1 click on the button. But we are still working on all these aspects. So the historians, they really are working hard to keep everybody on track and on the same time get a lot of input to think about their own discipline. But still we are waiting for really results for historical research. But more important maybe is that it's also about the philosophy of history, because we are all the time discussing what are our sources, what's the value of the sources, what's evidence, what's just a trace, what are we trying to find, what we in words cannot find in archives, but which we can make emerge from archives, and how do we relate ourselves to the past. So that's really about the philosophy of history, and I think that what we did today, again, very much has to do with this. I would not like to, in the final end, when everybody is in a hurry and wants to go out, at that moment, thank the organizers. So I really, before we have the final discussion, would like to thank the organizers for doing a very great job. And that's Serge, Anske, Evelien, Thierry, and Ronald. You have all seen them, and maybe for now an applause for them. Okay, well deserved. So we are here with computer scientists, computational linguists, and historians. What struck me was that many people presented as a team. When you go to a history conference, well, it's seldom that you get a team, that they are standing together to present something, because the historian is the author, and the historian is the one who comes with the interpretation. And here, I think it's something of the interdisciplinarity which is really required for this development in our discipline, really needs teams. What I also like very much is that so many of the teams that we saw somehow cross generations. Let me say this, that we have young scholars who really are into this, and we have some older professors like me who really want to be involved and really think about it, but somehow also learn a lot from the younger scholars. So that's also something that's really energizing when we are working in this field. In our discussion and preparation of this meeting, we came to a very easy statement that biographical data is not at all a biography. It's really something very different. So the data and the biography. And data, we always want more and more and more. We want more data, so we have a data set and we are exploring it. And also in many of the discussions, I thought people present what they are doing, and the first question is, can it be augmented? Can it be added? Can other things be done? And it also implies that you are working on tools or on software or on applications that in themselves have to accommodate many types of research and questions. Whereas the biography, in the end, is supposed to be somehow one narrative or one perspective on a certain people's life, which somehow is far related from the database. That's why I very much liked the notion in one of the early presentations of the anti-biography and this whole notion of bits and pieces, because in the end it is about bits and pieces that we are trying to compile our histories, and this whole orientation towards biographical data somehow helps us to also be much more aware of how what the role of historians is actually in reconstructing the lives that we are working with. What's also nice from a historian's perspective is that especially computational linguists and computer scientists, of course, help in that respect. They always ask very, very basic questions, like what are interpersonal relations? We have seen it. What are interpersonal relations? Those are relations between people. So yeah, of course, that's the first answer that you give. But here you rethink what are interpersonal relations. Same with what's in the name. Someone said what's in the name, and we've been talking a lot about names. So these are very simple questions, going up to more complicated questions like the one on personality mining. So what's a personality and what type of aspects are related to this? And what you can see in the presentations is that everyone who is working at it approaches it from different lines of thought, or from different sources and resources, and this has to ask complete different questions, but that it also always comes back to those very basic things. So in a way, sometimes it is as if we are developing a new grammar. Crucial aspects for the historian is time, perspective, and provenance. And time, of course, in many of the visualizations, it's very hard to visualize time. And one of the last speakers said it's not possible by looking at the map to get a sense of time. It's true, except if you also know that the map in itself is an expression of time. The fact that we now can have this Google Earth map, which is seemingly neutral. Of course, it's something of our time. We can look at the world like that. And well, there are many, many other maps, and we have seen a lot of maps. They reappear in many of the programs because this way of visualization of relationships, distances, events is important. So time is something, perspective is something which is also very important, because there's so much to be said about the type of data and what they can tell about the past. And we all know that there's not one thing to say about the past. So that's about perspectives, and how can you make sure that if people use these tools, that they still keep thinking, that they don't think that the results that they get is an answer to the question, but that it's the beginning of asking questions. So that's very important, I think, and that relates to the whole issue of provenance. So the type of data that are being used, the way the algorithms that have been written, the way the results emerge. For academics, in a way, we really should develop a new kind of source criticism. Historians, a new type of source criticisms in which you really are aware of all the steps that have been made behind the scene, behind the screen, I should say, for the data to emerge. So these are important aspects, and it struck me also by looking at the presentations how important visualization is, not only in showing end results, but also in showing the process of getting to results. It's not just a story that you tell, you always have a kind of graph, a kind of table, kind of map that is being shown. And these, it struck me, but maybe I'm wrong, and please correct me, but these somehow, they seem to be very much related to graphic novels. So there is a certain type of visualization that now seems to become standard, with little clouds and with little boxes and with little headings and footings, and so there's a new type of presentation emerging, and I thought maybe we really should reflect more from a humanities perspective on this way of visualization. I'm thinking also of an artist in Germany, Dirk Schmidt, who tried to make a visualization of the events in the conference of Berlin in 1885, which in an art historical sense, it has to do with romantic paintings which really depict landscapes, etc. But at the same time, the type of negotiations that happened at that conference were very abstract. They didn't deal with people. They didn't deal with landscape. There was no notion about Africa and how it looked like. It was just about drawing borders. So he tried to develop a kind of new visual language to emerge from the sources that would put a kind of abstract visualization in understanding 19th century sources. So it's a call for the historians. Let's also think about ways to visualize our historical narrative and analysis of the past. This is about modes of historiography. It's about the sources of the past and how we are using these and the evidence and the appearances of these sources. Last remark that I would like to make is that somehow it struck me that no ethical questions have been raised as to the limits of this development. I'm thinking, of course, there have been made very positive argumentations about democratization, adding people to databases, getting feedback from others in answering questions or in enriching data or whatever. So that's positive, that's democratic, that's somehow getting beyond the ivory tower of academia. And of course, these ICT technology really invites us to do so. But is there a limit? And where is that limit? For instance, naming, what's in a name? A name, of course, also has to do with people's personal lives. People who have been victims, people who have been perpetrators, people who maybe do not want to be in databases, or the other way around, people who do not exist in databases and really are not a subject to history. As is, for instance, an example from the Netherlands or from the Netherlands colonial past is the example of the people in Suriname who have very different migration backgrounds. And one could say that those with an ancestry in slavery, for them, the past ends somewhere in Africa, knowing that it is from Africa. But there is no personal link to anyone in Africa. Whereas those coming from India as indentured laborers, they entered the colonial archive as being recruited by the English to become an indentured laborer in Suriname. And they have another type of ancestry. And somehow they entered the archive and can trace histories that really go back to villages in India, etc. And this is somehow disturbing, and it is problematic, but it is also good to explore it and to really discuss what are the limits. One of the issues where we really met some of those limits has to do with DNA research. I think that we really have to think about ethics when it comes to this biographical data research developments. So these were just some remarks that I would like to make after having listened to so many excellent presentations. And I can imagine that some in the audience now have burning questions, or maybe they already had it for the whole day and couldn't pose it because we were working in such a high speed. So I would like to ask who really wants to say something or raise a question that was not discussed, or come back to the introduction by Paul Orter. Who could I give the floor?
I was wondering to what extent we are already part of a shared platform, because there are many links between us, and also many new links I discovered. Maybe you already, everybody knows each other already, and I'm sort of new, but I don't think so.
You think in terms of international congress, you mean? Conference. Yeah.
I'm Dutch, I'm staying in the Netherlands, so I'm very international. No, but seriously, it is a question of to what extent are we a platform, or should we build one? Have we things in common that we can elaborate on, that we can use for whatever benefit we can think of?
Who would like to respond? Evelyn?
Well, we were starting to think about that as well when we are doing this work and starting to do some projects and getting into this German somehow collaboration that is already existing. And the last project that was presented with Clarion, that was shown by Andre, so we started to do a working group within Daria, which is somehow similar in working together with Clarion very much and very closely. And we do have a working group on biography, analyzing biographical data. I think we mentioned that. So, and everybody of you who is connected to biographical work would be mostly welcome to join this working group. It's not that you need to be a Clarion or Daria partner already. So this would be just one possibility to connect, and I think that's something that would be very fruitful. On the one hand, and on the other, probably one could think about a cost network if somebody is interested into that as well. So that's much larger, and it's a project somehow as well, but it offers possibilities to get some funding for meetings, and I think that's quite nice as well.
Yeah, I would like to maybe start more discussion on the ethical issue that you raised again. So to how far should we go people's personal data? On the one hand, of course, to what extent can we stop that? On the other hand, currently I don't know which database I am listed and what people know. I mean, at least it would be nice to have a place where everything is put together so I know what to be deleted or removed whenever I don't want to be there. So, yeah. I mean, how many databases I'm already there for organizations, and there's nothing I can do about it. And this is the only thing where you can actually. So, well, maybe the fact that the Google policy is that you archive and index everything, and just wait until somebody makes a fuss.
Yeah, the European Parliament and the Commission are discussing on the new Data Protection Act, which actually is it originates from a kind of discussion about commercial use of names and addresses, but it impacts highly on medical research, for instance, and on social and humanities research, since it somehow tries to develop standards on when do you use a pseudonym, or when should it be anonym, and when can it be personalized, and that you really have to define when you will do that. And for journalists, there is a kind of waiver. They can do anything because they have to do their work. But for academia, there's a lot of discussion now because they are really trying to somehow put new standards in exactly this issue.
So you think that Amazon will now delete all the personal data because of the European regulation?
Well, I don't know. That's also why the national governments are really concerned about it, because it will be impossible to make sure that it happens like that. Yeah. But there's now some discussion about it. It's just this file, this big, thick file. It's going on for a few years now, and they postpone it every time to bring it to a vote. But there is something happening there. Yeah, but it's not to be bothered about it. You are right, and of course everyone is in a data set, but only it struck me that the issue isn't addressed at all.
Yeah.
So if, for instance, if homosexuality was a taboo and someone lived with that taboo, are we there to lift the ban on that taboo for that person?
Yeah.
Of course, it's a question that historians always ask themselves when they write biographies. But
especially if you have text miners that go over the whole internet discovering facts about people.
Yeah.
You don't know what these text miners will discover. And this is populated into some kind of database. And it's so big that nobody checks it. And then somebody suddenly looks at this personal information and finds out that he's homosexual. Yeah.
Who wants to reply to this issue?
Two points together in a way. One is just general questioning of whether how useful it is to refer to biographical data in the terms that you've been doing today. When, as you pointed out, biography is the construction of life stories. The data itself is in some ways kind of neutral to that. The process of construction, which becomes interpreted and meaningful. Maybe when we're looking at historical biography with some distance, that provides an opportunity to raise certain questions through the writing of biography. The etiquette of what is personal and private has been shifted forward, changed over decades. So maybe we have a responsibility in writing digital biography to problematize the process behind that, in order perhaps to serve as a social function of raising consciousness about how things will change in the future and what biography will appear in the future.
It's really just adding to that very good point that was made, that often it's tempting to think that because so much of our lives is documented online through all the activities that we do, and we know that we're tracked and traced, and that there's scattered evidence of us in all of our online activities. It's tempting to think that our lives could somehow be written simply based on those sorts of online activities. We spend so much time online. But what would that produce if it were to be aggregated? And I've been trying to read recently in writing an article about the digital aggregated self, which is not my concept, it's a lovely quote that I got, about how a lot of people are feeling literally dispersed and disaggregated through the fact that they're spread across so many online services now. And so it's coming up in literature about psychology and trauma and all kinds of different journals that I wouldn't normally read. And this is the flip side, that people report now that they feel stretched between so many different places. And where in all this is the self now, is the question that I think is very interesting.
And how we're writing our own biography.
And that to bring oneself together, even to do it yourself, for yourself, can actually be quite therapeutic. The idea of, could there be a place where all this stuff is, where we can sort it and work out who we want to be, what we want to remove. I think that's a personal question, but also raises the broader ethical issues about writing biography. It's certainly a fascinating time that we've entered.
Okay, are there other issues that we should raise at this point? Maybe. Yeah.
One more comment on visualization, following up on your point. I have a note here about visualization being a new kind of genre, and I'm wondering about a genre has possibilities and constraints. When you write a novel, you understand the whole history of novel writing. And I think if, as you say, we have, and I think it's demonstrated through this event, that we've reached a stage where we can start to see visualization as a genre or a set of genres where there are familiar headers and footers and patterns, then I think that's a wonderful sign of the stage that we've reached in terms of the future of digital biography. And it's something that I found very exciting and enriching about this event. Thank you. Hi.
Just one aspect also, I think there is a very cultural aspect of documenting and making biographies and working on genealogy and so on.
And for example, when we did work on trying to recognize gender, we did find that there was a very big gender bias in biographical databases, so the software wouldn't work because there were some men in biographical databases. But in a similar way, some regions like Africa and many others are not as advanced, but also don't seem to have the same culture. So I was wondering if it's something also that is addressed by, let's say, the scientific community and also the organizations that work on education development and other things, or if it's a process that could come anywhere.
Yeah, what I know about it is that, of course, there's a lot of discussion about the archive as such. And on the one hand, again, that's computer science and historians and computational linguists. On the one hand, the whole process of archiving in itself, of course, has a long history of standardization connected to nation building and so on. So in my colleagues in South Africa, they continually are challenging the archive as such because of all the biases that are in it. So they would not be so confident about presenting results from the database as something that you could work on. If not, you really take the whole construction of the archive as such into consideration. So the whole starting point from thinking about digitalization and enriching databases somehow is different. And that's where perspective comes in, I think.
I think that's a feature, not a bug.
Oh, yeah.
But the only problem is that do we have sufficient data to make real empirical claims? If you take all of that into account, then for every possible perspective, how much data do you have per perspective? And that can be so scattered and limited that there's no empirical value anymore. Because of course, it's not only a matter of that it's constructed from perspective, but the selection process is enormous. So there's way more data left out than is included. And bias of the selection makes the data almost empirical.
Yeah. And as a historian, then you say, okay, so the process of nation, if we say archives have been an instrument in nation building, or if we say museums have been a tool for empire, so what are they today? And what does it mean in different contexts? Yeah. But now we are way beyond the biography, I think.
No, all of this applies to the biography case as well. And the digital perspective, it has the promise of being able to access way more data than you normally can. But there is this thing that there's still not enough data to really make empirical claims about what comes through. Even though it's huge, it's still not big enough, not rich enough, and too selective.
Well, or it makes empirical claims that you want to present in a very critical manner.
Yeah, just one example. For example, we've spoken about visualizing Holocaust data, and we've spoken about Irish, and we did a lot of work with Irish people, and they're very interested in heritage and also migration research in the US and biographies and so on. But today, if you would look on the internet at casualties of, Rwanda, Hutu and Tutsis, you would probably find maybe 100 or 200 names, but the rest are anonym victims of this. So it's the gap in terms of archiving biographies on huge historical events is incredible.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't want to people have things to discuss, but I actually have a question to everyone in the audience. I'm really happy that so many people from different backgrounds, different places came, and I've had the chance to talk to some of you. There are also many people I've not talked to at all. So I'm actually kind of wondering what people feel they got out of this, or are there things that you would have hoped to find today to discover but were not covered? So if people have comments on what they got out of today. Of course, if there's other things to do more content-wise to discuss, also feel free to say that. But I would actually really like to find out what people feel that a day like this brings them or doesn't bring them.
I think that's a very content-wise question. So.
Thank you. So you, I forgot your name, sorry, but you said the main thing you discovered that you may be part of a framework, and Evelyn mentioned already those institutional framework that Daria and cost. But I think that one thing we also discovered, at least myself, is that many people or many groups are using the same kind of data representation already. And this is also per se an infrastructure. So if we manage to communicate our data, like that was shown by André from Germany, Austria. So that this is also an important aspect that I discovered many groups in this room already used some standards that we can reuse in a profitable way, I guess.
Okay, others who want to respond to this question?
Thank you. I wanted to say that someone has said that in this Congress we have dealt with databases, and our problem that we are working in a historical dictionary, and now we have to go from databases to biographical databases to biographies. That is the step that we have to make. Now, I have learned a lot of things in this Congress. That is, I have seen that I can use proceedings of that have been presented here to link our data. And they have given me the ideas how we could link probably certain data between the biographies. But and a new problem arises because the parameters that we use and others use are different. So the problem is in the detail, and now we have to reflect on a lot of things to realize these ideas and to remain in contact and maybe to come to a concrete result in this thing. And I think in this sense we can say that the work begins after the Congress.
You can also say when will be the next one.
I very much like your impatience that we really have to move on. And my computer colleagues, they always say, okay, but you just build another layer on top of those databases, and there you start integrating. So don't touch the databases, let them as they are, and just build something on top of it. So I don't know whether it will become a kind of Tower of Babel, and that in the end it collapses again, but we will see. Other remarks? I think we should go for the sun. It is incredible. We had such a cold spring in the Netherlands. today is the first really nice spring day, and we sit here the whole day, and you all stay. So I would like to close the conference. Thank all the speakers, thank the organizers, and hope that we will have a good evening dinner and that we all stay in touch. Thank you all.
Maybe two more things. Please leave your badges with these two nice gentlemen in the box they have over there. Oh, and also very much thank you to Yassine and Emil, who have been very willing to be our registration people for today and to keep collecting money. For the people who join us to the restaurant, we will just clean up and leave here in about 15-20 minutes, and some can go there in a group.
Yes. My background before this,
It's about intervention in law. It's quite funny what the European identity.
Yeah, so we are